Good morning, friends. Warm welcome on the inaugural of the scientific session of the 5th Prevention Conference of the Cardiological Society of India. The world is moving away from intervention to prevention, and I think it's high time that we realize the importance. Thanks to the National Society, Cardiological Society, who have given us the opportunity to host this conference. And to start, may I ask the senior office bearers of the society, Dr. Vijay Bang, the president, Dr. Minal Das, immediate past president, Dr. P.C. Manoria, past president, Professor Manchanda, one of the senior most cardiologists in the country, he was around here. May I ask Dr. S.K. Kaushik, the immediate past president of the Rajasthan chapter of the Cardiological Society of India, Dr. C.B. Meena, also. To come on the dais, please, executive member of the National Society. May I request Dr. Bang to start the proceedings, and we'll request him to light the lamp and then have a few words from him. Thank you, Professor Bang. Yeah. Dr. Deepak Maheshwari, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vijay Bang, the National President of Cardiological Society of India. I'm from Mumbai, Leelavati Hospital, interventional cardiologist. Good morning, and pleased to have come here to inaugurate this very important council meeting, Cardiac Prevent. And this is, I think, a 5th meeting of Cardiac Prevent. As Dr. Rajiv Gupta said, that we must move to prevention from intervention. It is the time that we move to prevention. And prevention, new challenges have come, particularly the air pollution. It's not a small challenge. In South Asian countries, the air pollution has superseded smoking as a risk factor for cardiovascular disease. So yesterday we had a World Heart Day, and National Society from the Calcutta headquarters has done an excellent program on air pollution. This year we have started a lot of activity to control air pollution. We have formed a separate council, which is the 13th council, to look at the how we can control the air pollution and have some legislation. No doubt, world leaders are trying to convert the red into the green, and we are all working in that direction. Yesterday we had a very important guest, Soman Wingchuk. Everyone knows him from the time of Three Idiots, that Bollywood movie. And from there, everyone has been connected with him. He spoke very well, and he gave a totally different interpretation that without motive, we didn't realize that in having economic progress world across, the urbanization, the industrialization, causing a lot of air pollution and premature coronary deaths, which is like, indirectly you're creating a homicide without realizing, without motive. So in this direction, we have already started working, and this is an important aspect that we should look at, and we have discussed this, that there is an indoor pollution, which is out of the all pollution deaths, 80% are cardiovascular deaths. And from that, 60% from indoor pollution. Indoor pollution comes from the air conditioning and the gas stove. And perfumes. These are the three areas, important areas of air pollution. At home, indoor. Outdoor is also very important. So all these taking into consideration, we need to have more and more cardiac prevention meeting, and we need to have a legislation in this regard, particularly for air pollution from the government. Then there are several other challenges that Cardiac Prevent Society, we have to develop our own data. Those are very big challenges, and we are moving in that direction slowly, steadily, and I'm sure one day we will be able to succeed in all these aspects of life. So I say the conference is now open for academic deliberation, and I thank you everybody to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bang, for your encouraging words. So with that, we'll go on to the main scientific agenda. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please keep on sitting, sir. So the first session is on primordial prevention. And may I request Dr. Kaushik is there. Dr. Sohan Sharma, he was on, yeah. And Anshul Gupta to be on the dais along with the past presidents and to start the proceedings. Now, you notice that there is a jam-packed program and very tight program. I will request everybody to stick to their time, which is 15 minutes, 30 minutes for lecture, 2 minutes for discussion. I have a small suggestion that we'll be keeping your time, and the person who finishes very early will get some extra incentive. So may I request the moderators to take over and to introduce the first speaker, please.
Well, friends, welcome to this inaugural scientific session. Is it? Okay. Friends, welcome to this opening session of preventive cardiology. I must compliment the organizers for making out an excellent program. As you know that prevention is better than cure. But we don't attach much importance to this. Very few cardiologists who want to opt for preventive cardiology. There are only few. You can see Rajiv Gupta, Prabhakar, Reddy. There's hardly anybody else. But I must tell you here, I have been through cardiology from the very beginning for last 50 years. I think the solution to the problems of this country is only primordial. The prevention. It's not the therapeutics. And a slight change in preventive strategies, just like you heard, pollution or smoking or other things which are very small, could have major impact than, much more impact than all the interventions combined. And therefore, I think it's very, very important. I hope after this conference, people will start getting interested into it. And there's so many types of prevention. You heard about it. The most important is primordial. If you do not let the disease or the risk factors to develop, and we have a number of speakers in this, we will discuss about how to prevent these risk factors or prevent the disease from the very beginning, before even the risk factors have started, so that primary prevention or secondary prevention is not needed. So we have 4 speakers here, and I would, first speaker is Manshi Chopra. She is going to tell about barriers to tobacco control in India. Is she here, Manshi Chopra? Yeah. I request you to stick to 12 minutes, 3 minutes of discussion.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Mansi Chopra. I am associated with RIDE, a research-based non-governmental organization that works on NCD risk factors as well as meaningful involvement of people with lived experience. So I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity. I will be speaking today on barriers to tobacco control in India and the mitigation strategies. So when we look at the burden, as we are all aware, that the burden of tobacco is increasing globally, where we can see that we had about more than 1 billion people who were smokers, as well as about 274 million people who were using smokeless tobacco products. So when we look at the annual rate of change, it is actually, there is not much change, and for smokeless tobacco, the prevalence is increasing. And when we look at the Indian data for adults, we can ideally see that all forms of smoking and smokeless tobacco is increasing. And despite a relative change reduction in tobacco products, it is still quite high when we look at the prevalence of tobacco consumption in India. And this problem is also increasing among youth, which is extremely alarming, because when we look at the GYTS data over the years, we can see that the consumption of smoking and smokeless tobacco is increasing rampantly among adolescents as well. So when we talk about, as I've been told that I need to first speak about the challenges, there are quite many. So in India, what we see is a huge range of tobacco products that are prevalent in the setup, where we look at smoking products, we have cigarettes, bidis, we have smokeless tobacco products. In addition, there is a new concept, which is the electronic cigarettes and vaping, which is increasing rampantly. So this is our first challenge, which we need to regulate. In addition, when we look at the tobacco industry, it has such luring tactics for youth. So what they work on is that we have adults, but they want to now lure adolescents as well. So for this, they have such attractive advertisements for electronic cigarettes, for normal cigarettes and tobacco products. You'll have billboards and content, flavors, etc., which are all a problem. The next concept that I want to talk about is taxation. So we've done a couple of studies on taxation with GST. Yes, tobacco products are in the slab of 28%, which is the highest. However, we must see that the WHO recommends 75% of retail price. And when we look at the GATS data,
we're still at 22, 52, and 64% of the retail price, which is much lower than what the WHO recommends. Hence, they're pretty affordable and hence are being consumed by our population. So in addition, I wanted to highlight a study that we did on smokeless tobacco products, where we wanted to look at existing policies and legislations, which are the FCTC and non-FCTC related, to control smokeless tobacco across the globe and the impact of these policies. And what we saw, which is very interesting, is across the Framework Convention of Tobacco Control, there were only a handful of countries who were implementing these policies, such as Article 13, which was only implemented or had policies in 13 countries, and Article 11, which is on pictorial health warnings, was in 36 countries. So across the globe, also we need to understand that these policies and programs are not regulating tobacco products. And we can see that there are existing gaps which are also there for smokeless tobacco, including sparse data on impact evaluation. We don't have standardized measures or terminology. And to be effective, we need to have tobacco control policies for specific products. And they also need to be reported. There need to be indicators in the MPAR. So this is very interesting. When we talk about tobacco, we also need to understand exposure. And as we're talking about prevention, what we want to see is that there are rules and regulations in place for tobacco in movies and in OTT platforms. However, when we did this study before implementation of the rules, we saw that tobacco exposure across movies and Bollywood movies and popular films among adolescents, it was about twofold, where adolescents who were exposed to tobacco in movies were 2 times more likely to use tobacco. And when we look at the rules, which actually have a strong justification for any product to be displayed, they need to screen anti-tobacco health spots, tobacco health warnings, as well as there can be no display of brands, cigarettes. So for these rules so what we did was we saw the impact of these rules after implementation of the rules, and we can clearly see that post-2012, when the rules were enforced in films and TVs, we can see a sharp decline of tobacco incidents across the films as well. And when we look at these graphs, we can clearly see that when we look at the rating, whether it is adult, UA, or universal, as well as when we talk about yearly tobacco incident imagery in films and movies, there was a sharp decline when these rules were implemented in TVs and films. However, we still need to understand that these rules were not considering OTT platforms. So we did another study to see what is the impact of tobacco imagery on OTT films which were most popular. And we ideally saw that across 10 most popular series, we could see incidents in 7 of the series that we had shortlisted and came in our study. In addition, when we look at these results, you can see that about per hour, we could see that in Marvelous Mrs. Mabel's, Narcos, Crown, we could see so much of tobacco incidents and tobacco imagery in these series per hour. So we need to understand that the exposure to adolescents as well as adults is pretty high. And it's not just restricted to tobacco packs, but also brands that are shown in these series. Another prevention which we think are the pictorial health warnings. However, when we conducted a study, we did see that across individuals who were smokers, they saw, as well as illiterate people, we did see that warnings did not motivate tobacco users to quit, and warnings were inadequate to convey the health impact of tobacco use. So it becomes clearly important that we need to do more when it also comes to the pictorial health warnings on tobacco products. So looking at all the barriers that we have, it is important to also look at the mitigation strategies. So yes, tobacco control requires a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder agenda, where in India, which is the second largest producer and consumer of tobacco and has huge varieties of tobacco products, we have the FCTC, which is the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, as well as the COTPA, which prohibits across smoking in public places, tobacco advertising, promotion, and sponsorships. We have sale of tobacco products in and around institutions and point of sale by minors. So we have all these regulations in place. However, it is important that there is strengthening and implementation is done accordingly. When May 31st, 2023 was the 20th anniversary of the FCTC, where there have been much achievements over the years, but there are some priority actions that we need to talk about. And when we look at India, India across all the measures of MPOWER in 2019 was able to have successes in terms of monitoring, smoking bans, cessation, warnings, mass media, advertising bans, and taxation. So India is doing pretty well and has also regulations which no other country has taken out in terms of tobacco. We have the NTCP program, which also talks about bringing about greater awareness and harmful effects of tobacco use for prevention, as well as effective implementation of tobacco control laws. We have a huge journey when it comes to e-cigarettes, where India was the first country to ban e-cigarettes, and we need to understand that in 2019 only there is a complete ban on electronic cigarettes in India. And with regards to pictorial health warnings also, this is the journey which India has seen, moving from 50% on both sides, even over the years, going to 40% on one side. We are now at 85% of warning on both sides, with a tobacco quitline number, as well as a key message that talks about warning related to tobacco consumption. And this is a recent gazette that has come from India, where all our studies that we had done on tobacco imagery in movies, films, and OTT has led to this new curriculum, wherein OTT platforms and online curated content also is under the ambit of regulations, and failure to comply will result in action by the committee. And this is what I talked about was at the policy level. However, we also need to talk about a community level. So at the community, we have done RCTs as well as several trials, and one of our trials actually looked at an effective school-based tobacco use prevention program, and this program led to a decrease in tobacco consumption among adolescents, and has also led to a policy action wherein it informed the school health program on the NTCP as well as the Tobacco Free Institute's guidelines. And this is the work that we had done recently. So with collaborators, the earlier report on tobacco control, which talks about all areas of prevention and control. We have a recent report in 2022, which also talks about all our strategies. So in addition, we have done a lot of work with adolescents through student parliaments, monitoring enforcement, through playful activities like board games, poster making, social media campaigns, etc., to talk about the harms of tobacco as well as how we can prevent them. And this is the last slide, where now we have come talking about tobacco endgame, which is the next frontier. So all these countries have guidelines for reduction of daily smoking. So we have New Zealand, UK, Ireland, US, etc., who all have targets to reduce smoking to a prevalence of less than 5% by 2025 or 2030. So this is the way to go, so that we can look at reducing the epidemic of tobacco that we are going through. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanchi, for your excellent presentation and the original work that you are doing. But still, I think we have miles to go because, especially in smokeless tobacco, we have to really do excellent work. Thank you very much. I think we have limited time, so we will move on to the second talk, and Dr. Kaushik will introduce the next speaker.
Good morning. After a wonderful talk by Dr. Mansi Chopra, I'm going to invite Dr. Mrinal Kanti Das. I've been asked to introduce you, sir, but Dr. Mrinal Kanti Das does not require any introduction to this August gathering. He has been our past president of Cardiological Society of India, and presently he is president Asian Heart Society and is member of Assembly of International Governors of prestigious American College of Cardiology. He has been scientific chairman for the 69th annual conference of CSI as he was president-elect, and he has been editor-in-chief of Update in Cardiology 2019 CSI. He has delivered so many lectures, oration, keynote address at national and international meetings. He is the recipient of Presidential Oration and KK Date Award. He has been awarded as the Inspiring Cardiologist of India by Times of India, Pride of Bengal, felicitated by Benevolent Worker for the Society of Rotary International. He has authored many papers, many articles in textbooks and journals. He has more than 85 publications. I think if I read his biodata, I'll complete his time, so I'll invite him to deliver his lecture on implementation of school-based interventions for CAD prevention. Dr. Milan Kanti Das.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Kaushik, for your beautiful introduction, and thanks to the chair and also to the society for giving me the opportunity to talk on this subject. As you know, that there are various modalities of prevention, mainly 4 types, but I'll be talking on the primordial prevention, which is not very talked about. And basically, primordial prevention means you are not allowing the person to develop the risk factors of cardiovascular diseases, because of the fact that it has been found even during the childhood the various risk factors can develop if the lifestyle and all other measures are not taken up, and that's why we must take care of the risk factors prevention, which is known as the primordial prevention. Now I'll quickly cover some of my presentations during the last lecture as President of Asian Heart Society at Beijing. This is a great problem, that is the cardiovascular disease. And very interestingly, the South Asia, which includes India, and China, which includes the Eastern Asia, they have got different kinds of the presentations of the cardiovascular disease, though the risk factors are almost same in the form of hypertension, obesity, smoking, and all. Whereas in India, and also in other parts of the Asian countries, the cardiovascular illness in the form of, the coronary artery disease is more common, but in China and in other Eastern Asian countries, it is the cerebrovascular accident which is more common. And it's as you can see, that it's a huge population which is being covered. And there is a great difference between the different countries. And very importantly, as I have said, that there is a difference in the, or heterogeneity in the form of the cardiovascular disease manifestation. And huge burden of economics is involved in the whole process. Very interestingly, there are 2 modalities of, the prevention, the risk factors. One is which is not changeable, and the other is, of course, which is changeable. And these changeable ones, which we call as the behavioral changes, can be taken care of in the form of preventing tobacco inhalation, then dietary control, physical activity, and also we must consider the biological risk factors which come over generations in the form of high blood pressure, diabetes mellitus, dyslipidemia, and all these are actually genetically, maybe polygenetics, but they are genetically involved, occurring over the years, and they are also preventable if you take the hardship to take care of them. The mechanism is, of course, very much well known to everyone. It causes inflammation and ultimately reduction of the telomere size, and thereby they change the sequence of events, and ultimately they cause the coronary artery obstruction or peripheral vascular disease. Hypertension, obesity, tobacco, these are great problems. And very importantly, we have seen across the country, there is a problem of salt intake. Though the WHO has given the direction that it should be less than 5 grams per day consumption, but over the years, either due to this economic condition or the availability of the various kind of foods, the salt intake is very much high, and these are some of the sources, and very much liked by possibly those who are present here also. As I mentioned, that the genetics has got great influence, and we can classify as intermediate group or high risk group or low risk group as per the genetics, and they have got the influence in the overall course of events that is happening, and also overall course of management which we can take care of. And the cost effectiveness is very, very much prominent. In this slide, I have shown that the cost effectiveness of preventing the disease cannot be overemphasized. These are the futuristic approach, and we must take care of the preventive measures, not only in the form of primordial prevention, but also the primary, secondary, and tertiary, and these are some of the courses by which we can do that. And in the primordial prevention, definitely some of the dietary things that are to be taken care of are fruit, vegetables, and nuts, and all these are to be advocated. And in the pollution cases also, we must take care of the air pollution, water pollution, which are very much responsible for cardiovascular illness. And definitely the various kinds of grains, the multigrain, and all this should be recommended, and there should be less sodium intake, less fat, especially the saturated fats. And thereby the lifestyle management is very, very important. Now, what is the vision and mission of CSI? To aim for India where cardiovascular disease are prevented when possible, controlled when necessary, and treated when appropriate. And with that mission, actually some studies were carried out. In the name of the study was CRIST study, which ultimately showed that in the school-going students where we studied both in the urban high-income group and urban low-income group of schools, and there was distinct difference between the two groups, and it was published in BMC journal also, and various reasons were cited, like lack of exercise, high intake of these junk foods in the even lower socioeconomic group, and more time with the TVs or smartphones were responsible for the obesity and also premature hypertension. And they are preventable because we took some measures to teach the mothers as well as the teachers, and ultimately there was some response at the end of 1 year. And recently, CSI, in its pursuit for primordial prevention, has taken up action with one group, very renowned group related with Professor Amartya Sen, who was the Nobel laureate and that Pratichi group's main person, Dr. Rana, was involved in our study, and we tried to have the primordial prevention by teaching the students, by taking up the teachers into action, and we went to all different places in the remote areas as well as in the urban areas, and we also involved the students in the whole process. The idea was, of course, to involve the primary school and ultimately to the health authority and health care people to be involved in the ICDS program, and thereby the advocacy can be made so that we can take the appropriate care right from the beginning with the help of advocacy. This is a very nice one to demonstrate how we are educating the people. This was a theme which was taken from Satyajit Ray, and you know Gupika in Bhagavan is a very catchy this thing from this cinematic point of view and involvement of the students from point of view and young students from point of view. And we were teaching them that how we should avoid the various kind of food, and we should avoid the various kinds of we should take up the various kinds of exercise schedule and all. And thereby, we ask them to even demonstrate to the not only the students but also to the community by taking care of the various community. And this is another one where the students are being involved to take care. I'm not showing the video because of the scarcity of time, but definitely we actually published this book where all the pictorial presentations of the various foods and activities that are to be taken up, and the students were asked to put the various colors so that they can learn by themselves, and we also publicized in the media. We also took up for the prevention of the school-going children's cardiovascular illness with two companies. One is the TCS and the other is the Accenture. Accenture is multinational, TCS is transnational from our country. And here we are taking the help of artificial intelligence, where the digital stethoscope with the help of various parameters and algorithms we are going to have, and we are going to involve 10 million people across the country, and thereby we'll be having the various informations and various statistics so that we can formulate about the futuristic strategies. We have already started working in that direction. We have also joined hands with the anthropology department of Calcutta University. It will be extended-minded all across the country after the pilot studies are observed, and the anthropometric studies will be of great help in pinpointing the diagnosis ahead of the time, and will be giving help subsequently in prevention of the diseases. There are certain barriers, definitely, but most important is commercial interest, and that commercial interest is hindering our various kinds of problems, whether it is food, whether it is tobacco, whether all other kinds of things are there. But what can we do? We can do many things. Increasing awareness about cardiac health care right from childhood and teach them about importance of primordial prevention, role of nutrition, obesity, exercise, and play with the family members, friends, etc. Decrease screen time, advocate regular health checkup, and to monitor BP, weight, etc. Early detection of risk factors and treatment, and encourage parents, educators, health care providers, and government to work together. And lastly, of course, it is the difference between mind and heart, brain and heart. That distance should be decreased. And how can it be decreased? By giving your hands. You give your hands, give your hearts to whosoever. Enjoy the life, enjoy the heart, enjoy your heart forever. That is the message for even the primordial prevention for all of us, including the children. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you. I think this was very outstanding, very unique sort of initiative by Cardiological Society of India. We must appreciate this because we know that coronary artery disease prevention starts in the childhood. He has shown very clearly through beautiful experiments that it is possible in school children. I'm going to expand it. I think this type of work original work needs to be done throughout the country, and I have my best suggestions to him also. Any like to make any comment? We have some time.
Can I?
Yes.
Dr. Das, it was a good lecture. Maybe this is the most important lecture of the conference, primordial prevention. I think two things need to be done, and CSI should be very proactive in that. One is that I think there should be a national health channel. There are so many Baba channels in this country, but there is no national health channel. I think we should go actively to the government with the health ministry. They should have a 24/7 health channel where various experts from various specialties can come and give talks to these people. And Doordarshan is, Doordarshan or some national channel should be created. That's number one. Number two, there should be a health curriculum in schools, like whether it be introduced in 8th class or 9th class, whatever class we say, that how to prevent cardiovascular risk in future. Not only cardiovascular, but even other things, like there is no health education curriculum in our schools. That should be mandatory. I think if you do these two things, the approach will be very wide.
Thank you very much. I think your point is very well taken. I hope the organizers at the end of this conference will send strong recommendations to the government, because many of these things are not possible by us. These are policy matters, as you will hear from the other speakers also. And I think at the end of this conference, I would suggest the organizers to send a strong sort of recommendations to the government that how heart disease can be taken care of if the policy decisions are correct, not only in education, but in other fields also, which we're going to discuss. Thank you very much, Dr. Lensen. Now we move on to another very interesting, which is not our topic, urban planning for primary prevention. I thought this was the subject given to some architect and all, but we have one of the most eminent preventive cardiologists of the country, Prashant Joshi, to talk about this very subject which we completely ignored, urban planning for primary prevention. Maybe Dr. Sharma will like to introduce him.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Prashant Joshi is a professor and head Department of General Medicine and officer on special duty of Executive Director, AIMS, Nagpur. And he has major achievement is a Rockefeller Foundation Fellowship from Australia. 2% official influence scientist in 2023 Stanford University Award with 217 research publication in prestigious journals. And he is also consultant of WHO, Government of India, a nodal clinical expert in the management of COVID by Maharashtra, Government of India. He got a COVID Warrior Award by Government of Maharashtra. He is ex-director CU GMC Nagpur and ex-chairman Research Subcommittee India.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I have the slides? Yeah. And right at the outset, let me thank Dr. Rajiv Gupta and for the invitation here and for the kind introduction given here. The topic is urban planning and especially transport planning for primary prevention of cardiovascular diseases. And we need to redesign cities to suit a cycling and walking and make cities walkable and cyclable instead of cars, and through urban planning and development to ensure that cycling is a possible mode and choice and of transport, and it is pleasurable and a safe experience. And for that, separate cycling and walking tracks are essential. And we know that cycling and walking is probably the cleanest method to get around the city and can have enormous benefits on health and reduce air pollution. We know cardiovascular diseases have doubled from 1990 to 2019, and because of essentially the last 2 decades, 3-4 decades, have witnessed a very dramatic rise in cardiovascular diseases, essentially driven by lifestyle transition which has occurred. And there are a lot of other transitions like socio-economic nutrition transitions which are driving this epidemic of cardiovascular diseases, and unhealthy teens and adolescent obesities in metropolitan cities is very common because of the culture of Coca-Colanization and McDonaldization. But the characteristics of cardiovascular epidemic in India is that there is an earlier age of onset of heart attacks, and not only earlier age, but also deaths due to heart attacks occur a decade earlier. And they, in many of the risk factors remain undetected, untreated, and uncontrolled, especially in the urban poor. And and therefore case fatality rates after heart attacks are particularly common in the poor population. And they have these risk factors, in fact, operate at a lower threshold as compared to other populations. We know the Inter-Heart study, which I led the South Asia component, where 9 easily measurable and potentially modifiable risk factors actually accounted for 90% of heart attacks, and heart attacks occurred a decade earlier in India as compared to high-income countries. Now, why heart? And this was essentially because the risk factors for developing a heart attack occurred earlier in Indians as compared to South Asians, as compared to rest of the world. And why these risk factors occur earlier is something a question which something remains unanswered. Is it because of rapid and unplanned urbanization which is occurring? And it is in these urban areas where the risk factors are increasing. We know from the migration study that the urbanization increases as urbanization occurs, the risk factors increases, risk factor levels increase, and people who have migrated from rural to urban population, the risk factors are equivalent to those who have not migrated. And then there is also a reversal of social gradient, which means that risk factors are particularly common in the urban poor now. And it's a developmental dilemma, and development need not be associated with a distorted lifestyle and a disturbed health. There are good aspects of urbanization because it's an engine for growth, job creation, wealth, and elimination of poverty, and hence it is likely that urbanization will continue to increase in India, and so will risk factors, and so will heart attacks and paralytic strokes. Because urbanization is associated with air pollution, and more than 50% of deaths due to air pollution occur because of deaths due to cardiovascular disease occur because of air pollution. Nocturnal light pollution, similarly transport noise, also contribute to increased risk of cardiovascular disease. Now this is a slide which shows that air pollution, there is a talk there, so I won't elaborate on this, but air pollution actually is linked to hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and heart attacks. And it reduces the life expectancy by 7 years in North India and about 5 years in rest of the country. And there is also good evidence from epidemiological studies to suggest that noise pollution, transport noise pollution, is also associated with increase in heart rate, hypertension, and risk of heart attacks. And because transport noise causes stress response, which causes endothelial dysfunction, which leads to heart attacks. And there is also evidence that nocturnal light pollution also contributes to heart attacks and paralytic strokes. So these are the factors of urbanization which actually contribute to heart attacks and cardiovascular disease. The urban infrastructure is biased. It is biased for motorized vehicles in urban India, and it is characterized by widening of roads and construction of flyovers. And but in order to increase to achieve the goal of UN, that's of Sustainable Development Goal of 1/3 reduction by 2030, we need to have a very planned urbanization and redesign our cities in order to suit cycling and walking instead of cars. Now this is a slide which actually shows that the past few decades has shown that all cities witnessed a dramatic decrease in bicycle use as a mode of transport and increased use of motors and motorized vehicles in practically all cities. The concept of walkable and bikeable cities as an alternate form of urban mobility is important because it has environmental, social, and economic advantages. But what is the situation of our footpaths at this point of time? This is a photo which I took very recently very close to my house, We do not have many times footpaths, and if they really exist, they are not walkable. They are obstructed by street vendors and parked vehicles or open sewage lid or a tree or uneven, or they're very uneven, and people are forced to walk on roads, making it unsafe. And it has been shown that nearly 50 to 80% of road-related injuries victimize pedestrians and cyclists. There are some cities where their cyclists use non-motorized transport corridor, and there are also cycling renting kiosks which actually help and promote cycling. This should be encouraged, and a designated cycle parking areas should be available. And there is a very good report by Shakti, the NGO, which actually gives a synopsis of how cycling and walking should be encouraged in urban areas. Proper signages are very important to implement to make the cycling more safer. And it's a myth that cardiovascular diseases can be prevented by simple behavior changes at individual levels and individual choices. Enabling environment is essential, and urbanization impacts heart-healthy behavior. There are constraints faced by city dwellers for making heart-healthy choices, making the children particularly very vulnerable, and they resort to unhealthy lifestyles very early in their life. And this is a report of the World Heart Federation, where urbanization and cardiovascular diseases, the children form actually a vulnerable group. And we know if we want to go for primordial prevention, we need to target the vulnerable population. And hence, intersectorial approach is very important, and we need to have a very good urban planning and urban transport mechanisms, especially encouraging the use of cycling, making the cities bikeable and walkable is something which we need to have, provide this kind of an enabling environment in order to change the risk behavior and therefore prevent premature mortality. Now, there are it has been also documented that 20% of deaths could be prevented if cities were actually designed to meet the recommendations for physical activity, air pollution, noise, heat, and green spaces. And there are various modules and helpful urban planning which have been reported, like the compact city, the super block city, 15-minute city, the car-free city model in different parts of the world. And, but India is now quite well poised to develop an innovative multi-sectorial enlightened policy which will actually help to change behavior and determine how people use and move around the city, which determines the levels of environmental exposure and to air pollution, and people's levels of physical activity and stress, which in turn determines the morbidity and premature mortality. There are a lot of unanswered questions which remain. That's why Indians develop heart attacks at a younger age group, which has been clearly demonstrated in the Interheart and a lot of other studies, and why they occur at a lower threshold of risk factors, and why is it because the Indians adopt unhealthy, is it because of unplanned urbanization, is it because of a gene environment, or is it because of nutrition? It could be because of unplanned urbanization, air pollution, and because of inability to make heart-healthy choices, especially in children. Though the take-home message is that heart health is very important, and it is to improve the heart health, we need to design cities differently, and which will help us to live longer and reduce about 20% of mortality. Urban transport planning affects cardiovascular health and its risk factors, because urbanization and unplanned transport actually increases air pollution, reduces the chances of physical activity, increases the risk factors like hypertension, smoking, and obesity. And this can be definitely reduced by better urban and transport planning, which promotes physical activity and reduces pollution. And therefore, cardiologists should be involved in urban and transport planning, research, and advocacy. And therefore, a master plan is crucial for urbanization and making cities walkable, bikeable, healthy cities. Thank you very much. For the shortage of time, I tried to rush through many of my slides.
Thank
but,
you, Prashant, for your excellent,
if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
excellent speech. And I think your point is very well taken, that the city should be planned which have walkable tracks, we have cycle tracks, and which have maintained garden. But as I said, this is a political decision, and that's why I was saying that we should, as CSI Preventive Cardiology Branch, must stress this policies that government should implement it. And as you said, the doctors, cardiology should be a part of this advocacy. I hope they are. And I think if the recommendations from the CSI go, this will have some impact, that they can try to make a better urban city. We know that it's all unplanned. I am Delhi, and we have Delhi NCR, completely unplanned. And not only as you call, unhealthy atmosphere, but the stress is marked there. Traffic jams are there for hours. I was told in Bangalore only 2 days back there was a traffic jam for 6 hours. The school children had to reach. So I think you are right, absolutely this urban planning has to be done, but we have very little role in that. Only thing is we can do advocacy, but I think we should make CSI like bodies which are very strong bodies, should make very, very strong, that rather than doing all sorts of unnecessary sort of things, if they can spend a little in good urban planning, this will go a long way. Thank you very much. I think this is a very outstanding talk as usual.
So if I can just
Yes.
a comment.
Just one brief comment, yes, please.
This is a topic very close to my heart because I'm a cyclist, and I tell you that I go at 6 a.m. and the whole road is almost vacant, but still there are people will horn. There is so much of horn in Delhi, at least I can tell you, 99% of those horn are not required. And there's no law in our country to stop those, it's too much, really, it makes you mad. Then, there is no city in India, to my mind, which is cyclable, no city at all. So I think this is a very, very important planning in the future to make things better.
Thank you very much. It should be close to everybody's heart to advise the policy makers to really change the city.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very
Manchanda.
much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, for the interest of time, I think we'll move on to the next speaker, Dr. Purnima Prabhakar. She is also going to talk about a very interesting subject, pollution and cardiovascular disease. Purnima Prabhakar is a wife of Dr. Prabhakaran, who is a very well-known international cardiologist. She is herself a unique personality. She is a senior research scientist in the Center for Chronic Diseases and has done outstanding work in the field of climate change, and she is advisor to many of these green societies and all. She is going to tell us how pollution can cause cardiovascular disease. Purnima, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to the esteemed chairs and everyone who's joined us here today. At the outset, I just want to record my appreciation and congratulations to the organizing committee for including in the mainstream session a topic which is still considered very unconventional. And I hope I can use my time to convince you otherwise that this really merits a longer discussion in all conferences. So we all agree that there is increasing awareness that the health of individuals and populations is linked to the environment in which we live. And if those environments are polluted, whether it's the macro environment or the micro environments, like our indoor environments as well as built environment, it can impact activities of daily living. In 2006, WHO actually estimated that a quarter of the global burden of disease is due to environmental risk factors. And an important point to note is that these environmental risk factors are mostly modifiable risk factors. And recognition of the link between environmental hazards and health goes back to the early 1900s, or maybe even before, by 3 classic incidents that took part in different parts of the world. These were all industrial disasters and pollutions. The Meuse River in Belgium, Donors was an industrial air pollution episode in Pennsylvania, and the London fog, famous London fog in 1950s, all of which led to air acts in these countries. But what about closer home? I think people who live in Delhi NCR region, and there's been a lot of talk already about pollution. Even yesterday I heard in the World Heart Day, which is very heartening to note. We are increasingly seeing situations like this when we see, especially during the winter, the pollution levels in our cities are worsening year after year. And what are the sources of these pollution episodes? They are multiple, they vary in different states, and they vary in different cities. But common causes of pollution are vehicular pollution, the use of thermal power plants burning coal, often unclean coal. And India is a country, we are very dependent on coal-fired power plants to generate almost 70% of our electricity. We also have legacy landfill sites. Those who live around Delhi, East Delhi, will know about the Ghazipur landfill, as tall as the Qutub Minar, and the auto fires that happen because of burning of organic pollutants within these landfill sites, as well as natural causes, besides the stubble burning episodes that we see in our winter periods. These are common causes of air pollution, causing ambient air pollution, as we call it, outdoor air pollution. But what about indoor environments? We heard earlier from one of the previous speakers, but India is a country which almost 60 to 70% of our population is rural, and what they use for cooking and warming themselves during the winter seasons is unclean sources of fuel. Coal, wood, biomass, burning of mosquito coils is well known, as well as secondhand smoke from cigarettes. These are common sources for household air pollution. So it's no surprise that very soon we were in global news. And this is a headline from the New York Times in 2016, the year when actually we saw the worst air pollution episode in Delhi. This is an aerial view of Connaught Place in November 2016, when we had what we call the airpocalypse. It was the worst air pollution episode we have seen in Delhi. And sure enough, it hit world headlines. And these were the air pollution headlines for India, that in the year 2016 and onwards, we've seen more than twice the national ambient air quality standards pollution level in Delhi NCR region. And most of this pollution is in the Indo-Gangetic plain, but a lot of our other states are also using unclean cooking fuels, and therefore the pollution levels are hitting sky high. And the important takeaway for us, for practicing physicians and cardiologists for sure, is that 50% of premature deaths of the deaths are premature, occurring in people less than 70 years of age. And the loss in life expectancy is close to 2 years. So what does it mean actually for India, whether we go by our national ambient air quality standards or by the WHO standards? The map is red for India when we look at our ambient air quality. Over 90% of districts, if we go by WHO standards, or 60% of our districts have poor air quality. And this is a map of the kitchen levels of air pollution, 24-hour kitchen concentrations of air pollution. It's not looking good at all for most parts of our country. So key takeaway from my last few slides is, if we are talking about a comparison between tobacco, which we heard about earlier as a risk factor, and air pollution is clearly the new tobacco. And this is just using one metric, disability-adjusted life years. If you look at it across different disease conditions, you can look at IHD, which is the yellow bar. Air pollution clearly takes the cake as a risk factor, even beating tobacco, which we have conventionally studied in our medical curricula. So why is the impact widespread? It's not just respiratory illness that we intuitively would think of. Breathing poor air means respiratory illness. It actually impacts across every organ system that you could think of. And rightly so, in the year 2018, the UN declared air pollution as the 5th risk factor for non-communicable diseases. And therefore, we seriously need to move to including this 5th risk factor in all of our work, as well as in our practice as physicians and cardiologists. And talking so much about air pollution, just to bring everybody on the same page, what is this air pollution? It is a combination of both particulate matter as well as gaseous pollutants. And depending on the source of pollution, it may be nitrous oxide, it may be sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, or ozone. But the important culprit is this small but potent particulate matter, PM2.5. And this figure will just give you a sense of what this is. Look at on the bottom right, you will see the beach sand, which is about 90 microns. The hair follicle is about 50 to 670 nanomicrons. And the particulate matter in the air is about a tenth of this. The PM10 and the PM2.5, which is dangerous to us, is the one that is able to enter into every part of our organ systems because of its tiny size. And therefore, the impacts on every organ system and the multiple disease conditions that we are seeing, not just on respiratory system, but also on the cardiovascular system. And you just saw this slide in Dr. Joshi's presentation. Increasingly, there is evidence from around the world to show that exposure to particulate matter, PM2.5, has been linked to a number of cardiovascular disease outcomes, to stroke, to pulmonary conditions, as well as to intermediate risk factors for cardiovascular disease. And you might be wondering what the pathways are. Evidence from around the world, again, has shown that PM2.5 probably causes endothelial dysfunction, inflammatory markers are increasing, and then you see all the intermediate risk factors, hypertension, diabetes, atherosclerosis, resulting in all the endpoints for heart disease. Our own evidence from a study in Delhi, this was a cohort study, which is one of the most important types of study designs to study any risk factor outcome association. This is a cardiovascular risk reduction cohort set up in the two cities, Delhi and Chennai, which was led by Dr. Prabhakaran. 20,000 individuals in Delhi and Chennai followed up since 2010 and extensively phenotyped for a lot of cardiovascular risk factors. And thankfully, with some funding from the NIH in 2016, the year we had the apocalypse, we were able to start studying and generate evidence for India on the exposure to air pollution and cardiovascular disease outcomes. And in the interest of time, I will just summarize here. We were able to show that exposure to PM2.5 was linked to a number of cardiovascular risk factors. Hypertension is an example here that I have. Using blood pressure measurements from this cohort, we were able to show that every 25 micrograms increase in PM2.5 resulted in 3 to 5 millimeters increase in blood pressure. And this was a message that we took to the policymakers to show that if we are able to reduce the air pollution levels in India to the national ambient air quality standards, we can reduce the prevalence of blood pressure in Delhi by about 15%, which is huge. Similar analyses are ongoing for fasting blood glucose as well. Exposure to PM2.5 is associated with, with fasting glucose levels. And I just want to shift gears a little bit because mostly when we talk pollution, we're talking about air pollution, but you just heard as well that noise is also included as a risk factor for cardiovascular disease. It is being increasingly studied. The number of pathways that could lead to the CVD risk outcomes are being studied as well, but mostly it is sleep disturbances as well as stress response pathways, and that could lead to a number of intermediate risk factors like high blood pressure. Studies are there from around the world. These are studies from the European cohorts, which looked at exposure to road traffic, air traffic, as well as train traffic, and showed, including in this cohort study in Toronto, that road traffic actually is the most implicated, but associated with a lot of intermediate risk factors like hypertension, but also ischemic heart disease and heart failure. So noise pollution is something that needs more attention. There's also an association between noise exposure and stroke. Lastly, I can't close this without talking a little bit about one sentence about climate change. And when we talk climate change, the increasing temperatures in India, this is showing the number of heat waves, the frequency and duration of heat waves in India. And what is being increasingly recognized is both extremes of temperature, not just heat waves, but also cold waves, are responsible for exacerbation of cardiorespiratory morbidities in India. There is growing research in this space as well, exposure to heat waves, heat stress in different environments, but also cold waves and linking it to cardiovascular disease outcomes. So I just want to close with the key takeaways. I know this was a primordial risk reduction kind of session, but just to say that while these are important for us to note, most of the control of environmental risk factors is beyond the hands of healthcare professionals. Of course, we need to be aware, and that was what this talk was about. Increasing awareness of healthcare professionals on environmental risk factors is very important. It is something which is not there in medical curricula, but we need to have more and more discussions in mainstream conferences, not just with pulmonologists, cardiologists, pediatricians, obstetricians, because only if you are aware, you're going to be advising your patients about prevention. And prevention could mean just avoiding air quality, high air pollution episodes, avoiding noise, but also becoming the voice that is speaking to policymakers. It was just mentioned. It's very important, and I will say, having worked with the Ministry of Environment as well as the Ministry of Health, there is no inclusion of the health voice in policy making for the environment policies in India. After a lot of haggling, it has been thought about now, and there is a committee now to include a health voice in environmental policy making. So I'll just close there and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Excellent talk. In the interest of the time, may I invite the next speaker, and he does not require any introduction, Professor Manchanda. He will talk on the social determinants approach in cardiovascular disease prevention.
Zoom it. Mr. Chairman, friends, well, I'm going to talk about a subject I have no special interest in, but I think this is very important from the preventive point of view. That is social determinants of cardiovascular disease. My work has become quite, can we have it? Yeah. Quite easy because of the two speakers. They have already partially covered my talk. We all know that social determinants are very important markers for health and cardiovascular disease. And WHO has defined as what are these markers? The circumstances in which the patients are born, grow, live, and age. And this, we pay very little attention to that. And there are so many factors in that: economic stability, social support, employment, environment, and so on and so forth. And we know that in India and in many countries, initially the heart disease was in the affluent people. People who were rich, they had this disease. But now the gradient has reversed, and it's the poor people who are getting, because the rich people can adapt themselves. And now the cardiovascular and the total health is determined by so many factors there. The general socio-economic, culture, environmental, then living and working conditions like work, environment, education, and so on. And then social and community network, individual lifestyles, age, sex. The mental determinants really, the social determinants really are the foundation of prevention, because as I will try to show you that if the social determinants are bad, you develop bad sort of health factors like smoking, and then the disease also is much more common. Now, this is the conceptual framework that there are 5 types of factors which affect the health. Economic disturbances are there, then early childhood development, social and community, and neighborhood and health availability. Well, this is a huge topic. There are hundreds of publications in that. So I thought I will just do a review of the reviewer. This is a recent article which came a few months back, in which 70 meta-analyses have been reviewed. And I will just go over, they have studied many things like economic stability, social and early childhood. This is all the data which is available, and we will just go briefly over it. Education has been studied throughout the world, and this has been clearly shown that people who are less educated, they have more heart disease. You can see this is a meta-analysis of 70 meta-analysis, and this is very consistent, including in our country also. I'll talk about a little data, whatever is available in there. So education, low education, especially the health education, and these are people who are also poor. They are all actually connected, these social determinants. Occupation, people who are unemployed have more heart disease. We know that. Even the lower type of profession, for example, the peons and orderlies have much more heart disease as compared to the officers and all. The Whitehall study showed that 6 times more, 5.6 times more heart disease in those people who had low occupations and all. So I think this is not only occupation is important, but also the type. Income, everybody I think has agreed in this. You can see the meta-analysis. Everywhere in the world, if the income is low, and these are again connected because people who are not employed, who are not educated, they are having low income, and that's why they have bad habits also, which will come to lifestyle factors also. Again, whether you take cardiovascular deaths or cardiovascular coronary artery disease, heart failure, all are increased if the income is low. And social health, again the same thing. If the social health is poor, you can see that, and there are so many factors which have been taken into that. The heart disease increase, and if the social network is good, the heart disease is reduced. Ethnicity, again the data is little mixed up, but it has been shown that Indian migrants who were in United Kingdom or other countries, they have much higher disease, and one of the factors was this ethnicity. Early childhood events are very important, and they have been shown that if there are early childhood events which are bad events, childhood abuse is there, childhood neglect is there, and low childhood socio-economic status, they all worsen the disease and all. Neighborhood and environment is very important. You just now heard about the ideal city which should be there. If the neighborhood is not good, if there is a violence, if there are low socioeconomic status, if there are no parks, if there are no walkways available, even if the food availability is low, it has been shown in many Western studies that if there are large supermarkets which have healthy food, the heart disease is much less. So very clearly that neighborhood has a tremendous effect. You just now heard about the pollution also. It is not only the air pollution, indoor pollution, as well as the noise pollution, you heard about it. But I think the worst pollution is the mind pollution, which makes us greedy and we start polluting the atmosphere. This is some of the data, old data from the United States. You can see that the mortality is inversely related to the household income. And this was the data some years back. I think this is true in our country also. As you can see, if the income is more than 70,000, the mortality is reduced markedly 3 times less as compared to people who are not. This is very clearly shown. This is a European data, just going through it. If there is a education inequality, as you can see on the right side, some of these countries in Europe who have education which is less, the mortality is much higher. What about South Asians? Now we are talking about Indians and all. And there are several studies available. This pure study showed that some of the important risk factors are low education, indoor air pollution is there, and occupation. And I will show you that even diabetes and other things are also related to this. And this is Dr. Rajiv Gupta's data that those who have low education, they have higher Framingham score. In other words, there are more risk as compared to the, there are so many other studies also which have shown that the risk factors are present much more in the low socioeconomic status. They don't take the good food, they don't exercise, and they have more metabolic syndromes and all that thing. And this is a old data, 2004 from India. This is the India Human Development Survey, and you can see especially in the young adults and middle age, if the income is less, then the mortality can be increased as much as 4 to 5 times. This is true in the middle age as well as young adult in India also. Old data, but this is I think true. This is in Mumbai. This was 1.5 lakhs subjects who were studied, and you can see that education, if it's less, the mortality is markedly low. So it is true. There are many other studies also showing the similar things, that low education and low economic status, even in India does it. And this is the data from India, acute coronary syndrome. There are 5 studies available, and you can see that if the socioeconomic status, all these factors have been combined, it has markedly increased, especially in the inter-heart study. You can see Bikaner study is the only one which did not show it, but most of the studies do show it. And this is the CREATE registry, and you can again see that poor people have higher mortality. This is very well known because they can't reach to the health facilities, and even if they reach, they cannot afford it. So this is very well known that not only in primary and secondary prevention is important. Now, what are the intervention risk factors which are present. You can see on the extreme right, low education, indoor air pollution, and occupation. Hardly do about it because these are mostly policy decisions and all. And this is how they interact. For example, if you have low education, low income, they interact in such a way that people have less physical activity, they have increased fat intake, they are not sure of what to take. Actually, in some of the slum colonies I work in Delhi, I have seen that the type of fat they use is full of trans fats, and they don't know what it is really. They are overweight now, there's a lot of data, they take alcohol, they're smoking. All these factors then interact, cause diabetes, metabolic syndrome, high cholesterol, and heart disease. So this is a continual change. So as I said, the root of the problem is really the socio-economic status, and if we can change that, and this is a summary which has been given by Dr. Jalan recently, that the social determinants really cause the disease. For example, you have economic stability, instability, neighborhood, and all those factors are there. They cause psychological stress, physical stress, and they have unhealthy lifestyles. They don't eat well, they don't do exercise, and they get anxiety, depression, which can further deteriorate the condition. And therefore, they have higher incidence of hypertension. A lot of data is there. I tried to show you hypercholesterolemia and other metabolic factors which causes cardiovascular disease. So this is the interaction. And what is to be done? Well, as I said, policy matters have to be. We can't really change too much of these policy decisions, socioeconomic status we can't, but at least we can create the health education and all. And I can give you in any way you want. In Gangaram Hospital where I work, all patients who have interventions, whether ACS or even patients with heart failure, we have a cardiac rehabilitation person who teaches them about the heart disease. Not only that, but the relatives also come. And we have found that many of these relatives have changed their health. Not only the relatives, but it goes to several families. For example, if a man gets it, his wife, then if the children are there, their wives and all. So I think it can spread out. If we can give health awareness to our people who are coming to us, even with disease and their relations, I think this can, but otherwise you have to create a infrastructure, as you heard about the cities, etc. Education you have to improve and universal health coverage, etc. Even if the medicines are not available, as you see on the right side, then also patients don't behave well. So just to conclude, because we are running short of time, I will just say that socioeconomic factors are major determinants of cardiovascular. They are the root of, I think, all the diseases. Economic status, illiteracy, lack of social support, environment, healthcare system, all contribute to this. And not only that, these factors can cause the lifestyle imbalances like smoking, etc. And then they can cause hypertension, etc. Improvement in socioeconomic status is the basis for all preventive strategies. As we said, we can do very little, but we can give suggestions to the policy makers. It has to be improved if we want to really check the increasing epidemic of cardiovascular disease. I think all preventive guardians should remember it. Of course, we can do very little, but what can we do till that time? Well, all these socioeconomic status causes stress, which can itself cause harmful effects. And this is what is shown, that stress can cause cardiovascular disease by autonomic nervous system and several neurohormones, and this can cause the disease. And also best ways that you can possibly teach them yoga, which is possible in the low income as well as high income. Several studies have been done. A lot of data is there that psychosocial stress, even in people who have low socioeconomic status, could be reduced. So this is a food for thought for all of you. Till the time the policymakers can change the socioeconomic status, I think we can possibly teach these patients. Thank you very much for your question.
Excellent, excellent talk on these socioeconomic aspects of cardiovascular disease. In the interest of the time, we can move on to the next session, and the organizer will announce.
Thank you very much. Just a memento time. So can I invite the speakers for a memento, please? Dr. Mansi Chopra. Dr. M.K. Das. Prashant Joshi. Dr. M.K. Das, yes. Dr. Prashant Joshi. Dr. Purnima Prabhakaran. And Dr. Manchanda. I also thank the chairs for their contribution. So, mementos for the chair as well. Dr. Sohan Sharma, usko okay, Dr. Sohan Sharma. And Dr. Vijay Bang. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we pass on to the next talk. And yeah. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all for the 5th National Conference CSI Cardiac Prevent, Jaipur. I am the host of this event. I am Dr. Anshula Sen. So now we are moving forward for the session 3, for which the topic is the primary prevention. So let's move further. For this, I would like to call upon the stage our chairpersons, Dr. R.K. Tongia, Dr. Sanjeev Sangvi, Dr. Kapil Bhargav, Dr. Atul Kasliwal, Dr. Vinod Kumar Jain, Dr. Vivek Mathur, the moderator, Dr. Rahul Chaudhary, Dr. Pawan Goyal. Our more chairpersons, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, Dr. C.B. Meena, Dr. Ashok Goyal. Now I would like to invite our chairperson, Dr. C.B. Meena, to start the session with the topic of primary prevention.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And for the first talk, I'll request Dr. Tiny Nair, who will be speaking on trans fatty acid, cardiovascular risk and mitigation. And I think this is one of the major problems, especially in the young and school-going children who consume most of cooked food and fast food. I think it's a very important topic. I'll request Dr. Tiny Nair to start.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. 1957, October 11th, the Journal of Science published a very short article, what you can see there. And that was written by Professor Fred Kummerow and two of his residents. Professor Fred Kumaro is from the Department of Food Technology, University of Illinois. And that paper, that is Professor Kumaro there, for the first time showed that dietary trans fatty acid could lead to ASCVD. Dietary trans fatty acid could lead to ASCVD. That was 1957. Nothing happened for the next 50 years despite Professor Kumaro's trial to see that trans fatty acid is banished from diet. Nothing happened, right? 50 years later, Professor Katz published that beautiful editorial and a series of articles showing that trans fat could be connected to sudden cardiac death. He beautifully showed that how the molecule, the trans fat, could lodge itself on the cellular membrane, on those lipid rafts, and create the nidus for arrhythmia. That is 2002. June 15, 2015, when Professor Kumaro became 100 years old, came the news. Washington Post, FDA bans trans fat from US food supply. By then, Professor Kumaro was 100 years old. So journalists went and interviewed him. Professor Kumaro, what do you think? Because you have been fighting for banning trans fat for the last 60 years. He just said, science won. Science won. 2 years later, at the age of 102, Professor Kumaro died. Now, we all know that saturated fat is bad. Everyone knows here, right? Let's delve a little bit onto the fat. We know that fat that we eat in food has a glycerol spine, and connected to that, we have fatty acid chains. One fatty acid chain is monoglyceride, 2 is diglyceride, 3 is triglyceride, right? So let us take out that fatty acid chain and look at these chains in a little more detail. One, we can have a saturated fat. What does it mean? It means that every carbon atom we see in that fatty acid chain is saturated fully with hydrogen, so that there's no empty space. Every carbon atom is filled with hydrogen, right? In contrast, you have unsaturated fat, where you have, for example, see that, you have a double carbon bond, means that that is not fully filled with hydrogen. Unsaturated fatty acid, right? Now you can also have unsaturated fatty acid with multiple all those unfilled bonds. So if there's a single unfilled bond, it is MUFA, monounsaturated fatty acid. And if you have multiple bonds, you have PUFA, or polyunsaturated fatty acid. So saturated fat, monounsaturated, polyunsaturated, right? Now let's go a step beyond. If you look at PUFA, for example, on the head end, you have a methyl molecule, CH3. In biochemistry, we call that methyl group as omega, the head end, right? The head end is the omega. And if you look at the tail end, COOH acid, right? Carboxylase group. So any fatty acid has an omega on front and a carboxyl on the tail. Now, look at that first double bond. Look at that first double bond. So look at that first double bond and count as to how many carbons are there before the first double bond. You have 3 carbons here, 1, 2, 3. So this is omega 3. Simple. So first carbon bond, double bond. Look at how many carbons are there from the head end, and you have omega 3. For example, let's try it out. You have this one. You have what? Before the first double bond, you have 9 carbons there. This is omega 9. So omega 3, omega 6, omega 9 is the number of carbons before a double carbon bond from the head end of the methyl end of the omega end, right? Now, let's say we are taking, that's a saturated fatty acid, and that we have already seen is an unsaturated fatty acid, right? If you see saturated fat, it's like straight line, right? So you club 3 of them. They're solid. Very little intramolecular space there, very solid. And that's why saturated fat, flat, looks like butter. They're solid in room temperature because they stack very well right? And because they stack very well, because their molecular structure is straight line, they also easily penetrate through the endothelium. In contrast, the unsaturated fatty acid, look at that, they are bent, right? In the middle, they are bent. So they don't stack up well. And that's why they're liquid at room temperature. They're oils. Okay, simple. Polyunsaturated, all are oils. Saturated is solid butter. And then, because the molecule is bent, they don't really very easily penetrate the endothelium and set up the process of atherosclerosis, right? So, unsaturated fat is good, right? What is the problem? Problem is that PUFA has less taste, less texture on your food, and a shorter shelf life, which obviously you may like it, I may like it, but industry didn't like. So what the industry did was take unsaturated fat, partially hydrogenate it, partially, if you fully hydrogenate it becomes saturated fat, right? Partially hydrogenate it and you get trans fat. Dalda, margarine, that is trans fat. So what happens in the molecule is this. When you look at any naturally occurring unsaturated fatty acid, there's a monounsaturated, for example, you see the hydrogen molecules, atoms are on the same side of the carbon, right? The carbon atoms, you have the hydrogen on the same side. So this is cis. Any naturally occurring unsaturated fat is cis. In contrast, when industry put partial hydrogen inside an unsaturated fat, creating trans fat, what you get is the hydrogen on one side on one and the other side on the other. And that is trans. That is trans fat. Now the point is, like the cis fat is, you can see there's a bend, does not easily penetrate the endothelium. In trans, artificially we have straightened it, quickly penetrates the endothelium and sets up atherosclerosis. That's why trans fat is so bad. Now, the good things about trans fat is tasty. Trans fat is nice, gives your product a very nice texture. The long shelf life, economical. So obviously more profit, and industry likes it. Right, now let us get into the science. For example, if you look at multiple studies, there's an animal study which shows that intake of trans fatty acid given to an animal model very clearly increases atherosclerosis. Fine. But we are not showing you that. There is a mouse model showing that increase in atherosclerosis and feeding the model with excess of trans fat. But look at that. If you look at the inflammatory markers there, TNF alpha, interleukin beta, look at that. The trans fat group has maximum inflammatory markers, right? Not just in the plasma. Look at the bottom slide, aorta in the tissue. Same thing, right? You have highest amount in trans fat. So trans fat-fed animal not just have excess of atherosclerosis, they have increased markers of inflammation. And of course, this is the classical article that came in NEJM 5 years back, which very clearly showed that if you take all the published clinical data, studies connecting CHD, we have a hazard ratio of trans fat of 1.29, right? A lot of people would say, okay, I understand trans fat is bad, but these are junk food. I don't eat junk food. Right, I don't eat junk food. Understand, not just is junk food, you also have a lot of trans fat in chocolates. Oh, I don't eat chocolates. Ice cream, I don't eat ice cream. Cake, I avoid cake. Right, but do you understand that your cereals that you eat, many of them contain trans fat? Do you understand that the bread that you eat daily morning in your breakfast might have a high amount of trans fat? In fact, why we are talking about trans fat here is because unlike US, if you look at the trans fat market, 40% of the global trans fat is consumed by us, Asia Pacific region, right? So if you look at the Indian scenario, for example, you look at that. Look at dalda, for example, 9.5% of trans fat. Look at rat or look at gagan, 15% trans fat. Look at things like rag or pangat, they have 25% trans fat. Right, huge amount in the cooking mediums. And if you have noted that straight dotted red line, that the Denmark's limit of 2% of trans fat. Denmark's limit is 2%. We have what? 9, 15, 25. Huge. So the last part of the talk would be, what can we do about it? Yes, avoid taking trans fat. But what can industry do? And that brings us to the new concept of what we call as fat modification. Can you create fat That would be tasty, crunchy, exactly like trans fat, but safer. You can do that by enzymatic interesterification or oleogelation, multiple processes, but we'll not spend time on that. Interesterified fats are a new thing. What you basically do is you try, for example, that is OOO, which means you have 3 oleic acids connected together. You replace them by stearic S, and you get a fat called SOS. In fact, most of the chocolates now use SOS instead of the cocoa butter, right? So you have something like SOS looks like this. You have one saturate on top, one saturate on bottom, and mono and unsaturated fat in the center, and it looks like SOS fat. They're all interesterified fat market is growing significantly over the years. So that is new. These new things are coming in. It might be in the future where interesterified fats, which are safer than trans fat, but has the same, gives your food, the same texture kind of stuff and all that and all that. We end up with a helpful tip, which is not for just patients or a lecture, but good for all of us. What is that? Next time you take a packaged food, do turn the packet and look at what the nutrition facts is written, right? Look at that very, very carefully. Trans fat 0. So accept it. If trans fat 0, it is healthy, right? Wrong, absolutely wrong. Because when you read a label of trans fat of 0, understand that the label says amount per serving. And by government regulation, internationally, government regulation, if the trans fat is less than 0.5 grams per amount or per serving, it is considered 0. So if a trans fat is less than 0.5 grams or just at 0.5 grams per serving, I decide, right? It becomes 0. You can label it at 0. So what do you do? What do you do? Look at the bottom part. Don't miss that out. So if the bottom part says that it is used partially hydrogenated vegetable oil, okay, you know that it has trans fat, right? So read the label fully before you say, oh, trans fat 0, I accept it, this is good. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nair. And we invite Dr. Pancholia from Indore. He is a consultant cardiologist. And he'll be talking on salt intake thresholds debate. Again, a very important topic as far as food is concerned.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for assigning me this important but controversial topic, that is salt intake threshold debate, ultra low versus low sodium. Sodium intake is a major determinant of blood pressure. A reduction on dietary sodium consumption reduces the blood pressure in both individuals and population. It is dose dependent, detected in both sexes, starts in children, and becomes greater as well as we grow older, and increases as the baseline blood pressure increases. Excess salt intake is viewed as a major contributor to hypertension and cardiovascular disease, and both sugar and salt are considered to be the notorious white killers. WHO recommendation for the salt intake is less than 5 grams per day, but the salt intake is higher across the world. As you can see here, the average global consumption is 10.2, and it is much more in my city, which is considered to be the Namkeen city of India, that is Indore. And that's how the WHO has come out with this recent release on 9th of March 2023. Massive efforts are needed to reduce the salt intake to protect lives. And this is the basic mechanism. The more oxidative stress, more inflammation, more vascular cardiac resistance, leading to elevated blood pressure and ultimately endothelial dysfunction and CVD. Harm due to, what are the clinical trials which are showing the harm due to increased sodium consumption? We had in 1988 the InterSalt study, which clearly showed a linear relationship between systolic blood pressure and urinary sodium excretion, which is equivalent to the salt intake. In 1992, we had some European studies which clearly showed the possible direct effect of salt intake and stroke death. In 2002, we had meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials clearly showing increased CHD death, CV death, and all-cause death because of high salt consumption. In 2010, the global sodium consumption estimated to around 3.95 gram per day, and globally 1.65 million annual cardiovascular deaths are attributable to sodium intake more than 2 grams per day. These deaths are accounted for nearly 10% of the cardiovascular death, and 85% of these deaths are occurred in low and middle income countries. 1 gram lowering salt intake reduces the CHD and stroke by 4.8%. In 2015, we had this Brazilian study which also showed a 24 hours urinary excretion very well correlates with the sodium consumption and systolic and diastolic blood pressure. And then came the pure study 2018. Sodium intake was associated with cardiovascular disease and strokes only in the communities where the mean intake was greater than 5 grams per day. What are the clinical trials showing the benefit of decreasing the sodium intake? And we had this landmark trial in 1997, the DASH sodium trial, which clearly showed the reduction in salt intake by 2,400 milligram or even less than that, that is 1,500 milligram, clearly showed a substantial reduction in systolic blood pressure. And then we had 3 important studies, the TONE trial in 2001, Taiwan veteran trial in 2006, and TOP trial in 2007, which clearly showed that reduction in the sodium intake, clearly showed the reduction in CV death by around 21 to 41% in different trials. Then in 2011, we had the EPO study, which clearly showed a reduction in the mortality, total mortality, non-cardiovascular mortality, and cardiovascular mortality, reduced by reduction in the salt consumption, also the reduction in the cardiovascular events. And then in 2013, BMJ published the data from the 37 randomized controlled trials, a meta-analysis, which showed a reduction in the sodium intake reduces the blood pressure, risk of stroke, as well as the fatal coronary artery disease in adults. And in 2015, another meta-analysis came, which conclude that not only hypertensive, but also in normotensive patient, reduction in the salt intake reduces the CV events. Then in February 2020, in the BMJ, another meta-analysis came up from 133 studies of more than 12,000 patients, showed a reduction in systolic blood pressure by 4.2 millimeter and diastolic by 2.0 millimeter. Another meta-analysis showing the similar effects. Then this is the meta-analysis of the experimental study which came in the April 2021 in Circulation, and which also identified a clear relation between the reduction in sodium intake and reduction in systolic blood pressure across the entire population. And these are the global group, that what is called the WASH, that is World Action on Salt, Sugar and Health, is a global group with the mission to improve this healthy population throughout the world by reducing the salt in the processed food and salt and sugar during the cooking. And we showed a successful effect in Finland, also in the Britain, and also in the Japan. And therefore, the leading healthcare organization clearly showed sodium intake must be reduced. And I have shown all the trials, all the evidences which clearly support the salt reduction become a public health target. And that's why in 2017, ACHHA recommendation came to this class 1 level A recommendation with the dose reduction in the salt by less than 1,500 milligram, or even less than that, that is 1,000 milligram per day, that is what is called ultra low sodium. Now the debate starts here with the article published which in 2011 by Lawton, and that actually challenging the ultra low sodium intake less than 1.5 grams and showing the J-shaped relationship with the very low levels of sodium intake. And that curve clearly showed that less salt, more effect, more harm, and more salt, more harm. These are the articles published in 2004 in New England Journal of Medicine. Basically showed that less than 3 grams or more than 5 grams are harmful, while 3 to 5 grams are beneficial. And then came the meta-analysis of 23 trials, which showed that low and the excess sodium intake in the diet are associated with increased mortality. Then the CRIC study in 2016 also showed the similar effect, J effect, with the more events with CV events, more CV events, CHF and MI and stroke. And then the pure international study, which came in 2021, that is a prospective urban-rural epidemiology study, which also showed that if sodium excretion, which is equivalent to the sodium intake, more than 7 grams per day, leading to more increased risk of primary composite endpoint and death, and consumption less than 3 grams per day also showed the increased risk of primary composite endpoint and death from any cause. And J effect has been observed the risk of death and cardiovascular events, also in the risk of death from any cause, and also from the risk from major cardiovascular events, suggesting that the range of sodium intake between 2.3 and 4.6 grams per day is more likely to be optimal, and too low is harmful, too high is harmful. And other observational trials also showed the similar J effect, and it does increase risk of mortality and cardiovascular events when the consumption less than 3 grams or more than 6 grams. These J effect findings have caused a substantial controversy, casting the doubt on the current public health issue, and in European Heart Journal editorial clearly showed that there is no definitive evidence or any study showing a clear reduction in the clinical outcome from reducing sodium intake to the ultra low levels. Now, why J or U effect? And this is the article which showed that errors in estimating the usual sodium intake by the Kawasaki formula after its relationship with the mortality, and that conclude that these cohort studies have, what they showed the J effect, they have shown several methodological problems, including the reverse causality and inequitable and biased estimation of the salt intake, for example, from a single spots urine sample with the formulas. These formulas used to estimate the salt intake from a spot urine sodium cause a spurious J effect. And this is the article which clearly showed the sodium estimated by the single fasting morning sample is unreliable and biased. Sodium study not comparable with the overall study, there is selection bias, and lower sodium excretion group less than 3 grams or more than 7.5 grams unable to discriminate a low sodium intake. And therefore, it alters the relationship between the salt and the CVD, and thus showing the linear, changing from the linear impact to the J effect. And this another article which showed they initially must think everyone, they really must think that everyone is really stupid. Why ultra low sodium increases the cardiovascular risk? Because of the RAS activation and other issues. Now the rebuttal has come from the J effect group, and that came in 2020 in the European Heart Journal, salt and the cardiovascular disease, insufficient evidence to recommend the low sodium intake. The majority of the world consumes, what they conclude here, the majority of the world consumes 2.3 to 4.6 grams of sodium, with a fewer than 5 to 10% consuming less than 2.3 grams per day. And so there is a limited human experience on the long-term association of a very low sodium intake with the health outcomes. A specific sodium intake target of less than 2.3 grams per day cannot be implemented at an individual level, as there is no feasible valid method for estimating sodium intake in individuals. Estimating population level means intake is feasible with a validated formula derived from estimates with a single urine samples when using the appropriately Kawasaki formula with the fasting morning sample. And then the Pure International study, again in September 2021, what they conclude that the high risk of CV risk and death is seen only in the individuals with the hypertension. Those who are hypertensive, then you see the benefit here, consuming more than 6 grams per day. While increase in the risk of cardiovascular risk and the death is also seen in the low sodium intake irrespective of the hypertension status. A very small proportion of the worldwide population consumes a low sodium diet. Sodium intake not related to BP in these people. Lower sodium best targeted at these individuals with hypertension who also consuming high sodium. So in hypertensive patient, it is definitely beneficial, but in normotensive or healthy population, it is not so beneficial when you consume very low salt. And evidenced by these discrepancies, the optimal threshold for the population sodium intake is not clearly established. And so finally, until new data emerge from the large clinical trials, the optimal sodium intake should be in the range of between 3 to 5 grams per day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pancholia. I think you are giving us a signal that we can go to the Sarafa in the evenings in Indore and enjoy this.
I welcome all of you to visit Indore. That is the cleanest city of India, number one, so no air pollution. And second, a lot of namkeen is there. So now the study showed that you can consume more than 3 grams. So 3 to 5 grams, so they will provide 3 to 5 grams in Sarafa and Chappan Dukan.
Thank you very much for your talk.
Thank
I'll invite the next speaker, Professor Mohit Gupta, who will be talking on yoga and traditional Indian practices in primary and secondary prevention. Dr. Rajneesh Joshi could not make it today. He'll probably be here tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. Let me share my stint with meditation. I've been doing it for almost 40 years, but I never used to believe it until unless 20 years back. So yoga and meditation is not just about knowledge. We all have knowledge about and evidence about the science that we are aware. But it's more about the patience, motivation, and attitude which most of us lack when implementing it in our life. So I'll tell you before I load you with evidence that what was the day that changed my life forever. I was a cardiologist, of course, no doubt. I was practicing aggressively my intervention cardiology, and 20th March 2003, I came back home very tired in the evening. My mother is a gynecologist. She offered me meals. I didn't accept it. At 7:30, she offered me an ice cream. I took it gladly and collapsed on my floor of my house, throwing massive seizures. Uncontrollable. I was lifted immediately to my hospital. My professors of cardiology, neurology, they shifted me to the ICU, resuscitated me. Whole night they were working on me. Ultimately, I got conscious next day just to see that I had a large mass in my brain, which was multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, resistant to 18 drugs, sensitive only to 1, and that was a mycocin. How would you believe that a person who is talking to you does not have his right side of the brain? What would be your feelings if you know that the person who is talking to you has lost his 80% of the hearing and still using devices? What would be your reaction if you know that I have 6 screws drilled in my spine, I have difficulty in standing, and today still I am working aggressively? This is the power of yoga and meditation. My dear friends, that day I started changing my life, and this was ultimately ending up in surgery on 20th June 2005. This left me in shudders because it was like an end of a cardiology for a young cardiologist. And ultimately, after 6 months of surgery, I saw another lesion appeared in my brain, which was not operable, and surgeons had given up. This was January 2006, 3rd January. That is the time I started taking up to meditation seriously. And from 4th January 2006, every day, 3 a.m. in the morning, I practiced Raj Yoga meditation, believing in it, using it for my mind, completely transforming my lifestyle. I didn't get any scans. I was taking all the medicines against all odds. Imagine a scientific person taking up to high-powered spirituality just to see that next year, April 2007, this lesion disappeared out of my brain. My dear friends, this is the magic that I'm going to unwind. Why do we need it? We know growing burden, high mortality, unmet needs. We are continuously performing. But let me tell you, we guys are not doing a better job than what a washerman is doing. We are just cleaning up the floors. We are not taking up to switching off the tap, which will control the disease, and old ways are not going to open the new doors. This is where the role of yoga and meditation comes. Asanas, pranayams, meditation and kriyas, whatever floats your boat. It's a psychosomatic, spiritual, and also I would like to add a scientific discipline for union and harmony between mind, body, and medicine. Loads of mechanisms have been loaded over, my dear friends, but yoga is having a very powerful vagal stimulation, and it also is decreasing the perceived stress, increasing the heart rate variability, decreasing the inflammation, decreasing the oxidative stress, and you know when the stress and oxidation is decreasing, endothelial function is improving, what magic is happening to our body. Initial evidence, fantastic evidence comes from the lifestyle exercise study published by Dean Ornish. We have Dr. Manchanda sitting here, fantastic study published by him in 2000, retardation of coronary atherosclerosis. We have studies by Duraimani which showed transcendental meditation in 48 patients, hypertension 16 weeks, both decrease in significant hypertension and improve in telomerase gene expression. We have Schneider's experiment in 2012 showing 48% decrease in death, heart rate, and stroke by a meditation program. So great evidence, and one of these studies, the Mount Abu Open Heart Trial, a randomized trial in which 123 angiographic proven patients were given a good lifestyle, all showing significant effect. Definitely these studies were with limitations, no doubt. A meta-analysis of yoga and meditation published in JAHA, it showed what was the limitation. The blood pressure reduction was not systematic, not very well documented, and what were the major challenges was the non-randomized designs of the previous studies. There was no proper blinding. There was no proper long-term follow-up, high dropout rates, and there was no systemic follow and pattern of yoga. That is why the Ayush Ministry was integrated, and now we have the era of systematic studies that I'm going to present in front of you. The first one was a meta-analysis that was published of the role of yoga and meditation in blood pressure reduction. It cautiously concludes in a systematic analysis of 13 patients that yes, blood pressure is decreased by meditation and yoga, but due to differences in BP and participants' age, the results can be different. Another study, yoga as an anti-hypertensive lifestyle study, again concluded that yoga is a fantastic option for an anti-hypertensive lifestyle, and it has great BP reducing results. Another study that was published from India in 2021, a yoga intervention in management of hypertension, that showed, look at this, fantastic reduction in perceived stress score, objective parameter, and also both systolic and diastolic blood pressure. So no doubt, small studies are now aggregating, though they are lacking a systematic design, and today yoga is a good preventive tool for cardiovascular diseases, as shown by one of the recent studies published in 2020-22. It again concluded that 30-day practice of yoga will lead to reasonable decrease in LDL and total cholesterol and high increase in HDL cholesterol along with decreased perceived stress. So primary prevention role of yoga is emerging. It's only our belief and lack of attitude and poor design of studies that we are still lacking in systematic and terrific results. Secondary prevention. Load of studies. Some of them are phenomenal. Look at these studies by Raghuram, by Yadav, by Tillins, all including all subset of patients, post-CABG, stable CADs, acute coronary syndrome. But one study that has made a lot of impact is published in JAG by Dr. Prabhakaran. Terrific study. I would like to make a note of it. The smaller studies have individual results showing decrease in heart rate, better systolic and diastolic blood pressure, and other great results. But what made a real impact, a very systematically conducted study, was a yoga care trial, a randomized trial. Almost 4,000 patients, almost 24 centers across the country, almost 2 years of follow-up, a very systematic yoga care program, 13 direct contact sessions, and we are now replicating this particular in our genomic studies, and also we are using artificial intelligence to reverse the aging of these patients of heart attack using this particular design. So what were the results? No doubt, most of us will complete by primary outcome mein farak nahi pada. No. We must understand this was not powered to have a great primary outcome, but the secondary outcome was very good. The self-perceived score, related health, was significantly increased in patients, and also return to pre-infarct activities also improved significantly. This was very well appreciated design and probably one of the most powerful designs we have had in recent times. A meta-analysis consequently published took up almost again 40 studies and 11 randomized trials out of them, and it shows that yogic interventions in patients with proven coronary artery disease have great results in systolic and diastolic blood pressures. So yoga is definitely there to stay. Let me take up to meditation where we have worked. Can yoga also create our conscious futures? Can we control our DNA? Do you have the power to switch on and switch off your genes by the science of epigenetics, or you are only having a fixed DNA makeup? Today, the newer science of epigenetics and meditation is showing that how the choices that you are making are completely reprogramming and reorganizing your DNA. We can control our DNA inside out. Inspired by the initial studies by Dr. Dean Ornish, we started experimenting in our own hospital using Raj Yoga meditation. We already knew that yoga is having great expression and is switching off almost 500 cancer-causing genes when practiced as short as only for a week. And this was really exciting. This was really enthusiastic. And what we did in our hospital is, I was really always flabbergasted that 25% of my population of heart attack is between 18 to 35 years. No diabetes, no hypertension, no risk factors, no family history, no other actually detectable cause. Why are they having heart attacks? And we really need to examine them. And that is where we collected a group of 150 patients of young heart attack between 18 to 35 years, and we started measuring their perceived stress objectively, and we started measuring their genetic length or the telomere length. What were the results? The results will really blow you apart. Though the telomere length is influenced by multiple factors, we try to limit as much as possible. You would be surprised to hear that these people were physically aged between 18 to 35 years, but genetically, they were of the age of 60 to 95 years old gentlemen. Their telomere length was completely destroyed. Why this was happening? This was amazing for us. When we further examined, you would be surprised that 98% of them had highest level of psychosocial stress. Inter-heart study, we all know about that. 52,000 patients, highest attributable risk, third number was of psychosocial stress. I said, koi baat nahi yaar, tanav hota bhi hai to kya hai, wo to sabko hota hai stress. I further examined and we delved deeper into it. You would be surprised at what we saw, that those people who had lack of purpose, stress, lack of happiness in their life, their telomerase gene was destroyed, their telomere length was significantly shorter. We were repairing our arteries, we never thought to repair and stent our telomeres, my dear friend. That is the time we realized that those people who are practicing meditation, who are having happiness, gratitude, purpose in their life, they are the people whose telomerase enzyme increases and their telomere length increases. This is the depiction of the ancient yoga of India. The good news is this is reversible. Whatever age you want to start, you can reverse your aging, and that is what we are doing today in our cardiac patients and even patients of primary prevention. We are using Raj Yoga meditation and artificial intelligence to detect the changes in ECG by AI, and successfully we have reversed these changes by simple sessions of meditation. So my message is yoga and meditation are complementing, and we have the power to regulate our telomere length. They are actually, in fact, the best way to rewrite the nature's blueprint. My dear friend, last 2 decades have been the decades of PCI and structural heart disease. Let me tell you, future is going to be a balance of yoga, meditation, and PCI. If we want to defeat this giant of CVD, PCI alone cannot work, yoga also alone cannot work. Both have to work in harmony with each other, and both have to work with, what is called wisdom. Why? Because a fool with a tool is still a fool. We must understand, we all have to use these modalities judiciously so that we can give a very comprehensive care, not just talk about these things, but also heal them. As a doctor, our job is not just to treat, but to heal our patients also. So my dear friends, my last line and last message to you is, today is going to be the first day of rest of your life. As cardiologists, it is not our duty, it's also our responsibility to integrate our intervention care with yoga and meditation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohit, for that brilliant lecture. Thank you very much. So we end the session now. Just before we have a presidential oration, there is the keynote speech by Dr. Vijay Bang in the next session. So over to you.
I would like to invite all the dignitaries over the stage to felicitate our speakers and the chairpersons. I would like to invite on the stage Dr. Gaurav Singhal to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Tiny Nair. Can we have a huge round of applause? Next, I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Dinesh Gautam to felicitate our speaker, Dr. A.K. Pancholia. Dr. Sunil Sharma to felicitate Dr. A.K. Pancholia. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Pradeep Meena to felicitate Dr. Mohit Gupta. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Gupta to felicitate Dr. R.K. Tongia, our chairperson. Now I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Gaurav Singhal to felicitate Dr. C.B. Meena. Next, I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Pradeep Meena to felicitate Dr. Atul Kasliwal. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sarita to felicitate Dr. Ashok Goyal. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sunil Sharma to felicitate Dr. Pawan Goyal. Next, I would like to invite on the stage Dr. S.M. Sharma to felicitate Dr. R.K. Tongia. Now, let's proceed for the keynote address by Dr. Vijay Bang. I would like to call upon the stage our chairpersons, Dr. Prakash Didwania, Dr. Neil Polter, Dr. P.C. Menoria, Dr. S.K. Kaushik, and Dr. M.K. Das. The topic is the premature CAD epidemic in India by Dr. Vijay Bang. For this, I would like to call upon the stage our chairpersons. I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Claire. Dr. T.S. Claire, sir. Over to the chairperson.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to start the session with Dr. Bang, our president, to handle the topic which is very close to my heart and to most of us. It's premature coronary artery disease in Indians. It's a major problem and it's a tsunami that is coming right along. So I think Vijay is going to cover and tell us about what it is and what we can do about it. Vijay?
Yeah. Good morning, Chairperson and ladies and gentlemen. As we know that premature coronary artery disease, definition, age less than 55 in men and age less than 60 in women. But there is another definition, age less than 45 in men and less than 55 in women. So both these definitions are circulating in the arena. Now, most important thing, this data is obtained from Institute of Health Metrics from Washington. And these are the latest data, which says that the population of South Asian, we know that in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, 24%. And the death due to CVD, a coronary artery disease, in less than age 50 years is 38%. whereas in Indian, the death is 30% less than 50 years. When you compare with the world population, less than 50 years is 8.4%. Another country in Asia, China, 14%, whereas America only 2.4%. So it clearly depicts that in India, premature CAD is indeed an epidemic. So when comparing with the men versus women, we again see a very remarkable finding that in women, the death due to CAD is 31% in Indian women, more than the men in age less than 50. This is something very astonishing data for the first time, and this data is yet to publish. As against, in the world less than 50 years, it is 9% in the men and only 4.15% in the women. So Indian women seems to be at a very, very high risk of CAD. So what is so clear about this malignant coronary artery disease less than 50 years in patient? Why it is called as malignant? Because there are no noticeable risk factor in this patient, the standard risk factor that we talk of. So the disease is very diffuse, it's very rapidly progressive, and leads to a lot of mortality. This is a headline in New York Times in 2019. Why do South Asians have such a high rate of heart disease? There's a study called as Biobank study done in UK. 500,000 population followed over a period of 11 years. And in that, there are South Asians. And South Asian, the mortality is almost double than the European or Caucasian, whatever you want to say. So why is the cause? So there is a data pooled cohort equation that is practiced in America. And then there is a QRISK-3, another data evaluation system in UK. And both have suggested, but surprisingly, standard risk factors are missing, despite having a malignant coronary artery disease. So let us discuss what are the risk factors which normally say, which leads to coronary artery disease. We know that cholesterol is almost 50% of the patient have this cholesterol problem of CAD, and high BP, tobacco. In India, physical inactivity seems to be a very important cause because Indians work with their brain more than the body. And another is high triglyceride. High triglyceride is because of the carbohydrate diet perhaps, which activates the CETP pathway and leads to this. And notice that non-modifiable risk factor, lipoprotein A, it was the last, but now soon it will be a modifiable risk factor. As we know, as I go forward, I will cover that how it becomes modifiable. So what are the other risk factors which are not modifiable? In South Asian ethnicity, per se, is a big risk factor. Age, gender, the familial hypercholesterolemia, no doubt, homozygous, heterozygous, both lead to, and polygenic scores. These are the various important risk factors, but modifiable risk factor, but please note, air pollution. In South Asia, air pollution is above smoking. Low education, low socioeconomic status per se, and low education per se is figuring in a big way as one of the most important risk factors for CAD. We know that LPA, the LP small a or little a, first time the epidemiological study revealed that 25% of the population, especially in India, CADI studies showed that have high LPA. Similarly, there was NHLB, National Health, also reported from America that 25% is the incidence of high LPA in Indians. So this is a very important aspect that both these studies have particularly recommended, and we know that now ACC, AHA both have implemented LPA as an independent risk factor for CAD, and we need to manage. Currently, we have no drug to modulate it. So what age should we do LPA? It can be done at any age as early as possible, because LPA is damaged at the time of inception itself by forming a fatty string. So if you go to see the relative risk of diabetes, we can see all this diabetes risk is adjusted to all other parameters properly, scientifically. And it shows that diabetes in Asian Indians especially is 3 times more compared to all other parts of the world. So LPA and diabetes. It's not only diabetes. Pre-diabetes per se has similar impact as diabetes as a risk factor for CAD. So if you go to see, it is LPA which is 3 times more than the diabetes. LPA in the world population is 3 times more than the diabetes, an independent risk factor, but at the moment we don't have any major drug to directly target LPA, though we have certain drugs which work in a way to reduce LPA in small way. Which LPA is more problematic? Isoform small, which is more atherogenic. And what it causes? It causes increase in thrombosis, aggressive coronary artery disease, and aortic stenosis. There's a very important fact that years ago, LDL 160, more than 160 was considered as normal. But over a period of time, now LDL is 70, less than 70 is considered as normal or should be desirable. But now data is coming that LDL even should be 27 to 50 is ideal for prevention of CAD. So this is how it has become apparent that LDL has to be lower, less than 70, to prevent CAD. And Braunwald, our famous textbook author, has suggested that if you maintain your LDL level of 70 from the age of 20 till 100 years, you will not develop coronary artery disease, or you will not die of coronary artery disease. It has been identified that those who have low LDL and those who have high LDL, if the LDL is 160, the chance of developing coronary artery calcification is 4 times more than that of LDL of 70. That is how it has become very important that we maintain our LDL, even for primary prevention, that we maintain the LDL, the lower, the better. This is a very important aspect, and we know that to assess the risk of ASCVD, at the moment, the best factor is calcium score. It correlates better than any other factor. What it suggests that if LPA level, if the LDL level is higher, and it can lead to a sudden cardiac death, especially calcium score of 1,000, sorry, not LPA, a calcium score of more than 1,000 has 5 times more chance of sudden cardiac death. So this is very important. Furthermore, there's a correlation between LPA and calcium score. If you have a LPA which is high and calcium score more than 100, again you have chance of having sudden cardiac death 5 times more. We know that to prevent ASCVD, we have several factors that we can take into consideration. And we often use statin and secondary primary prevention. But we have to target LPA and LDL together. So there are newer drug, newer promise, and I think it is available in India, inclisiran as Leqvio. It's like a vaccine. Once given, 6 months it can maintain your LDL level to 55 and below. So you have to repeat another dose of 284 milligram after 6 months, subcut. Now LPA, this is a very important revelation that LPA will be, now there are 2 drugs which are transformational and will ultimately become foundational therapy for LPA reduction, and stage 3 trials are going on of pelacarsen and olpasiran. And phase 3 trial, the pelacarsen is used in the dose of 80 milligram once a month in Horizon trial, and olpasiran in 75 milligram once in 3 months. And these bring down LPA significantly lower, or almost 95% lower than the original level, basic level of LPA. So it is going to be one of the very important transformational therapy in treatment of LPA, and it will be boon for reducing premature CAD, hopefully. Homozygous hypercholesterolemia. This is one of the major things that, but we have now evenocumab, which is coming up, and it can reduce particularly after the age of 12 years, not less than 12 years. After the age of 12 years, we can use this drug, and it can prevent extremely well, control the LDL level extremely well. Of course, now Heart-1 study going on in New Zealand, which has suggested that if we edit gene editing, coming out as a promise, and one case is already declared that it is excellent, one done, and it is done forever. So this is a very important aspect. So friends, thank you very much, but important thing that I would like to say, that premature coronary artery disease, we have to, the battle is still on, and we have to fight even stronger than what we can do for patient otherwise, which is a standard form. So many people say that premature coronary artery disease as type 1. Type 2 is a standard that occurs with various standard risk factor between the age of 60 to 70, 75, or more than 75. But in between the two, there is some other disease, but that is related again to high LPA level with some risk factors. But there is a controversy about the LPA level, what level it should be called as abnormal. Some say it is 30, some say it is 50, but now there is an outcome study going on, especially targeting LPA more than 70. And that outcome study will decide actually what level of LPA to end this controversy, particularly going on the level of LPA. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bang. You covered very important topic of premature CAD and highlighted not only the epidemiology, but also the possible interventions presently and what's coming down in the future, particularly with Lp(a), because now we have 4 drugs that are going to be able to reduce Lp(a) by as much as 80 to 90%. And I think the future is bright, but I want to highlight the importance that Lp(a), whatever it might be, is still at the present time, we are in the midst of a tsunami of diabetes. And that's something we can attack currently with very good drugs. We'll talk about that later on. But I'd like to invite our panelists here to make 1 or 2 minute comment, and as well as if anybody from the audience has any question or comment, we welcome that. Dr. Manoria.
I think prevention of coronary artery disease is becoming a reality, but is not being practiced. We know arrest of progression of atherosclerosis occurs when LDL is lowered to 70, regression of atherosclerosis occurs when LDL is lowered to 50. So if on a population based we lower at least LDL to less than 70, arrest of progression will occur and the incidence of myocardial infarction will be minimized. If you lower it to less than 50, which is indeed now possible, this would produce great advantage. So that is a thing which we must do.
I think that's a very important point, because in the past we used to be cautious about lowering LDL below 50, but we have shown in the Fourier trial that lowering LDL down to 20 had no consequence in 27,000 patients where we had various levels of LDL. So I don't think that's a concern anymore, and we should clearly go down to as low as we can, particularly in high-risk people, because American Society of Endocrinology has recommended that particularly in diabetics, especially those who have had an event, we should lower LDL below 50, 55.
At one time there was a connotation that diabetes is equivalent to CAD. But that connotation in the late studies, late research has found that that is not going to be so. So let's see how controversy figures out.
Well, I think that study or that connotation was criticized, but let's not forget, it doesn't matter. Those are semantic issue. The question is how much risk there is, and there is no doubt in anyone's mind that whether you call it CAD risk equivalent or not, the diabetic patients are at the highest risk of having subsequent coronary event after they have had an MI or something, and as well as for the primary event, those who have not had an event. Okay?
I've got few comments to make actually. We have got enough informations, knowledge about the efficacy trials and outcome trials and all. But very interestingly, in almost all diseases related to the heart, the knowledge has not been translated into implementation. So there is a huge gap between the information gathered and the implementation. Now, why this knowledge is important? Because in one just released studies, I think 2 months back, it was published in JAC Asia, that 3 countries which are said to be the most developed economically, one is the United States, second is the Sweden, third is the Japan. Now, in some of the diseases, especially in heart failure, though the initiation of the diseases in terms of controlling the various facets of heart failure were done in 60 to 70% of cases, but when the follow-up was made, the result did not get translated into even 30%. So it was less than 30%. Same is the story which has been published, I think 2 days back or 1 day back. It was given even with the hypertension. Now, why this is again important? Because LPA is definitely important novel risk factor, though it is not novel, but it is still being termed as novel. But this LDL is important, but what is not taken into account that it is the lifestyle measures which can take care of LPA, LDL, obesity, hypertension, diabetes, everything. And if that lifestyle measures is started early, definitely all the risk factors can be taken up, and ultimately the reduction in the overall rate of the disease developing risk factors and the disease will be reduced, and ultimately the real disease or secondary prevention and tertiary prevention also will be made possible. So what we'll have to do, we'll have to focus again on prevention, prevention, and prevention.
Dr. Gupta.
It was a wonderful oration, enjoyed it. I'm Sanjeev Gupta from New York. What I've been wondering about is the specificity for LPA for the coronary vessels as opposed to other organs. Why might you think that there is only a coronary phenotype for lipoprotein A and not any occlusive phenotype for any other organ? So what might be the reason for heart specificity, not the brain, not the liver, not the kidney, not elsewhere? Why are occlusive events only in the heart?
Very important aspect that you have raised here. And what is idea, how it is important that if you see LPA is high in black, but they are not affected by coronary arteries. So ethnicity does have some role to play in LPA. That is one thing that one can figure out. And South Asian ethnicity gets maximally affected. It looks like that, especially in premature CA. That is one reason. Second, the level of LPA that we are talking, it's not, so far there is a controversy what level should be labeled as a level which will lead to CAD, premature CAD. So that is also a controversial area, but there is an outcome study, as I said during the talk, that outcome study going on in which LPA more than 70 they are going to study over a period of long time, many years, and that study result may be expected in few years, next few years. Maybe we'll get some idea from that.
I think, Dr. Gupta, you make a good point. For example, you are aware that in US, African Americans have high Lp(a), but they don't necessarily have high risk of premature CAD. So it's not as clear-cut a picture as we want it to believe. There are many other factors that play a role, and I think this is where the polygenic abnormalities are very important. I don't know whether you have a comment on that or not.
Modifying factors that we don't quite understand, and that is again highlighted with one of the slides you showed, the relative risk between, on your slide, 1.4 billion people with LPA and 400 million with diabetes. The risk score was similar. 2 point odds ratios were 2 point something for both, which means that relatively speaking, diabetes is a bigger problem, or the LPA is in the younger population, so there have to be co-modifiers that we don't quite know at the moment. And I'm coming from a non-cardiac sorts of perspective. We are looking at transgenic mice with high LPA, and there were no injuries in any other organs, and that intrigued me, so I thought I'll ask that.
Yeah, good,
I think,
thanks.
see, to my mind, just LDL or LPA may not be the answer finally. The thing is,
can you increase the volume?
Can you please keep quiet, people at the back? I think it has to be multi-faceted approach. The thing is that we need to create walking and cycling societies. We have to make our cities and towns environmental friendly. And then we need to create a society which interacts with each other as human beings. See, if you see the 5 blue zones in the world where people live 100 years and above, there are societies, they take a lot of carbohydrates, but they still live. So it's not so simplistic that we run after only LP and LDL levels. So it is much more complex to that as we make it so simple.
Can I just...
I think lots of things have been discussed. Most important thing is we should try for prevention of vascular disease, right from primordial prevention to the primary prevention, which we have discussed. Good, healthy life, lifestyle changes, control of risk factors when they occur, and when the disease occurs, be treated. And there are many advances in each of the area, including prevention as well as treatment, and we should take it holistically. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Manchanda, very quick comment.
It has already been said. I think the holistic approach is the best because LDL does not explain everything. Even all this LPA also does not. The smoking, there are non-LDL pathways also, like smoking, stress, etc. And as everybody has said, holistic approach is very important. If you take only LDL, you will have a lot of residual risk. So holistic approach, that's what I'm saying, because some people respond to the LPA, others respond to smoking as much, others to stress. So I think a holistic approach is very important. That is diet, exercise, no stress, and no tobacco. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We appreciate the comments. Okay, we'd like to conclude the session here. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite for the felicitation, I would like to request Dr. Vijay Bang to felicitate Dr. Prakash Didwania, sir. Dr. Vijay Bang, sir, to felicitate Dr. Prakash Didwania, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. M.K. Das, sir, to felicitate Dr. P.C. Minoria, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. Now we'll proceed as the Honorable Governor, sir, will be there in between us. Till then,
Good afternoon, sir. There is two announcements. There will be a quiz for our fellow residents that will be held at 2 p.m. at first floor hall, and that will be a MCQ based questions, and the final round will be at 6:30 p.m. in this hall. Another announcement is that we have received so many presentations for poster that will be displayed at side hall of the second floor, and each presenter will be there at the time of presentation, and that will be assessed by our eminent judges. So I would like to request Dr. S.C. Manchanda sir and Dr. Tini Nair sir for be a judge for our poster presentations at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much. There will be an inaugural function by our Honorable Governor, sir. So the preparation is for started for this inaugural function.
check hey hey check hey hey check hey hey ਉਹਦਾ ਇੱਕ
ਕੋਡਲੈਸ ਹੈਗਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਾਸ हाँ एक बार पा देना एक सेंटर पे भी पीछे लगा
देऊँ एक
हाँ एक कोडलैस के लिए निकलो
check he check check he he
फोटो वगैरह नहीं हटा दे अरे उसके फोन भी हटा दीजिए उस वाले पोडियम के फोन हटा दो पायलट को बोल देना, पायलट को उतार लाएगा उसको चौकी को। ठीक ठीक ठीक, दाम उतार लेके आ जाएगा ना पायलट से उतर के। ठीक। थोड़ा आगे ले लो इसको। राइट टाइम पे, हाँ। म्यूजिक चल रहा है। वो राइट ही लगता है। राइट टाइम। ये पोडियम नीचे नहीं जा सकता क्या? यार तो दो पोडियम थोड़ी होते हैं। दो पोडियम थोड़ी रखते हैं। तू देख ले कुछ, वो वहाँ की कुर्सियाँ हटवानी। कुशन नहीं है इधर। कुशन नहीं है यार भैया।
बिटवीन दी कॉन्फ्रेंस हो गया ना, इसलिए
इस पे कोई पर्दा लगवा दो, कितना बेकार लगेगा। वो लगवा दो, पर यार ये कीले तो यार ये सारे कीले वो भाई।
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। हमारे बीच में माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय आज पधार चुके हैं, तो एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं। महामहिम श्री कलराज मिश्रा जी का स्वागत करती हूँ, हमारे ऑनरेबल गवर्नर ऑफ राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट। स्वागत करते हैं गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर डॉक्टर समीन शर्मा जी का, द चेयरमैन इटर्नल हार्ट केयर सेंटर जयपुर। तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं डॉक्टर विजय हरिकिशन बंग जी का, द प्रेसिडेंट कार्डियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी ऑफ इंडिया। स्वागत करते हैं ऑर्गेनाइजिंग चेयरमैन एंड प्रेसिडेंट CSI राजस्थान चैप्टर डॉक्टर SM शर्मा सर का। स्वागत करते हैं ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी एंड ऑनरेबल सेक्रेटरी CSI राजस्थान चैप्टर डॉक्टर दीपक महेश्वरी सर का। अब मैं सबसे अनुरोध करती हूं राष्ट्रगान के लिए। अब मैं दीप प्रज्वलन और सरस्वती वंदना के लिए हमारे सभी डिग्निटरीज को आमंत्रित करती हूँ। अब मैं अनुरोध करती हूँ माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय का डॉक्टर SM शर्मा सर, अध्यक्ष CSI राजस्थान चैप्टर द्वारा पुष्पगुच्छ से स्वागत करने के लिए। अब मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ डॉक्टर समीन शर्मा जी के पुष्पगुच्छ से स्वागत करने के लिए डॉक्टर दीपक महेश्वरी जी को। अब मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ डॉक्टर गौरव सिंगल जी को डॉक्टर विजय बंग जी को पुष्पगुच्छ से स्वागत करने के लिए। अब मैं हमारे माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय द्वारा संविधान की प्रस्तावना एवं मूल कर्तव्यों का वाचन के लिए अनुरोध करती हूँ। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ हमारे माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय का अभिनंदन करते हैं।
मैं संविधान के उद्देश्य का पढ़ूंगा, उसको आप सब लोग दोहराएंगे। हम भारत के लोग भारत को एक संपूर्ण प्रभुत्व संपन्न, समाजवादी, पंथनिरपेक्ष, लोकतंत्रात्मक गणराज्य बनाने के लिए तथा उसके समस्त नागरिकों को सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक न्याय, विचार, अभिव्यक्ति, विश्वास, धर्म और उपासना की स्वतंत्रता, प्रतिष्ठा और अवसर की समता प्राप्त कराने के लिए तथा उस सब में व्यक्ति की गरिमा और राष्ट्र की एकता और अखंडता सुनिश्चित करने वाली बंधुता बढ़ाने के लिए दृढ़ संकल्प होकर अपनी संविधान सभा में आज और तारीख 26 नवंबर 1949 ईस्वी मिति मार्गशीर्ष शुक्ल सप्तमी संवत 2006 विक्रमी को एतद् द्वारा इस संविधान को अंगीकृत, अधिनियमित और आत्मार्पित करते हैं। मैं मूल कर्तव्य पढ़ूंगा। संविधान में मूल अधिकार तो दिया है, बहुत लोग उसकी बात करते हैं, लेकिन मूल कर्तव्य की बात बहुत कम लोग करते हैं। मैं मूल कर्तव्य संविधान के अंदर जो दिया हुआ है उसको पढ़ूंगा, उसको ध्यान से आप सुनेंगे, दोहराएंगे नहीं। अनुच्छेद 51 का मूल कर्तव्य, भारत के प्रत्येक नागरिक का यह कर्तव्य होगा कि वह एक, संविधान का पालन करे और उसके आदर्शों, संस्थाओं, राष्ट्रध्वज और राष्ट्रगान का आदर करे। 2, स्वतंत्रता के लिए हमारे राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन को प्रेरित करने वाले उच्च आदर्शों को हृदय में संजोए रखे और उसका पालन करे। 3, भारत की प्रभुता, एकता और अखंडता की रक्षा करे और उसे अक्षुण्ण रखे। 4, देश की रक्षा करे और आह्वान किए जाने पर राष्ट्र की सेवा करे। 5, भारत के सभी लोगों में समरसता और समान भ्रातृत्व की भावना का निर्माण करे, जो धर्म, भाषा और प्रदेश या वर्ग पर आधारित सभी भेदभाव से परे हो। ऐसी प्रथाओं का त्याग करे जो स्त्रियों के सम्मान के विरुद्ध हैं। 6, हमारी सामाजिक संस्कृति की गौरवशाली परंपरा का महत्व समझे और उसका परिरक्षण करे। 7, प्राकृतिक पर्यावरण की, जिसके अंतर्गत वन, झील, नदी और वन्य जीव हैं, रक्षा करे और उसका संवर्धन करे तथा प्राणी मात्र के प्रति दया भाव रखे। 8, वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण, मानववाद और ज्ञानार्जन तथा सुधार की भावना का विकास करे। 9, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति को सुरक्षित रखे और हिंसा से दूर रहे। 10, व्यक्तिगत और सामूहिक गतिविधियों के सभी क्षेत्रों में उत्कर्ष की ओर बढ़ने का सतत प्रयास करे, जिससे राष्ट्र निरंतर बढ़ते हुए प्रयत्न और उपलब्धि की नई ऊंचाइयों को छू ले। 11, जो माता पिता या संरक्षक हो वह 6 से 14 वर्ष के बीच की आयु के यथास्थिति अपने बच्चे अथवा प्रतिपाल्य को शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के अवसर प्रदान करेगा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय। अब मैं आमंत्रित करूंगी स्टेज पे डॉक्टर SM शर्मा, अध्यक्ष CSI राजस्थान चैप्टर महोदय द्वारा स्वागत उद्बोधन के लिए।
Namaskar, good afternoon. On behalf of the organizing committee of 5th CSI Cardiac Prevent 2023, it gives me great privilege and honor to welcome our chief guest, Shri Kalraj Mishra, Honorable Governor of Rajasthan. On behalf of the one and all present here, let me extend a welcome to you, sir. I am happy to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Sameen Sharma. He is Director, Mount Sinai Hospital, New York, and Chairman, Eternal Heart Care Center, Jaipur. Dr. Hari Kishan Bang, who is the President of National CSI, Cardiac Society of India. Dr. Rajiv Gupta and Dr. Rajiv Bagarta, who are Scientific Chairman for this conference. And Dr. Deepak Maheshwari, Organizing Secretary of this conference. I consider it a unique privilege given to me to extend a warm welcome to international faculties, Dr. R.S. Rosenson, Dr. Neil Porter, Dr. Prakash Didwania, and Dr. Sanjeev Gupta for traveling to India for this noble cause. I also privileged to welcome all distinguished national faculty, delegates from all over the India. Last but not the least, I welcome and extend my thanks to all members of CSI Executive, National and Rajasthan Organizing Committee of this Rajasthan CSI, Rajasthan chapter of this conference, as well as representative of leading pharmaceutical and device companies for their active participation in this conference. I also welcome the media persons from media, print media, as well as electronic media. This conference is planned with the motive to prevent cardiac diseases and sharpens the skill of the delegates present here in fighting the disease. I wish these 2 days are fruitful for all and we all gain knowledge from the leaders in the field and pass on the benefit to the society. I again welcome all to this pink city of India. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Rajasthan.
थैंक यू सर। अब मैं मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर समीन शर्मा, चेयरमैन एटर्नल हार्ट केयर सेंटर को मंच महोदय द्वारा उद्बोधन के लिए।
Okay, good afternoon to all the delegates for this very exciting 5th CSI Cardiac Prevent meeting which is happening in Jaipur after a long time, and our Excellency Rajpalji, Mr. Kalraj Mishra, and all the leaders for this meeting. I just want to give one point of how important this prevention, which is focused for this conference is. There was a publication about 8 years ago in NEJM, looked into what contributes to prolongation of lifespan. The average lifespan, as you know, in America, from 1960 used to be 68, then became 82 in 2010. So it increased by 15 years in 50 years. So of that, half of, we say, well, that increased because we are doing more stents, we are doing a bypass surgery, medical treatment, putting an ICD and so. They looked into the causes that what contributed to this increase in lifespan of people. Turns out to be 50% was from the treatment of the secondary disease. And that is bypass, intervention, ICD, and all the procedure. Other 50% was because of the preventive treatment of the coronary artery disease. Major big factor, of course, the other thing, cancer also, which is a small part. But just to say, the prevention is equally important than what we do as very advanced. Many of my colleagues here who do stents, bypass surgery, and defibrillators and so. So prevention is a very important, and I saw the agenda which Dr. Rajiv Gupta and all the delegates and all the organizers have put it together. That has really invited so many delegates. I'm so happy that all the aspects will be taken care, will be emphasized. And as you heard, one of the key person in the world, the lipid expert, Dr. Robert Rogenson from Mount Sinai could not come because of the airline. You know, nowadays, any small defect, they cancel the flight. So he was I prepared him, ready to come, but he could not come. I hope he'll be able to give some lecture on Zoom. He's the man who will tell you about the medicines which we are going to get in next 5 or 10 years against apolipoprotein, lipoprotein little a, HDL, you name it. So he is involved in all the trials of very early stages of the lipid abnormality, and hopefully you'll be able to join that. With that note, I'll just wish you all have this great 2-day scientific seminar and take all the notes and get back to your practice to improve life of our patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर विजय हरिकिशन बंग जी का अध्यक्ष CSI महोदय द्वारा उद्बोधन के लिए.
Thank you very much. Shriman Kalraj Mishra ji, Governor of Rajasthan, and my dear friend Samin Sharma, guest of honor, and all other dignitary, Dr. S.M. Sharma and Dr. Deepak Maheshwari, and all my friends of the CSI. Thank you very much for this cardiac prevent meeting, which is a really required milestone in the CSI arena. As my friend Savin Sharma said, that 50% death can be saved due to prevention, can be done through preventive measures of coronary artery disease. In India, in 1947, when we got the independence, the life expectancy was 32. Now it is 72. So 40 years have added, and similar causes have been found to be responsible, as Dr. Samin Sharma said, for prolonging the life of an individual. And of course, we have to add antibiotics, which have made a major difference, because earlier in 47, a lot of deaths were due to infectious disease. So antibiotics played very important role in that short arena. But of course, intervention cardiology started in 1980 and slowly progressed now. It has achieved a different dimension altogether. And it doesn't work only for coronary, it works also for the structural heart disease, which is very, very encouraging. But there are similar challenges coming through in various ways. One is air pollution. मिश्रा जी, मैं आपको ये बात बताना चाहता हूँ कि सरकार ने इसके ऊपर जरूर काम करना चाहिए और कर रही है. हम अभी जो चल रहे हैं, हम लोग चल रहे हैं एक रेड एरिया में, मतलब आप और मैं सांस ले रहे हैं, ये हेल्दी एयर नहीं है, आपके मेरे स्वास्थ्य के लिए हेल्दी नहीं है. तो किसी के लिए कैसे हेल्दी हो सकती है? समाज के लिए तो हेल्दी नहीं हो सकती. तो हमने डेफिनेटली, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर तो बहुत एग्रेसिव है इस मामले में, उन्होंने ग्रीन एनर्जी की बहुत अच्छी बात शुरू करी है, उससे मैं पूरा सहमत हूँ. और उन्होंने तो एक कोलैबोरेशन भी किया है सोलर एनर्जी को लेके पूरा वर्ल्ड में, एंड वी आर डूइंग अ लीडरशिप इन दैट. दैट इज़ वेरी एनकरेजिंग फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. बट बहुत सारी चीज़ें एक लेजिस्लेशन के थ्रू इंडिया में होनी ज़रूरी है. इसके लिए कोई ना कोई उपाय निकालना चाहिए कि भाई लेजिस्लेशन हो. जैसे हमारे इसमें हार्ट अटैक आ जाता है, हमारे पास कोई नेटवर्क ही नहीं है. हार्ट अटैक आ गया तो कैसे उसको लेके जाए, टाइम से उसको जान बचाए, प्राइमरी एंजियोप्लास्टी करे, वो एक लेजिस्लेशन होना चाहिए. इसलिए मैं ये स्पेशली आपके लिए बोल रहा हूँ, क्योंकि ये आप ही कर सकते हैं, हम लोग नहीं कर सकते. सो एक बहुत ज़रूरी काम है जो होना चाहिए. दूसरा, एयर पॉल्यूशन के लिए भी एक लेजिस्लेशन आना चाहिए, क्योंकि इंडोर एयर पॉल्यूशन एक अलग चैलेंज है. घर में अंदर जो एयर पॉल्यूशन होता है, एयर कंडीशन के थ्रू, गैस स्टोव के थ्रू,
वो एयर पोल्यूशन कैसे कम करे, उसके ऊपर एक गाइडलाइन आनी चाहिए गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है क्योंकि 50% ऑफ द ऑल मॉर्टेलिटी ड्यू टू एयर पोल्यूशन इज़ बिकॉज ऑफ दिस इंडोर एयर पोल्यूशन। तो ये दो चीज़ें मैं आपको बताना चाहता था कि एक प्राइमरी एक हार्ट अटैक के लिए एक नेटवर्क बने इंडिया, उसका एक लेजिस्लेशन हो, और दूसरा नेटवर्क ये बने कि भाई इंडोर पोल्यूशन के लिए कैसे कंट्रोल किया जाए, उसके टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे डेवलप किया जाए, एयर कंडीशन की, गैस स्टोव की, ताकि वो पोल्यूट नहीं करे। जैसे हम ऑटोमेटिव में तो कर रहे हैं, एक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल लाकर और दूसरा हाइड्रोजन व्हीकल लाकर, इथेनॉल व्हीकल लाकर, उस तरह का कुछ तरीका हमारे को इसमें निकालना पड़ेगा। ज़रूरी है, आज के लिए, समाज के लिए ज़रूरी है। ये इतना ही बात मैं कहना चाहता था, क्योंकि ये बात मैं आपके प्रेजेंस में कहना ज़रूरी है, आप आए हैं तो ये मोटिवेट करके आप देखिए कैसे कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर काइंड अटेंशन।
थैंक यू सर। अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी महामहिम माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय जी का उद्बोधन के लिए सभी के लिए। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय का।
नेशनल कार्डियोलॉजी कॉन्फ्रेंस कार्डियक प्रिवेंट 2023 के इस अवसर पर उपस्थित डॉक्टर एस.एम. शर्मा जी, डॉक्टर समीन शर्मा जी, डॉक्टर विजय हरिकिशन जी, डॉक्टर दीपक महेश्वरी जी और देश भर से इस संगोष्ठी में भाग लेने आए चिकित्सकगण, मैं आप और यहाँ उपस्थित हमारे पत्रकार बंधुओं, छायाकार मित्रों, मैं आप सभी हृदय रोग विशेषज्ञ चिकित्सकों का राजस्थान की इस आतिथ्य सत्कार से भरी धरा पर स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। यह बहुत ही सुखद है कि देश में पहली बार इस तरह की कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस यहां जयपुर में आयोजित की जा रही। इस पहल के लिए मैं आपके संगठन की सराहना करता हूं। हृदय रोगों के मामले देश में तेजी से बढ़ रहे। कोविड का जो विकट दौर रहा, उसके बाद मैंने अनुभव किया है कि कम उम्र में हृदय से संबंधित बीमारियों और हार्ट अटैक के मामले बढ़े हैं। मैंने स्वयं इस बात को अनुभव किया है कि पिछले कुछ समय के दौरान खिलाड़ियों, युवा उद्यमियों, मीडिया कर्मी हार्ट अटैक से काल कवलित हुए हैं। पता नहीं क्या कारण है, परंतु इस पर आप चिकित्सा विशेषज्ञों को ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है कि अचानक हृदय रोगों के बढ़ने का आखिर कारण क्या है। हृदय रोगों को लेकर विशेष सतर्कता जरूरी है, परंतु इस बात पर भी विचार करें कि कैसे इस रोग के बाद सुरक्षित जीवन जिया जाए। आप सभी अपने अपने क्षेत्रों के विषय विशेषज्ञ हैं। इस राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में इस पर गहन चिंतन कर महत्वपूर्ण निष्कर्ष निकलेंगे, ऐसा मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। मैं चाहता हूं चिकित्सा विशेषज्ञ कोई ऐसा मॉडल विकसित करे जिसके तहत हृदय रोगों के होने से पहले ही बचाव के लिए प्रभावी कार्य हो सके। यह सही है कि शरीर और मस्तिष्क को पर्याप्त ऑक्सीजन की आपूर्ति नहीं होती है, तब यह रोग होता है, परंतु कैसे इसके लिए दिनचर्या व्यवस्थित की जाए कि हृदय रोग से ग्रसित होने से बचा जा सके। अभी डॉक्टर विजय जी ने अपने उद्बोधन के दौरान कहा है, एयर पोल्यूशन, इंडोर पोल्यूशन ये भयंकर है और इसलिए हम रेड एटमॉस्फेयर में, बड़े खतरनाक वातावरण में विचरण कर रहे हैं। ऐसी स्थिति में कुछ भी हो सकता है। इसके लिए उन्होंने मेरे तरफ इंगित करते हुए कहा कि इस संबंध में कोई कानून बनना चाहिए जिससे इस पोल्यूशन को रोका जा सके। ये संज्ञान में लोगों के आया है, चाहे केंद्र सरकार हो चाहे प्रदेश सरकार हो। संज्ञान में आने के पश्चात इसका अवरोध कैसे हो सकता है, इस दिशा में निश्चित रूप से प्रयास करेंगे और निश्चित रूप से आपका जो सुझाव है ये फलित होगा, मुझे इसका पूरा विश्वास है। मुझे बताया गया है कि राजस्थान में पहली बार नेशनल लेवल की कार्डियोलॉजी प्रिवेंट विषयक यह कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजित हो रही है। यह जानकर आश्चर्य भी हुआ है कि जिस तेजी से हृदय रोग बढ़ रहे हैं, उसको देखते हुए राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर अब तक इस तरह की कॉन्फ्रेंस की आवश्यकता आखिर यहाँ महसूस नहीं की गई। क्यों नहीं महसूस की गई? पर देर आए दुरुस्त आए की कहावत के साथ कहना चाहूँगा, हृदय रोगों से बचाव की दिशा में इस तरह के प्रयास निरंतर होने चाहिए। यह सुखद है कि आपकी ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है उसकी थीम समाज में हृदय रोगों को होने से पहले ही रोकथाम को रखा गया है। यह बहुत जरूरी है। मेरे पास चिकित्सक हर समय मौजूद रहते हैं, इसलिए उनसे जब तक बातें होती हैं और ये जानता हूं कि इस समय समाज में डायबिटीज और ब्लड प्रेशर और कोलेस्ट्रॉल संबंधित बीमारियां तेजी से बढ़ चुकी हैं। इनके कारण ही हार्ट अटैक होते हैं। मुझे जानकारी है कि विश्व में हर साल 2 से 3 करोड़ लोगों की मृत्यु हृदय संबंधित रोगों से ही होती है। देश में लगभग 5 करोड़ लोग हृदय रोग से पीड़ित हैं। सबसे बुरी बात यह है कि आजकल यह रोग कम उम्र में होने लगा है। मैंने अभी जिक्र किया ही था कि बहुत से ऐसे अपने संपर्क के युवाओं को जानता हूं जिन्हें अचानक दौरा पड़ा और औचक हमें छोड़कर चले गए। मैं चाहता हूं यह जो विकट स्थितियां हैं इन्हें रोका जाना बहुत जरूरी है। हृदय रोग की आरंभिक पहचान और रोकथाम के लिए समाज में इस तरह का वातावरण बनाया जाना चाहिए जिससे इससे संबंधित रोगों के बचाव के लिए जागरूकता का प्रसार हो। डॉक्टर समीन ने इसी तरफ ध्यान आकर्षित किया। इस रोग के आने के पहले प्रिवेंशन की दृष्टि से क्या क्या किया जा सकता है, यह आम जन को जानकारी होनी चाहिए। आम जन को अगर इस दिशा में जानकारी कराने का प्रयास किया जाए ज्यादा अच्छा होगा। और साथ ही साथ अगर अटैक होता है तो सामान्य डॉक्टर जो हृदय के डॉक्टर नहीं हैं उनको भी जानकारी होनी चाहिए कि अटैक के पश्चात हमें कौन सी विधि अपनाई जाए ताकि इसको हम राहत प्रदान कर सकें। यह बहुत आवश्यक है। जिस तरह से हृदय रोग बढ़ रहे हैं उसे देखते हुए मेरा यह सुझाव भी है कि केवल हृदय रोग विशेषज्ञ ही नहीं, सामान्य रोगों के चिकित्सकों को भी इस तरह से दक्ष प्रशिक्षित किया जाना चाहिए कि वे हृदय रोगों के उपचार में सहायक बन सकें। हमारे सभी चिकित्सक, नर्सिंग कर्मचारी इस रोग की बुनियादी समझ से कैसे जुड़ें, कैसे हृदय रोग से बचाव के लिए आम जन को गाइड कर सकें और कैसे ये रोग के लक्षण होते ही उपचार के लिए सलाह दे सकें, इस पर भी बृहद स्तर पर चिंतन और मनन करने की आवश्यकता है। मैं ये भी मानता हूं कि हृदय रोग व्यक्ति के चिंतन से भी सीधे तौर पर जुड़ा हुआ है। जो जितना अधिक सोचता है, चिंतन करता है या कहें कि चिंता करता है, वह अधिकतर इस रोग से ग्रसित होते हैं। चाहता हूं इस तरह का वातावरण समाज में बने कि हर एक व्यक्ति शारीरिक व्यायाम, योग की हमारी संस्कृति से जुड़े। कार्यस्थलों पर भी हेल्दी वातावरण कैसे लोगों को मिले, खास तौर से चिकित्सकों के लिए भी यह बात मैं कहता हूं। आप सब लोगों के लिए भी, डॉक्टरों के लिए भी मैं इस बात का जोर देता हूं कि वे बहुत अधिक मानसिक श्रम करते हैं। उन्हें निरंतर रोगियों को देखना होता है, कैसे वह हेल्दी वातावरण में रहकर अपना कार्य करें, इस पर भी विचार किया जाना चाहिए। मैं समझता हूं हृदय रोग ही नहीं, दूसरे भी जितने भी प्रकार के रोग हैं उनसे इससे मुक्ति पाई जा सकती है। आपकी ये कॉन्फ्रेंस हृदय रोग के बचाव पर केंद्रित है। मैं चाहता हूं चिकित्सा विशेषज्ञ इस तरह के प्रशिक्षण कार्यक्रमों और जागरूकता अभियान में अपना सहयोग दें, जिससे आम जन को यह पता चल सके कि हमें हृदय रोग के प्रारंभिक लक्षण किस तरह से विकसित होते हैं। इस तरह के लक्षण हो तो इसके लिए किस तरह की जांच आवश्यक है। ऐसा करने से कई बार रोग संभावित खतरे से टल जाता है। अभी मैं विश्व स्वास्थ्य संगठन WHO की एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था। इसमें बताया गया है कि दुनिया भर में हृदय रोग से संबंधित 17.9 मिलियन मौतों में से कम 5वां हिस्सा भारत का है। यही नहीं, ये जो मौतें हृदय रोगों से होती हैं, उन मौतों में भारत में युवा उम्र के लोगों की संख्या बहुत अधिक है। यह बहुत चिंताजनक है। इस रिपोर्ट में हृदय रोग होने के जो कारण दिए गए हैं वह मैंने पढ़े हैं। वह कारण है असंतुलित आहार, तनाव, व्यायाम की कमी, धूम्रपान, शराब का सेवन, आनुवंशिक प्रवृत्ति और जन्म के समय कम वजन आदि। यह कारण बहुत कुछ सोचने को विवश करते हैं। भागम भाग की इस जिंदगी में पौष्टिक आहार कैसे मिले, कैसे शारीरिक व्यायाम के लिए हम समय निकाल सकें और कैसे अपनी जो बुरी आदतें हैं उनसे बचें, इस पर बहुत अधिक ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। आप सभी देश के जाने माने कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट हैं। आप चाहें तो क्या नहीं हो सकता है। चिकित्सक को हमारे यहाँ भगवान की संज्ञा दी गई है। भगवान की संज्ञा इसलिए दी गई है कि मृत्यु की ओर जा रहे मनुष्य को अपने प्रयासों से फिर से जीवन की ओर ले आता है। भले ही हम वास्तव में भगवान को नहीं देख सकते हैं, परंतु ईश्वर की शक्ति के रूप में निरंतर डॉक्टरों के लिए प्रयासों का परिणाम हम पाते हैं। इससे डॉक्टर सही माने में भगवान का एक जीवंत स्वरूप है, ऐसा मैं अनुभव करता हूं। डॉक्टर के पेशे को इसलिए नोबल जॉब कहा गया है कि वह दुख और बीमारी से मनुष्य को बचाने का कार्य करता है। परंतु कई बार यह भी देखता और सुनता हूं कि महंगे इलाज को वहन नहीं करने के कारण किसी की मौत हो गई है, या फिर समय पर इलाज और दवाएं नहीं मिलने के कारण किसी की मृत्यु हो गई है, तो बहुत दुख होता है। यह एक समस्या भयंकर है। महंगे इलाज के कारण लोग अपने जीवन से मुक्त हो जाते हैं, मर जाते हैं। अब इस समस्या का समाधान कैसे हो सके, इसकी चिंता करने की आवश्यकता है। चिकित्सा व्यवसाय नहीं, सबसे पवित्र सेवा कार्य है। चिकित्सक को चाहिए तो कम से कम दवा और सस्ता सुलभ इलाज करते हुए अपने रोगियों को ठीक करने की दिशा में काम करे। अगर आप बेहतर इलाज करते हैं तो याद रखिए बहुत सारी दुआएं आपके साथ होती हैं। कैसे समाज के हर वर्ग को बगैर किसी भेदभाव के बेहतरीन इलाज मिले, इसके लिए आप सभी मिलकर कार्य करें, प्रयास करें। भारत में हृदय रोगों से जो मृत्यु दर बढ़ रही है वह कम हो। यह भी प्रयास करें कि हृदय रोग होने से पहले ही बचाव में भारत विश्व भर का अग्रणी देश बने। स्वास्थ्य कैसे बेहतर बने, कैसे उत्कृष्ट इलाज की सुविधाएं हमारे यहाँ विकसित हों, और कैसे हमारा जो प्रारंभिक चिकित्सकीय ज्ञान है उसको वैश्विक स्तर से मिलाते हुए हम चिकित्सा क्षेत्र में विश्व भर में अग्रणी बने, इसके लिए आप सभी कार्य करें, ये अपेक्षा है। हृदय रोगों का बेहतरीन इलाज और रोग होने से पहले ही उसका उपचार हमारी प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। इसी से हम हृदय रोगियों की बढ़ती संख्या में कमी ला सकते हैं। आपकी ये कॉन्फ्रेंस हृदय रोगों के बचाव के साथ उत्कृष्ट इलाज की दृष्टि से भविष्य की नई राहों का सृजन करेगी, ऐसा मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। आप देश भर के यहाँ चिकित्सकगण उपस्थित हुए हैं। परस्पर विचार विमर्श के आधार पर निश्चित रूप से कोई न कोई ऐसी दृष्टि प्रदान करेंगे जिससे कारण सामान्य व्यक्ति लाभान्वित हो सकेगा। हृदय रोग से ग्रस्त व्यक्ति ये महसूस कर सकेगा कि कि सही माने में हमारा इलाज उत्कृष्ट हुआ है, हम स्वस्थ हुए हैं, ऐसी मेरी कामना है। इतनी बात कहकर मुझे यहाँ आयोजकों ने बुलाया, उनके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करते हुए और मुझे अपना विचार व्यक्त करने का अवसर भी प्रदान किया, इसके बारे में भी धन्यवाद प्रकट करते हुए आप सभी लोग व्यवस्थित तौर पर हमारी बातों को सुने, इसलिए आप सब लोगों के प्रति भी आभार व्यक्त करते हुए अपनी वाणी को मैं विराम देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय जी। अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर राजीव बगरट्टा सर को, हमारे माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करने के लिए। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं। अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ डॉक्टर राजीव गुप्ता सर को, डॉक्टर समीर शर्मा सर को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करने के लिए। तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं। अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ डॉक्टर दिनेश गौतम सर को, डॉक्टर विजय बंग सर को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करने के लिए। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं। अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर दीपक महेश्वरी, आयोजन सचिव महोदय द्वारा धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए।
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to extend a vote of thanks on the momentous opening day of the 5th CSI CARDIAC PREVENT 2023. This marks a very significant day for us as we have hosted this event for the first time in our state. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I would like to propose a vote of thanks to all our participants all across the country. I want to extend my warm regards to our chief guest, Shri Kalraj Mishra sir, Honorable Governor of Rajasthan, for taking his valuable time and grace us with his presence. It is a landmark event for our state, and there is no person more apt than our Honorable Governor to commence it. उनका भाषण बहुत ही ओजस्वी था और सर हृदय को छूने वाला था. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Shamim Sharma. He is an eminent cardiologist across the globe, or a global cardiologist. Despite serving people all around the world, he is still in touch with his roots in the Jaipur and serving local people through a very, very good hospital. Further, I would like to extend my warm regards to Dr. Vijay Harikishan Bang, President of CSI. His vision has brought this event to life and will continue to bring up more events like this in the future. Also, I am grateful to all faculty members, both national and international faculty members, for being present here and sharing the knowledge and valuable insight with us. Last but not least, I would like to thank Dr. S.M. Sharma sir, Dr. Rajiv Gupta sir, and Dr. Rajiv Bagrada sir for their leadership and making this event successful. I hope all the people present here have a great time and this academic feast. Thank you.
धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कृपया अपने स्थान पे खड़े हों राष्ट्रगान के लिए।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे
मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ सभी हमारे प्रस्तुत अतिथियों का, हमारे माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय का, चीफ गेस्ट, चीफ ऑनरेबल गेस्ट। धन्यवाद सीएसआई को मुझे आमंत्रित करने के लिए और विश्वास दिखाने के लिए। थैंक यू एवरीवन। Now everyone can proceed for the lunch. आप सभी लंच के लिए आमंत्रित हैं। Hello. I would like to inform everyone that next session, session 4, will start at 2 p.m. So everyone is invited for the next session at 2 o'clock. 2:15, okay, little bit amendment is there. The session 4 will be starting at 2:15. So I request everyone to please gather for the next session.
Good, af Good afternoon, everybody. May I request to come who have completed their lunch, please. We are going to start the session. On next session on lipids. I would like to invite Dr. Vijay Bang sir, Dr. M.K. Das sir, Dr. Rajiv Bagaratta sir to come over the dais to chair the session. Dr. Vijay Pathak sir, Dr. Dhiman Kahari sir, Dr. Amit Singhal, Dr. Dipesh Agarwal, Dr. Dinesh Gautam. May I request Dr. M.K. Das sir, Dr. Bagaratta sir to come over the dais. हाँ मैं बोल देता हूँ इस बात 2 मिनट Excuse me, let's move for the session. Those who are taking their lunch. Excuse me, assemble in the hall for we are going to start the next session.
Good afternoon, all of you. So I welcome you again to this next part of the conference. And may I request everybody who has finished their lunch or to hasten their lunch and come in the hall. Meanwhile, may I request Dr. Vijay Bang, Dr. P.C. Manodia Saab on the dais. Ravi Kasliwal, sir. Vijay Pathak, Amit Singhal, Dinesh Gautam. So we'll start the lipid session now. Dinesh.
Good afternoon. May I request everyone to assemble here? We are starting a new session. Yeah, वो पता है. ये इधर है. अच्छा, ये हाँ. So let me invite the first speaker, Rajiv Agarwal. He will enlighten us on LDL cholesterol targets for India and importance of statins. I think this topic is close to everyone's heart. Everyday's solutions he will tell us. Rajiv?
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you CSI Prevent to give me this time, space to give my certain understanding about Indian atherosclerosis, and lipid lowering with a special emphasis on statin. I never forget to show this slide because this is the essence why we want to work on lipids in atherosclerosis. This quote equally applies to secondary prevention. It is not only primary prevention, it applies to secondary prevention also. That is a unique opportunity to tame the disease, regress the disease, or eliminate the disease. As you know, South Asian, or specifically speaking, Indian atherosclerosis is a very daunting task. Our atherosclerosis far exceeds the risk scores. Behavior of our disease in secondary prevention is far more aggressive what the Europeans and the Westerners sees. We are at an extremely high risk of recurrence of events, progression of the disease. And it went on that we keep saying that it's a metabolic curse. It's a very bad word, but it is a reality. The problem is, despite knowing all these, our efforts to tame the disease are half-hearted. We are not as aggressive as the disease is. We have higher burden of the disease, higher incidence of atherosclerosis, and far younger age than our counterparts. If I summarize, 50% of the cardiac deaths occur before the age of 50, 25% of MI before the age of 40, multivessel disease, diffuse disease, and our disease manifests a decade earlier. So the first point I want to emphasize is we have different and difficult atherosclerosis. That is one thing you should carry home. The second thing is, out of all secondary interventions, the lipid lowering and specifically the LDL lowering is the most powerful intervention. It's the most powerful intervention. And I'll show you two slides to emphasize, this is UKPDS data, that if you reduce LDL, then the hazard ratio is gone down by 57%. And look, the relative contribution of that time, HDL, HbA1c, and systolic blood pressure. What is satisfying to note is that the same data is duplicated in STANO2, 25 years apart. And again, STANO2 showed that 70% of the risk reduction in secondary prevention in diabetes comes from atherosclerosis, LDL reduction. The second point I want to make it, LDL reduction is the most powerful intervention. Don't underestimate it. We have been growing with this and come down to lowest is the best. And the values have started coming to 0.8, submolar values of LDL. We had this publication in Journal of Clinical Lipidology and talked about two groups, a category A and category B, CAD with one high-risk feature, or category B, which has recurrence, polyvascular disease, diabetes. And this is a consensus document. It is not a double-blind placebo trial outcome data. In fact, there is no such data on LDL value. Everything you know in LDL is subgroup analysis. So in category B, we have started talking less than 30 as a mandatory, and in category category A, it is optional goal. The same spirit, flavor, and inspiration we get from a paper published in Journal of Clinical Lipidology. They talk about high risk, very high risk, and extreme risk group. So you must understand that secondary prevention is not a homogeneous group. It's a heterogeneous group. There are patients who are higher risk within the secondary prevention, and this paper also talked about in extreme risk patient less than 30. This is John Chapman and Chris Packard talked about submolar. You see, the lipidology is very different than the rest of the guidelines. We do not define the bottom in any of the criteria. So it is less than 40. So it may be 30, it may be 25. So bottom is not defined in lipidology, which is usually in other classifications. And if I add as risk enhancer, risk age, the younger age, high CRP, high LPA, and South Asian ancestry, probably each one of our patients will fall in a very extreme risk group of category, because you should not forget that South Asian ancestry per se is a risk enhancer. So the third point I want to push forward is less than 30 or new less than 50 for Indians. Do not confuse it with PCSK9. I am just talking about the values, however you achieve. The another thing in lipidology is the values. It doesn't matter like HbA1c, how you achieve it. What matters is the quantum of reduction. So don't see this slide as Fourier slide. See this slide that we have patients who are less than 20, and we follow when the outcomes, they are the patient who do the best. So there is an evidence that very low level of LDL is productive in terms of outcome. Again, the same warning and a caveat, don't see it as a Odyssey slide, just see that even a transient extreme reduction in LDL translate into some kind of metabolic legacy. And that is what we had been talking about, the legacy effect of ultra low level of LDL. When we do LDL reduction to less than 40, we bite another pound of flesh in terms of Shakespeare of atherosclerosis. That is what you gain when you do these kind of interventions, aggressive intervention, then you get another pound of flesh of atherosclerosis. Don't be agent specific. Be specific to the values. It doesn't matter how you achieve it. And this is a very recent paper and very thought-provoking from Dr. Amit Khera. This is not a guideline-based position. This is a futuristic insight, and he has gone to talk about less than 10 in other high-risk features. So I largely feel in future, in Indian patient, we may be aiming for less than 30 or something between 10 to 30. That is a futuristic approach, is still not a guideline-based position. And that is what had been talked about by Brown and Goldstein in their Nobel laureate speech in way back 85, less than 25 is good enough, the LDL level, to maintain the health of the cell. So we have so much of evidence that ultra low level of LDL is good, and there is an evidence of ultra low LDLC. Regarding how to achieve it, statins, like heart failure, like hypertension, we have a diamond approach in lipidology also. And you know, high intensity statin will give you something like 50% reduction. And if you add ezetimibe, you get further reduction. So you can create a mathematical model on day one that what kind of LDL level you want to achieve in your patient depending upon the baseline LDL. And you can really design your intervention based on this slide, that how much reduction you want in that particular patient. And this is how you can look at high intensity statin 15, high intensity statin ezetimibe 65, bempedoic 70%. So you know on day one that what kind of LDL you want, and you have to do this mathematics at index hour. And there are speakers following me who will talk about simultaneous, not sequential intervention of combination lipid-lowering therapies. It is a better one-step intervention. Many of you believe that these kind of LDL reduction, they are harmful to body. There is no such data. Don't take it as a Fourier data. Take it as a LDL data. And you know that whatever you do, there is no additional incremental harm with ultra low level of LDL. I want to disconnect you with adverse effect and LDL level. The adverse effects are related to statin dosage. They are not related to LDL levels. So if you are able to achieve ultra low level of LDL with the statin ezetimibe, bempedoic acid, or PCSK9, don't worry about side effect. They are statin related, neurocognitive, and statin induced myalgia. So I'll just summarize after this that we are in a unique opportunity that such efforts can be translated into life gain. Like we had been talking about life gain in heart failure trial, similarly we can talk about a good intervention, holistic intervention, like Steno 2 type of intervention. We can really add 7.3 years of life in these patients. And Dr. Braunwald described it very purposefully that how to live to 100 years before developing clinical coronary artery disease, a suggestion, and this suggestion is based on largely LDL reduction. This is probably my last slide, which talks about that if you invest more in the beginning in management of these patients by aggressive lipid lowering, you gain enormously in times to come. The yield is enormous because longevity has increased. So investment in terms of higher cost to begin with will translate into event-free life, and I think that summarizes how I look at it, and I'll end up that LDL reduction is not a small intervention. It's a very, very powerful intervention. It reduces atherosclerosis, it regresses atherosclerosis, it eliminates atherosclerosis, and it is a unique opportunity to tame the disease and pass on this benefit in secondary prevention definitely, or in some patients in primary prevention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Agrawal, for the wonderful lecture. The next talk is none other Dr. Prakash Ditwania from USA, and he will be talking on LDL cholesterol lowering behind statin. Dr. Ditwania, please.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, Dr. Agarwal really did a phenomenal job of what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say what I'm going to say anyway. So my task I was given was, what can we do about lowering LDL beyond statins? I think it's well established that cholesterol plays a pivotal role in the process of atherosclerosis from the beginning. A lot of studies have been done, a lot of historical data are there that if your cholesterol is low, and I think Dr. Agarwal was showing one of the slide with the PCSK deletion, that if you don't have high cholesterol, you don't develop the disease, and this is a similar kind of thing we have heard and we have seen in evolutionary data that cholesterol is very essential. We know that statins are absolutely critical for management of patients with ASCVD, and statins are what I consider foundational therapy for all patients with ASCVD. However, in many situations, not some, but additional or alternate therapy is needed due to one of the following: statin intolerance. Of course, statin intolerance is exaggerated. Peter Sevier, my good friend, had shown from the ASCOT data that there is a lot of nocebo effects. So they took a placebo patients, they put them on atorvastatin, and they took atorvastatin patient, put them on placebo, and they saw no difference whatsoever in terms of the myalgia. So there is a lot of nocebo effect. But I think, in my opinion, perhaps the most important thing is the inadequate efficacy. Statin alone may not be effective in up to 30–40% of the patients, probably some due to non-compliance, but some due to need for more aggressive therapy. And this is a slide that sort of reminds some of the things that were mentioned in previous talk, the residual risk that remains despite concerted effort in number of these trials, and there is at least somewhere between 40 to 60% residual risk despite intensive lipid-lowering therapy. So let's talk about what we can do. I think some of you are well aware of that. We know that ezetimibe is a good replacement, not nearly as effective, but something that's free of most side effects because it works through inhibiting the intestinal absorption of cholesterol. And a lot of studies have shown that it can reduce LDL cholesterol by as much as 18 to 20% and get more of our patients at goal in terms of LDL or non-HDL cholesterol. Of course, we have the evidence from a number of studies, but perhaps the most important one is the IMPROVE IT trial, which took a long time to show the efficacy. But what it showed was that reducing LDL on top of statin, in this case simvastatin, with ezetimibe was effective, particularly in diabetic patients. It was not effective in non-diabetic patients, but patients who are at high risk of events, as shown in the top of these curves. In diabetic patients, it really had substantial reduction. And you can see here the forest plot, which shows clearly that it was mostly in the diabetic patient where the risk reduction was there with combination with ezetimibe on top of simvastatin. Let's talk about PCSK inhibitors. Perhaps these are the most powerful LDL reducing agents beyond statin, and we have done a lot of these studies. I was on the steering committee of the Fourier trial, as well as have written a lot of papers on this. Whether you look at alirocumab or evolocumab, they reduce LDL somewhere between 50 to 60% beyond statins, which are continued in all these trials. And we have shown in these studies that clearly Fourier was a larger trial, but Odyssey also had almost 19,000 patients, different group of patients. Fourier had prior MI, stroke, and symptomatic PAD, whereas Odyssey was predominantly in prior ACS patients between 1 to 12 months, average of 2.5 months. And in these patients, the statins was continued. In Odyssey, high intensity statin. In our Fourier trial, it was high intensity in many, but moderate in some. And these endpoints are given here. You know the results of these trials. Of course, you saw in the previous speaker slides that with evolocumab, you can have a reduction down to 30. And 20% of our patients had LDL that was reduced and stayed below 30 milligram for the longest period of time. No side effects, as I mentioned earlier, no brain hemorrhage, nothing. None of those things were playing a role. And you can see that these are the guidelines that really was adopted by NLA, very similar to American College of Cardiology and AHA combined guideline. Time does not permit for me to get into it, but you can see that it was recommended that when you cannot achieve LDL goal with statin alone, then you can add PCSK9 inhibitor or ezetimibe in these patients. And here you have the Fourier Kaplan-Meier curve showing the difference clearly. And you see here, this is a slide I want to show because primary endpoint included some of the things that are not as critical. But in our trials, we looked at the secondary endpoint, which was the hard endpoint, myocardial infarction, stroke. And in these, we can see there was a greater effect, 20% reduction. And I've also published a paper in JAMA Cardiology showing similar efficacy in diabetic as well as patients with metabolic syndrome with evolocumab. Alirocumab showed very similar data. This is an ACS population, and you can see a little less, but 15% is statistically significant reduction. So who benefits most from PCSK9 inhibitors? Clearly, patients who have had a recent acute event, whether it be acute myocardial infarction or have had acute coronary syndrome, non-Q-wave MI, patients with multivessel disease, patients who have elevated Lp(a). Of course, we have specific agents that are on the horizon, but they are not available yet. In the Fourier trial, we evaluated, even in the Indian segment, which I headed, about 20 to 30% reduction in Lp(a). That's not enough. We need at least a 70% reduction in Lp(a) to have any meaningful beneficial effect. But nevertheless, it's better than nothing. And of course, anybody who continues to have LDL above target, diabetic and metabolic syndrome, peripheral vascular disease, and CABG, and we have written paper on all of these subgroup of patients from Fourier. Now, of course, one of the problems with PCSK9 inhibitor is the frequency of administration. Well, in the beginning, we had every 2-week injection. Then we came to every 4 weeks or monthly injection. And now we have an alternative. And this is siRNA preparation, inclisiran. One of our colleagues is going to talk about it later on, so I'm not going to waste too much time except to emphasize that it is absorbed very nicely after subcutaneous injection. It's quite effective. The drug is achieving the peak concentration within 4 hours of administration, and it's effective in up to 2 weeks or so and remains effective for up to 6 months. That's why the frequency of injection is every 6 months. And there are many trials, and I'm not going to take time because other gentleman is going to cover it, but these phase 3 trials have shown sustained efficacy and LDL reduction somewhere about 40 to 50% on top of statin. So here you can see 52% effective reduction in LDL and sustained about 54%. And 84% of the patients were able to achieve LDL target when inclisiran was given on top of max tolerated statin. And there are lots of safety data that are going to be available. Again, this is going to be discussed in detail, so I'm not going to take time here. Of course, one of the concerns with any kind of RNA interfering agent is safety, long-term safety, whether we have long-term safety or there's going to be some alteration in the normal body function. And so far, the data shows there is no safety signal that is of any concern. So this is sort of summary. Let me move on. The biggest exciting data are with bempedoic acid. As you are aware, bempedoic acid has been around for some time, but we now have the data from the outcome studies, both in secondary and primary prevention. Bempedoic acid, just to remind you, is a prodrug that's activated in the liver by very long-chain acyl coenzyme synthetase. It's activated and then it acts actually upstream, if you will. HMG co-reductase inhibitor acts here, bempedoic acid acts upstream, and certainly it is synergistic or complements the action of HMG co-reductase inhibitor. These are many different trials that have been done. These are the initial trial, Clear Wisdom, Clear Harmony, and they showed that bempedoic acid on top of statin therapy can reduce LDL by about 18 to 20%, no significant side effect except some of the noise that was there in these trials, that was cholelithiasis and some gout increase. Here you can see the summary of these efficacy of pooled analysis of phase 3 study data, and you can see here in a statin intolerant patient, there was about 23% reduction in patients who were on a statin, either with ASCVD or heterozygous familial hypercholesterolemia. The reduction is a little less. What is interesting, different from ezetimibe does not reduce any CRP, so it has no favorable effect on inflammation, whereas because of the way it acts upstream, you can see here there is a substantial reduction in CRP. 4 different trials, all showing a reduction of about 20 to 25% in CRP. Why is that important? Because I think we have learned from the studies that in patients with atherosclerosis, anti-inflammatory effect is crucial. Many believe that statin's efficacy is primarily related not only just to LDL reduction, but their anti-inflammatory effects. And here you can see when you combine it with ezetimibe, you can see a combination can reduce LDL as much as 36%, and CRP reduction is also quite complementary, which is surprising because really CRP is not reduced by ezetimibe, so how this complementary effect is there, I'm not totally certain. And now we have the outcome trial. So this is the CLEAR outcome trial. This was published in New England Journal of Medicine earlier in this year. And what you can see here in this trial, all patients had to be statin intolerant. Either they certified they are statin intolerant or physicians certified they are statin intolerant, and they were then given bempedoic acid. You can see the reduction to the extent we have talked about. Here is a bar diagram, and what you see here is the Kaplan-Meier curves. This is a 4-component MACE, but if you take out the need for revascularization, 3-component MACE, you can see the 15% reduction, very, very similar to what we saw in the PCSK9 inhibitor trial. If you look at specifically fatal and non-fatal myocardial infarction event, you can see even a greater degree of reduction, about 23%, and this is for coronary revascularization. Now, there are also data about bempedoic acid in primary prevention. This paper was published in JAMA earlier, and you can see in that particular study, they also showed bempedoic acid can be efficacious in patients who are at high risk of coronary artery disease. These were high-risk patients selected, and it showed significant reduction in their events. So I'd like to summarize my talk by emphasizing that now we have a number of choices. We began 25 years ago with merely bile acid sequestrants, and then we have, of course, the statins. In between came the ezetimibe and bempedoic acid, and we, of course, now have PCSK9 inhibitor and siRNA with inclisiran. So I'd like to conclude by emphasizing that the ACC guideline now clearly emphasize that we should attain the LDL target in all patients with one or other therapies in these patients. And clearly it's now possible by using a different combination. If monotherapy is not effective, statins still remains foundational therapy. And I think you heard from Dr. Agarwal earlier that the Indian Association, Lipid Association has made recommendations. And this is important because a paper by Lipid Association of India showed that despite all these therapy being available, only 20 to 30% of the patients really achieve the LDL target. So I think either it's due to the physician apathy, or it's due to the ineffective doses of the agents, or it's due to not using proper combination. But regardless of that, since we know this therapy is highly effective in reducing the risk of future events, we must use whatever is needed to get LDL to the appropriate target. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for excellent talk. And I think you have covered almost all aspects of lowering beyond 37. So that's a good thing. Now we can invite next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the next speaker in this meeting now is Dr. Sanjeev Sharma from EHCC, Emerging PCSK9 Inhibitors, Inclisiran. Everybody's keenly waiting to hear about Inclisiran from you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon. I think Dr. Rajiv Agrawal and Dr. Didwania has almost covered everything what I'm going to summarize in the next few slides. So it's about the PCSK9 inhibition, lipid lowering, not about the inclisiran. This is a summary of all the PCSK9. Now, as we all know, as endorsed by the previous speakers, Dr. Agrawal, Dr. Didwania, that this is the era of lower the better. When we talk about the LDL, the lower is the better. There is no lower limit. You can go to any extent, especially in the Indian scenario where atherosclerosis is very aggressive. Like endorsed by the ESC and European Atherosclerosis Society, we should target in a high-risk CV risk patients less than 70 and very high risk less than 55. And the reduction should be equal to more than 50% from the baseline. And the expert consensus decision pathway as shown by Dr. Didwania, they also target less than 55 in a high-risk SCVD patients. And our Lipid Association of India are a little more stringent. They have other category than the very high risk, where they target the less than 50 milligram per deciliter. But in extreme risk patients, there were two divisions, category A and category B. In category B, they suggest less than 30 milligram per deciliter as per the Indian scenario. So we have to try and achieve all the possible means beyond statins, like ezetimibe, bempedoic acid. If it's not being controlled, then we have to switch on to the PCSK9 inhibitor for further LDL lowering. The nice guidelines by the UK for the heterozygous familial hypercholesterolemia and for the ASCVD also recommend in the same tune all the patients who are not being managed with the statins or those who don't tolerate statins, and in spite of ezetimibe or the bempedoic acid or combination of two, still you don't achieve the target, one has to go for the PCSK9 inhibitor in the form of either a monoclonal antibody or the small interfering RNA inclisiran. We see the gaps in the current lipid lowering. This is from our Indian data, about 575 patients in the retrospective study. Indian ACS patients from 11 different sites, followed up for almost 1 year time. And it clearly says that almost 80% of the patients, they did not achieve the LDL target of 55 milligram per deciliter. This is with the high-dose statins. 97% of patients were on high-dose statins. And still they did not achieve the targets. And if you talk about less than 70, more than 50% of the patients, they did not achieve the less than 70 milligram per deciliter. So there is a clear need, as Dr. Didwania suggests, there is an inertia from the physician side, for the high-dose statin also, they don't go for the 40 milligram of rosuvastatin or 80 of atorvastatin. They still manage with 20 or 10 And they are very apprehensive about the symptoms also. Patient is complaining of weakness, they immediately reduce the dose and they don't look at the LDL targets. And they don't try the other therapies like bempedoic acid and other lipid lowering. The reason for poor LDL control, one other reason in Indian context, we can say is the therapy adherence. Like a statin, we have to take one pill every day. Those 365 days, we have to take one pill. If we have some therapy which can give you like a infrequent dosing in form of PCSK9, monoclonal antibody, we have to administer it twice a month. That is reasonably good, but with the inclisiran, like the small interfering RNA therapy, we just have to give one shot in 6 months. I think that will be a big answer for the therapy adherence. But the cost will be definitely an issue. And if you look into the next diagram, proportional reduction in the LDL cholesterol, the magnitude of benefit which we are going to have with these PCSK9 inhibitor is way beyond the statins and other lipid-lowering therapy. And there's one other important fact is, if visit to visit the LDL value variable because of therapy adherence or because of some other reasons, physician dose adjustment, this variation can lead to the recurrent coronary events and also the cerebral vascular event. As we can see, the one standard deviation in the LDL cholesterol variability can lead to the acute coronary event by 16%, any CV event by 11%, and death by 23%, which is quite high, and MI and stroke in the tune of 10 and 17%. So it's very important to have a steady level achieved and to be maintained for a long duration for a decrease in the cardiovascular events and also cerebral vascular events. And this is early aggressive LDL lowering post-acute coronary syndrome results in a significant reduction in the, your overall your death from cardiovascular cause and also the recurrent CV events. This is a comparison of low-dose statin, 40 mg of pravastatin, comparing the 80 mg of atorvastatin, which is high-dose statin. There was significant 16% reduction in the cardiovascular death and death from any cause, and also the recurrent CV events. So it's very important to have an aggressive lipid lowering. Now, coming to the action of the PCSK9 inhibitor, how does it act? Like PCSK9 attached to the LDL receptor and make it easily get degraded inside the hepatocytes. When you inhibit the PCSK9 by either a monoclonal antibody which attached to the PCSK9 make it ineffective, so the LDL, more and more LDL receptors are available on the hepatocyte surface for uptake of the LDL from the bloodstream. And monoclonal antibody acts and bind with the PCSK9, whereas this is a small interfering RNA. This gets entry into the hepatocytes, and the antisense strands get attached to this RNA-induced silencing complex, which eventually attach to the PCSK9 mRNA and results in its degradation. So the translation of PCSK9 is compromised or get inhibited. So less number of PCSK9 are available for getting attached to the LDL receptor, and more LDL receptors are available for uptake from the bloodstream, and thereby it is a significant LDL lowering. This is a comparison of two PCSK9. At one side is the small interfering RNA, which inhibits the translation of PCSK9 inside the hepatocytes, and thereby results in a reduced PCSK9 synthesis, whereas monoclonal antibody get attached to the PCSK9 in the bloodstream, and it's not available, it clears the LDL. More and more LDL receptors are not thereby available for the uptake of LDL from the bloodstream. And frequency of siRNA is twice a year, that is every 6 months, whereas monoclonal antibody, we have to administer every fortnightly, twice a month. Safety and efficacy, this we can see from the phase 3 studies of PCSK9 monoclonal antibody. Right from the 12 weeks to 24 weeks to 48 weeks, so over 1 year, all the phase 3 studies clearly says there's a clear reduction of 40 to 70%, right from the early phase to the ongoing 48 weeks. And this was very effective as well as very safe. Coming to the inclisiran, which is a small interfering RNA, and in this pivotal trial, phase 3 study, there was a more than 50% reduction of LDL from the baseline, And this was quite encouraging. And the LDL mean was 55 milligram per deciliter. And there was a significant reduction of non-HDL cholesterol to the tune of 46%. And with inclisiran, 68% of the patient achieved a LDL target of less than 70 milligram per deciliter, and close to 52% achieved a LDL target of less than 50, which is quite good as compared to the previous agents. About the clinical trial updates, quickly going through. Slides are not moving, please. There are no videos, nothing still there. It's not moving. No. कैसे? अभी तो सब चल रही है ना? Touched upon by Dr. Didwania, right from Odyssey outcomes and four-year trial. Odyssey outcome was about evolocumab, so more than 18,000 patients. It was published in NEJM 2018, and there was a significant, almost 15% reduction in the overall cardiovascular events, which includes cardiovascular death, recurrent MI, stroke, and after that is a four-year trial that also had almost 26,000 patients. Sorry for the slide getting stuck now. Quickly go through it. Yeah. So Odyssey outcome trial, this was alirocumab in acute coronary syndrome. More than 18,000 patients were randomized, and there was a clear 15% reduction in the composite primary endpoint of death from coronary heart disease, non-fatal MI, fatal and non-fatal ischemic stroke, and also the unstable angina. And the same results were translated in the same four-year trial. This was with evolocumab in ACVD. And there was a 15% reduction in the primary composite endpoint of cardiovascular death, MI, stroke, and hospitalization for unstable angina. And there was 20% reduction in the key secondary endpoints, which are the hard endpoints like cardiovascular death, MI, and stroke. So it's very clear that clearly results in a significant reduction in the overall hard outcomes. And the Orion 9, 10, 11, it was shown by Dr. Didwania. The patient level analysis suggested the benefit in the CV outcomes with inclisiran. There was a close to 26% reduction in the composite MACE compared to the placebo over 18 months. And numerically, there is a decreased number of MI and stroke with this inclisiran in this study. And if you look at the population health, this model, there was a 28% relative risk reduction over 10 years, and the absolute risk reduction in the tune of 7%. In a 5 lakhs hypothetical Orion-like patients, so inclisiran might result in a decrease in the cardiovascular events in 31,522 patients over 10 years, assuming no other lipid lowering were added. So this was a clear trend towards the benefit from this siRNA agent as compared to the other therapies. In the EVOPAX, the early reduction of LDL cholesterol in the patient with ACS. This trial had 308 patients hospitalized with the ACS with the LDL cholesterol on elevated LDL level, even on a high intensity statins. They were randomized to evolocumab versus placebo, and they were followed up for 8 weeks' time. And there was a clear-cut reduction in the LDL value, less than 70 milligram per deciliter in majority. That 96% of the patient achieved LDL level less than 70 over 8 weeks, which was quite encouraging. And also, there was a significant reduction in the event, but it was a very short-term study. But in a long term, definitely it's going to have a decrease in the hard outcomes. So to summarize, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of morbidity and mortality throughout the world, and medication burden can negatively affect the adherence and average LDL reduction over time. So visit to visit variability, fluctuation in the LDL values can result in recurrent future events, cardiovascular events, and the novel lipid lowering therapies like PCSK9 inhibitor, your monoclonal antibody, as well as siRNA inhibitor, has got a proven efficacy and safety and can provide us the optimum lipid values, those who cannot tolerate statins or not controlled with the high dose statins and other therapies. So siRNA, vaccines, and gene editing therapies demonstrate superior adherence and hold immense potential for reducing the LDL levels and results in a significant reduction in the cardiovascular events in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep, for a wonderful discussion about emerging PCSK9 inhibitors. So I think next speaker I should call upon.
Thank you.
So I would call upon next Dr. Sandeep Bansal. He need not require any introduction. He is from Safdarjung Hospital, Delhi, Head Department of Cardiology. And the topic is targeting residual risk in CAD.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering how am I going to be talking? See, when a patient comes to me and he has a nephrology problem, I say you go to the nephrologist, and the nephrologist sends the heart patients to the cardiologist, but it's ultimately the internist who kind of unifies. So my talk, please take it as a unifying talk. It's an overview kind of all the 3 talks that have been done and a couple of them which have been done since morning. So targeting residual risk in coronary artery disease. We all know this has been emphasized since morning that cholesterol is the cause for coronary artery disease. Statins lower the mortality and higher doses are better, but a high residual risk remains. And this is on the basis of so many studies that it has been said that LDL causes atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Statins lower the mortality and morbidity, whatever be the category of patient of coronary artery disease. But look at these light blue bars. These light blue bars are the patients who are on statin, and these bars are not very much shorter than the dark blue bars. And so we find that almost 60 to 75% of the patients continue to be having events despite being on high dose of statin. And this is called the residual risk. So by definition, residual risk is the risk for coronary artery disease events and mortality that remains despite the patient being on high doses of statins. As has been again emphasized in the previous talks, the point is, how do we manage these? We manage these by understanding that the targets are much lower now, and there is a comprehensive evaluation of residual risk. The European guidelines, the Indian guidelines, and the ACC expert consensus all say look at targets less than 50. The Indian guidelines, the LAI guidelines of 2023 are going to come, and they talk of levels up to 10 milligrams per deciliter in patients who have multiple risk factors and continue to have recurrent events despite very entire combinations that are available. This is again talking of extremely low levels of LDL cholesterol, and it's not every day that Professor Brownwald lends his name to editorials, but he talked, Dr. Rajiv did show this slide. This is about 2 years ago, Professor Brownwald gave this editorial. Again, this has been shown that even in the West, it has been recognized that if you continue to have recurrent events, despite being on LDL, having LDL levels less than 55, you should look at levels which are less than 10 milligrams. Please, there's some problem with the slides. Okay. This is like oven fresh. This is 15 days ago, European Heart Journal, 14th of September. Professor Brownwald told us about primordial prevention. And in primordial prevention, the LDL target is 70 degrees. Remember the slide which was shown by Dr. Rajiv Agrawal, the red semicircle slide? This actually means that the entire world's population, right from their very young ages, means the school children, should be considered as high-risk category patients. Target should be less than 70 milligrams of LDL cholesterol. We are looking at really low levels. So in 2023, lower is better, lowest is best, and sooner the later. I'm reminded of almost 18 years ago, Dr. Didwania had come to Delhi, when rosuvastatin had been introduced. And in the meeting, I asked him, high for how long? High dose statin for how long? He said, lifelong. So that's it. The longer the duration you keep the levels lower, the better it is for the patients. We are all afraid of statins causing side effects. These are unfounded. This is again 10 days ago, American Heart Association scientific statement, which tells you that LDL lowering is safe. Even when you achieve levels which are 10 milligrams or 20 milligrams, we are afraid of cognitive impairment, it doesn't occur. We are afraid of dementia, it doesn't occur. We are afraid of hemorrhagic strokes, they don't occur. They're not higher. The only category of patients is if the patient has had a hemorrhagic stroke and we want to put those patients on statins, that's the data which is not so very well clear. This is again a very important slide, in fact the most important slide of my talk, which says that the residual risk has to be targeted in a very comprehensive way. So in terms of lipids, we don't have just LDL target, we have LDL, we have triglycerides, and we also have the LP little a. In terms of residual inflammatory risk, we need to lower the HSCRP, and we have a host of trials on that. We also know that there is a thrombotic risk. It is well known now that dual pathway inhibition in patients with severest of the diseases, polyvascular diseases, the dual pathway inhibition using low dose of rivaroxaban twice a day in addition to aspirin is a better way than using antiplatelet agent alone. And in terms of managing diabetes, we have two wonderful group of drugs, the GLP-1 receptor agonists and the SGLT2 inhibitors. These should be used as and when needed in these group of patients. So as far as the anti-inflammatory therapies are concerned, this is a busy slide. Two years ago it came. It's a review of all the anti-inflammatory therapies that are there. The green ones are using colchicine. The yellow one is using canakinumab, which reduced the mortality by 15%, but due to its liver side effects, it was not approved. Methotrexate was tried in the CERT trial in the orange, but it was not found to be a positive trial. So what we have effectively, and the cost to benefit ratio of this is extremely good, that is colchicine. I, in my practice, use it in almost all my patients who are discharged after acute coronary syndromes. 0.5 milligrams of colchicine is extremely safe. It has been US FDA approved in 2023 and a very useful drug. This is from the COMPASS trial. It has been seen that the combination of rivaroxaban and aspirin is better if you have a polyvascular disease. Again, in a meeting, Dr. Rajiv Agrawal was talking to me. I was thinking how to remember which patients to put on. He said, whenever the disease moves outside the heart, when it goes to the kidneys, causes renal failure, when it goes to peripheral vasculature, when it goes to the brain, causes stroke, or diabetes, which is anyway a polyvascular disease. So any patients in whom you have extensive disease, inflammation needs to be lowered. There are two aspects to the lipid lowering or LDL cholesterol lowering. One is the targets, as I said, have become much lower. The LDL, though it continues to be main targets, but triglycerides and LPA are other targets. The second thing is the frequency of dosing. We know that if your patients, take lipid-lowering agents every day, they have a high chance of breakthrough. So we have moved from daily to bi-monthly or monthly dosing, and now we have biannual. I've been a part of the inclisiran approval group, the DCGI in India. It is not available for marketing as yet, but it is there. It is going to be there very soon. We also have vaccinations, and we have gene editing. The first in man has been done. So once you edit the gene, you're done for your entire life in terms of lipid lowering. So this is a summary Cochrane review of ezetimibe. It gives you a moderate to high quality evidence that ezetimibe is beneficial. Dr. Didwania talked about it in great details. Bempedoic acid lowers LDL cholesterol alone as well as in combination with the statins. And when it is added to ezetimibe, it lowers it even further. This again is clear. The PCSK9 inhibitors, this is a summary slide of the Fourier trial, reduced LDL cholesterol even further, and it has been seen that 59% LDL cholesterol lowering occurs. There's a 15% reduction in primary endpoints of cardiovascular mortality, MI, stroke, hospitalization for unstable angina or coronary revascularization. And so this is a stupendous benefit. This slide has already been shown as to how inclisiran differs from the PCSK9 inhibitors, and it shows a significant 26% reduction and a 28% relative risk reduction in 10 years cardiovascular risk, and an absolute risk again is astounding at 7%. The other drug which are available for for LDL lowering as well as triglyceride lowering is evinacumab. The good point about this is that you don't have to have, functioning LDL receptors for evinacumab to function. So in those patients where PCSK9 inhibitors also don't act, you can use evinacumab. This is another US FDA approved drug and is commercially available. As far as triglycerides are concerned, icosapentaethyl is available in our country, and this should be used, but two new exciting drugs, pemafibrate and this volanesorsen, this again is available for hypertriglyceridemia. Lp(a), whom to screen, the patients are highlighted here, premature coronary artery disease or family history or recurrent events of familial hypercholesterolemia, screen for Lp(a), and wonderful drugs are available, in the pipeline. Olpasiran, which lowered by almost 90%, pelacarsen by 85%, and we have an oral drug in the pipeline, movalaplen. This is the third drug which is available, and it's going to be oral, and this will lower the things. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, residual risk is the coronary artery disease risk, which remains after the highest dose of statins. The residual risk is targeted by using very or extremely low LDL targets and also addressing triglycerides and Lp(a), addressing the inflammatory and thrombotic risks, and managing effectively associated conditions like diabetes and hypertension. There is a concept of PCSK9 sparing therapies. Dr. Didwania touched on that. The combination of statins and ezetimibe and bempedoic acid, because the PCSK9 therapies are not cheap. The lesser frequency of LDL lowering therapies like inclisiran, they will translate into greater adherence and better outcomes. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Bansal sir, for your excellent talk. And we are already running short of time, so I think we should start the next session. If Dr. Rajiv Gupta sir allow us. Rajiv Gupta sir, please.
We can have memento distribution, please, to the speakers. Dr. Rajiv Agrawal. Dr. Prakash Didwania. Dr. Sanjeev Sharma. And Dr. Sandeep Bansal. Sandeep Bansal is left, or he ran away? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, please.
Thank you.
So we go on to the next session, and that's on hypertension. And for chairing the session, may I ask Dr. Prem Payas, please? Dr. Puneet Saxena. He is not here. Dr. V.K. Goyal. Dr. Virendra Goyal. V.K. Goyal, please. Dr. Dipendra Bhatnagar. And Dr. Prashant Joshi.
Good afternoon to all, and let's get down to a very important session on a very common disease which still needs a lot of work to be done to improve matters, and that is hypertension. The first talk will be by Professor Neil Poulter on the appropriate BP target for India. May I invite Professor Poulter to start his talk.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. Just like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me, and I'm delighted to be here amongst old friends and colleagues. Appropriate blood pressure targets. Before I start, I have no conflicts in relationship to this talk. Indeed, I hope I've got no conflicts of interest at all, but I show this for political correctness. Why does it matter about blood pressure lowering and targets? And it's because blood pressure continues to be the biggest contributor to the global burden of disease and global mortality, leading, when I wrote this, to 9.4 million deaths each year. But if you look at the most recent data from the global burden of disease, that 9.4 million has gone to 10.8 million deaths per year. That's 30,000 deaths per day due to raised blood pressure, far greater than COVID ever caused at a daily time, and ever will do. These numbers are going to get worse because the world's population is getting bigger, and on average we're getting older. So we need to do blood pressure lowering well and better than we do now. Why do we treat blood pressure? Not for the blood pressure per se, because our main aim is to lower blood pressure to offset this huge toll on global health burden and death which the raised blood pressure causes. That's why we treat blood pressure. So, what about targets? Well, prospectively, here you see the association on the left with stroke and on the right with ischemic heart disease. Can we go back to that, please? Hello? On the left with stroke, on the right with ischemic heart disease, you see the association between increasing blood pressure for systolic blood pressure and death from stroke and death from ischemic heart disease, stratified by age. And it doesn't matter what age you are, increasing systolic and increasing diastolic across the whole range increases your risk of death from stroke and ischemic heart disease. So from a prospective point of view, the lower, the better. However, in some post hoc analyses, and it's very important, all these analyses are post hoc. This has never been shown prospectively. In some trials, post hoc, you see a downside to the left there, so-called J or inverted U. You see to the left of 120 and the left of 70 diastolic, some suggestion that there's a problem about lowering the blood pressure further. And these data have influenced the guidelines to temper our enthusiasm. We don't say the lower the better. We say, this is the most recent European statement, so long as the drug treatment's well tolerated, treated systolic values should be targeted to 130 or lower. In most patients, at least up to the age of 79. 80 and above, the evidence is less clear. Well, let's now just look at the situation in South Asia on the middle and on the right, the worldwide data. This is based on May measurement month, and you can see the total number of participants from South Asia. This is in 2019, almost 500,000 people. South Asia has been fantastic, and India in particular, in getting involved with screening. And what you see compared with worldwide, the numbers with hypertension are shown there. Proportion with hypertension, less in South Asia, 29% than worldwide, about a third. The proportion of hypertensives that are aware, less than half, 46%. Around the rest of the world, 58%. The proportion of hypertensives being treated, less in South Asia than the rest of the world, 43 versus 55%. But of those controlled, it's pretty similar. It's about 56%, 57% of those who on medication who actually get controlled to 140/90. And we've just heard we're now being recommended to go to 130/80. So the proportions are much smaller than that. So looking at the proportion of all the hypertensives, it's about just under a quarter are getting controlled in South Asia and about a third worldwide. So overall, not a very good picture for something that kills 30,000 people per day around the world. So, we talked about the targets. What are the strategies to get to those targets? Well, we ask ourselves the question is, why are we poor at getting blood pressure control? Several reasons. The first, have we got ineffective drugs? I don't think that's true. We've got several classes that work very effectively if you put them in your mouth. Secondly, resistant hypertension. Variably perceived as a big problem. I think it's in single digits. This is an overstated problem. Truly resistant is less than 10% in my mind. What about guideline confusion? Well, I think there is some of that. When the guidelines disagree, that causes confusion all around the place. And one of the problems, for example, in India, is we don't have homegrown data on which to base morbidity, mortality evidence as to what the right thing to do is. There's no doubt that drug costs are a problem for many of the people. In the NHS in UK, the drugs are free to certain people, at least over the age of 60, for example. But along with the drug costs, side effects are real. And with can't afford it plus side effects, you finish up with poor adherence, combined with physician inertia. The doctors do not persuade their patients to get to the right targets by prescribing more. We're all to blame for that. So there's lots of reasons for poor control. How are we going to get round these various issues? Well, just to reiterate, is it because we need new drugs? Well, they'll help, but that's not the problem. The vast majority are not getting drugs of any sort. All the guidelines agree that the first line of therapy should be lifestyle. None of us at medical school were taught about lifestyle. None of us. We know nothing about it, and we're not good advocates for it. But all these things work. I won't bore you with them. You all know them. Reducing salt, increasing potassium. Dietary nitrate, found in beetroot juice. Physical activity, obviously, improve fitness. Weight loss. Smoking cessation, although smoking and blood pressure are not so easily linked. As you drag on a cigarette, your blood pressure goes up. But smokers often are thin. So the association between blood pressure and smoking is not a particularly strong one. Chronic heavy smoking gives you raised systolics. But I won't go on. You need to stop smoking for lots of other reasons, blood pressure not being particularly the one. Limitation of alcohol. Psychosocial stress and its management. Yoga would be proposed here, I'm sure. Limit caffeine intake. Red Bull should be banned. Mediterranean diet, good evidence from that, and the DASH diet. So all these are all agreed, all the guidelines, but we don't push them, do we? Because we don't know much about it, and we don't know how to advise our patients. But assuming you've done that, we add in drug treatment. What should we be doing? And all the guidelines, here are some recent sets of guidelines on the right side there. Pan-African Society of Cardiology, European guidelines in 18 and 23, ISH, the International Society 2020, and WHO all agree that we should probably be starting with 2 drug classes, and that rarely happens. And ideally, if it's cost effective and you've got the right drugs, we should use a single pill combination. Why single pills? Because they're more effective and they give more rapid blood pressure control than monotherapy. 2 drugs at half doses are more effective than 1 drug at full dose. And also, if you've got lower doses of drugs, you get less side effects. Less side effects, you get better adherence. Better adherence, and you get improved cardiovascular protection, which is going to be more cost effective. So it's a no-brainer. Single pill combinations, if we can produce them cheaply and distribute them, is what we should be doing. Okay, we're going to give combinations. Which combinations? Does it matter if you get the same level of blood pressure? Does it matter which combinations you use? Well, I'll just say simply, yes, I believe it does. Why do I say that? I have only got time for one example, and here it is. The ACCOMPLISH trial. Randomized patient to get a calcium channel blocker, benazepril, I beg your pardon, amlodipine with an ACE inhibitor, benazepril. We don't have benazepril in UK, but anyway, it's a CCB and an ACE versus benazepril, the ACE inhibitor, plus low-dose thiazide. Almost identical blood pressure lowering throughout the trial. And look at the cardiovascular events, hugely in favor of calcium channel blocker ACE. It's one example, but it'll do. There are several of them. What you lower the blood pressure with matters, and that's what the evidence tells us. So, which combination should we use? Well, ISH kept it pretty simple. You can see there, top right, A plus C. The code is ACE or ARB plus C, calcium channel blocker. And then left on the right there, ideally single pill combination therapy. So it's a combination of RAS blocker plus a calcium channel blocker, ideally single pill. Very simple starting place. The European guidelines in 2018, same sort of story, RAS blocker plus CCB, but they added in RAS blocker plus diuretic as an alternative. And actually ISH mentioned that in the text as well. So it's a very simple place to start and probably what we should do. But once again, look at the green pill, top left. Single pill combination if possible. Notice also at the bottom, beta blockers. They can be added in anywhere where there is a specific indication for use, not to everybody. And I'll come back to that. Specific indication, all the things we agree with, heart failure, angina, post-MI, atrial fibrillation, or in pregnancy as labetalol. They are the indications for beta blockers in 2018. I'll come back to it. Just to guide which drugs to use, I would thoroughly recommend this table. The ideal drug requirements, they should be evidence-based in relation to morbidity and mortality. They should give 24-hour control. The drug should be affordable and cost-effective. They should be well tolerated, and we should have evidence of benefit of the populations in which it is to be applied. That's very important in the context of South Asia. I now want to take you back to the 2023 guidelines, which get a big tick, the same 5 areas for beta blockers that they recommend in 2018. Then you'll see that big list underneath, so-called other areas you can use beta blockers. There is no evidence for that, none. What's the difference between 2018 and 2023? No scientific evidence has changed. So why did 2023 and 2018 suddenly add that list of nonsense? And all I can say is that it has nothing to do with science. I hope you understand. I just put a little line on that. One of the bits of nonsense, they say hypertension with an elevated heart rate is an indication for beta blockers, against the evidence, which we published in 2010, 13 years ago. Here you see stratified blood pressures of amlodipine, and ACE inhibitor. This was the ASCOT trial against atenolol thiazide. And what you see is stratified by heart rate. As you see on that left-hand side, the pulse rate had absolutely no influence on the superiority of amlodipine plus an ACE inhibitor over the beta blocker thiazide. There was no signal that with a tachycardia, the beta blocker thiazide would be better. That's the evidence which shows the ESH guideline recommended for the beta blockers is quite clearly wrong, at least for that. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, I've gone on too long. This is how we manage high blood pressure. We need to break the wall down. We need to look at the individual at the other side, and what we give them matters. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Bolter. May I ask you one provocative question?
Please.
At a community level, would it be better just to ensure that as many people as possible took a good combination drug and not bother about any targets at all?
I think there's a good argument for that, yes. I think there is a good argument. Targets have got to go, it's arbitrary in many ways what the targets are. There is evidence of lowering below 140 to 130, but I err towards the lower the better, so long as we use decent drugs. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dr. Prabhakaran, and he's going to take us on a different strategy altogether, and that is task shifting for management and adherence, promotion, feasibility, and evidence with reference to risk factors for CVD, right?
Right. So thank you very much for that introduction, and many thanks to Dr. Rajiv Gupta for inviting me to give this talk. It's always a pleasure to be here. As you can see, Dr. Gupta has put me into a double jeopardy. One, it's always difficult to give a talk after lunch. And second, it's even more difficult to give a talk after Professor Polter has given his talk. So let me see how I overcome this jeopardy. So I've been asked to talk about task shifting in the management and adherence promotion. Adherence is a vast topic, and it will take almost half an hour to do that topic. So I'm not going to largely talk on adherence, but I'm going to talk on the overall principle of task shifting in the management of hypertension. So the question is, why task shifting and why not task sharing? And I believe that we should get away from this tyranny of terminology and we should use this interchangeably. Task shifting is defined as the rational movement of primary care duties from physicians to non-physician healthcare workers, such as nurses, pharmacists, or community health workers. Task sharing, on the other hand, is a planned strategy in which a team of healthcare professionals work together to deliver a service accompanied by training or certification and support for healthcare workers. And actually, both are very important in resource-poor settings. It is said that task shifting is useful where doctors and physicians are not available. Like in many parts of Africa, they actually use task shifting as a strategy for management of hypertension. Task sharing when doctors and physicians are available, but they have a very high workload. So there's a case for having physician assistants who help the doctors in terms of managing patients. So what is the evidence? Dr. Jimon, who's here, and we looked at the role of task sharing with non-physician healthcare workers for management of blood pressure in low and middle income countries and carried out a systematic review, which was published a few years back in Lancet Global Health. And what we saw was any non-physician healthcare provider was helpful in reducing systolic blood pressure to the tune of around 5 millimeters of mercury. But it also depended on who was the non-physician healthcare provider. Was it a dietitian, a community health worker, a nurse, or a pharmacist? And from our systematic review, it appears that the pharmacists and nurses are superior to other forms of community health worker in reducing systolic blood pressure, as well as in reducing diastolic blood pressure. The reduction in diastolic blood pressure, as expected, was not huge, but it is quite significant. It's a 3 millimeter reduction. Now, one might argue that it's okay, you got the blood pressure reduced, but this is a small reduction. Will it really translate into our usual hard outcomes? So that was the study which was presented in the AHA last year and published recently in Lancet. And it's a large study from China, which used a special design called cluster randomized trial, where they randomized villages to receive a strategy of using non-physician community healthcare providers treating these patients against usual care. They call them the village doctors there. And it involved a total of close to 34,000 patients. The systolic blood pressure reduction in the intervention group was whopping 23 millimeters. It's not been achieved in any trial so far, but it is huge reduction of 23 millimeters. Diastolic blood pressure reduction was 9 millimeter, and their primary outcome, which was a composite of MI, stroke, heart failure requiring hospitalization, cardiovascular death, was much lower as compared to usual care, and it translated into huge relative risk reduction for each of these, more than 1/3 reduction for any of these as a secondary outcome. It was huge. So very, very encouraging. The question that we need to ask is, we now have the evidence. Can this really work in a country like India, which is highly heterogeneous? We have both private care as well as public health care. We have differences in rural and urban health care. So there are lots of issues that we need to ask. The first question that we need to ask is, will it be acceptable both to the physicians and the patients? Will a patient accept treatment by a nurse or a community health worker or any kind of non-physician healthcare provider? Will it be applicable to everyone? Like in the private sector now, we have physician assistants in many places. Can we expand that, and will it be feasible to give it in government hospitals and in other locations? Will it be cost effective, or will it be more expensive to have an additional personnel along with a doctor? So the question is, will it be affordable? The next question is, we can use it in smaller hospitals, we can use it in our own practices, but can we scale it up? Can we make it available to the whole country? Can we make it sustainable? And what are the health system issues in terms of improving access, availability of care, supply chain issues? Because drug stockouts in many of the hospitals, government hospitals, is a big issue in terms of compliance. How do we involve the consumers? We need to talk to our patients, we need to talk to our communities and the families. How do we involve them as in terms of shared care? And how can we incorporate the ever-evolving technologies, particularly the frugal technology, digital technologies in hypertension care? And how do we consider multimorbidity? Because if you're going to create these vertical systems of care for hypertension, for diabetes, for lipids, and for every other disease, it's going to become humongous. How do we integrate everything into one single theme and manage these patients? These are some of the questions which we need to answer. To summarize, when we have looked at from our experience in the last 15 years, I think the major challenges to task shifting in India is centrality of physicians in the management of diseases, because in India, only physicians have the right to prescribe, and we should take that into account and create a system where physician is central to the management of any disease. The second thing that we need to look at is we need to shift from specialist-driven care to primary care. If you look at the number of cardiologists in this country, it may not be more than 10,000. Will that be adequate for 1.4 billion population? Or even if you consider only the adult population, something like for 600, 700 million people, will it be adequate? So we need to look at how primary care physicians are going to manage hypertension and diabetes. The next thing that we need to see whether it can work and whether we should make it work is a team-based approach. And then we need to pair technology with task shifting, and we need capacity building of primary care physicians. Because of paucity of time, I'm just going to give just 2 or 3 examples. The first is in terms of digital technologies, we have developed what is called as a clinical decision support system, which are computer-based programs that analyze data with the electronic health records to provide prompts and reminders to assist healthcare providers in implementing evidence-based clinical guidelines at the point of care. The key functions of an electronic decision support system include reminding providers to screen for risk factors, flagging cases for diabetes, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, providing information on treatment protocols, prompting questions on medication adherence, and providing tailored recommendations for health behavior changes. In fact, it is considered as one of the best practices in the healthcare system interventions, and the evidence base is strong, particularly from many of the Western countries. So we thought that we should look at redesigning the health system, particularly in primary healthcare settings in India, and where this is the system that we are talking about, where the patient walks in, meets a nurse care coordinator, who enters the initial assessment and clinical history into the electronic system. And this based on an AI-based algorithm, because we have put in some 3,000 case studies in the back end, based on the AI-based algorithm, gives a report, a personalized management plan for the patient, which the patient takes to the doctor. The doctor prescribes the medicine based on the report, or can refuse to give that treatment but assign a reason. And the patient comes back to the nurse, who provides lifestyle advice, which Professor Poulter said is a very important thing, but never actually alluded to in most of our care. So the nurse here is providing the advice based on the electronic decision support that she has. The patient walks out, then there is a system by which the patient can be called for follow-up. Now, we looked at it across all levels of care, and this is an example from tertiary care. It was a large randomized controlled trial in 11 diabetic centers of India, where you look at systolic blood pressure here. These are diabetic patients. When you look at this systolic blood pressure, if all the DSS prompts are accepted by the doctor, the blood pressure is almost like sprint level of 120 millimeters of mercury. If they don't accept it, the blood pressure in that population is 144. Huge reductions just by slight changes in the health system. And these are data from primary health care. You want to see what works in secondary care and tertiary care. Can it work in primary health care? We did this in Himachal Pradesh in 6 outpatient clinics. And the 2-3 points I want to make here is, first, the screening improved. 50% were first detections, and if not for this system, they would have not been detected to a hypertension. Second, at the end of 18 months, we followed them up till 18 months, we saw that there was a substantial reduction in systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, and fasting blood glucose. So we have demonstrated that pairing digital health solutions with community health workers work. And then once we have done that, we need to scale it up. We need to say that it works in every setting possible. So we did trials at the community level, primary care level, then we scaled it up in the 2 states of Tripura and Mizoram, and we did a national level pilot now, and it has been accepted by the government of India in its NCD control program, and it's going to be rolled out and used across the country. In fact, this is a report from the NCD program. So we started with diabetes and hypertension, and the CDSS now covers multiple diseases. But one thing that has emerged in COVID is, should we get the patients to the clinic and waste their time? It takes 1 day for people from a village to come to a primary health care center. Can we use telemedicine? And the policy reforms have been liberalizing the use of telemedicine in most parts of the world. but there is still a substantial digital divide because of poor penetration acceptance of telemedicine in rural areas. So we created an interoperable platform with multiple simple technologies, which had our electronic decision support system. We had a point-of-care device which could do multiple blood tests. We had a cloud-based electronic health record, an electronic stethoscope, and a high-definition camera, and an AI-enabled ECG in the system. And this is how the dashboard looks like. It has a decision support system to train the community health workers to take history. They can conduct physical examination. The system provides vitals from, with longitudinal trends, lab results with trends, ECG readings, AI-enabled ECG readings, electronic decision support report, and an e-prescription. Now we have paid them to an e-formulary so that the medicine goes to them directly rather than they going and collecting the drugs. And there's a markup for follow-up visit. And the digital stethoscope, okay, the sound is not coming here, but a doctor sitting thousands of kilometers away can auscultate the patient and actually can have the full report of the patient. So what we have shown is that assisted telemedicine with a touch of community engagement and empower leads to improved patient outcome. So it's a combination of everything: community engagement, follow-up of patients with NCDs, doorstep consultation with general practitioners and specialists, and outreach screening. And you can see in the bottom that the average blood pressure reduction level over a period of 2 years has been quite substantial. There's a 6 millimeter reduction in systolic blood pressure and around 3 millimeters reduction in diastolic blood pressure. We are also extending this to providing on-foot telemedicine to visit people who are unable to come to the hospitals, as well as to remote areas using a van. So the impact has been substantial. We have demonstrated that it brings together task sharing and technology-based interventions. There is ability to track individual patient progress through various levels of the healthcare system, provides an electronic clinical decision support which assists providers to tailor guideline-based care to individual patient needs, standardizes care across all health facilities, strengthens the continuum of care objectively, defines referral thresholds, and strengthens available referral linkages and facilitates referrals. It trains and educates designated individuals at each level to improve continuum of care. It monitors the system and community level screening and treatment outcomes, and reduces the workload for medical officers. Overall, it improves the quality of care and results in better control of hypertension and diabetes. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, and I will leave you with these 2 quotes. If you don't create the future, the present will extend itself, and we really do not want that. But we need to think out of the box to come up with good solutions for the problem of hypertension and diabetes that we face in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhakaran. One question. You worked so hard and so many years on this program. How much are government health systems absorbing it and bringing it into routine use?
That's a very good question. The wheels of the government move slow, and especially in the health system, it's slower. And the second thing is, if they want to change policies, I'm reminded of a quote from Otto von Bismarck, the Chancellor of Germany in the 1900s, who said that there are 2 things that you should not view in public. One is making of sausages, and second is making of policy. So what we have done is, we have worked behind the scene, we worked with them. It's taken 15 years, but we are seeing the fruits now because it's in the national program, and I think it will get implemented, especially with this Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhakaran. Excellent talk. So we now move on, and we have the next speaker, Dr. P.G. Mohan, a close friend of mine. He'll be speaking on technological innovations for lifelong blood pressure control.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be part of this conference. After 2 talks and after lunch from Professor Neil Polter and Dr. Prabhakaran, it's going to be a more daunting task for me to maintain your attention and seek your attention to this talk. I'll try my level best. In this talk, I'm going to talk about technological innovations for lifelong blood pressure control. I'm not going to specifically talk about the decision support system that Dr. Prabhakaran already talked about. declaration. I have nothing special to declare other than some research grants that I received from different agencies. Dr. Neil Poulter talked about the burden of hypertension and the need for transformation. He alluded to that the control of hypertension at the population level is only 30%. In Kerala, we did a study, Pan-Kerala study, where the control of hypertension was only 15%. So there is slow progress in control of hypertension, which need transformation. Effective drugs are available, but only a fraction of people who need them regularly use them for some reasons. Then there is a small issue with resistant hypertension, and we have some advances, genomic advances, but we are still waiting entry into wider clinical impact with genomic advances. So when we are talking about a comprehensive approach of reducing hypertension-related cardiovascular risk, the approaches are multifaceted. We could potentially look at adherence to the poor patient adherence and physician inertia to initiate treatment and uptitrate treatment. We need to also think about providing education program for children and adults, largely in terms of primordial and primary prevention. We need to think about lifestyle modification, how we can incorporate lifestyle modification as part of our standard of care. And then, most importantly, institute healthcare system approaches to risk factor management. Dr. Prabhakaran talked about managing multimorbidity and not considering hypertension in isolation, but along with other chronic conditions that appear along with hypertension. And potentially with the digital era, we could use the digital health and telemonitoring and mobile health tools to aid in or support the management of hypertension, which requires transformation at the system level. And we need to think about cross-sector approaches, which includes the digital transformation, which includes data science transformation and incorporation of artificial intelligence, biotech and biomedical transformation, healthcare delivery transformation, and population science transformation. I'll be talking about each of these in the next slides. Digital transformation. If you look at the digital industry, the digital transformation, now $98 million is the digital diabetes market in 2017. That has gone up to 742 million already. More than 2,000 M-Health applications are already available for diabetes. But when we are actually looking at the application for hypertension management, they are relatively limited as compared to diabetes, but still growing. But the digital health interventions for hypertension, we need to enable home blood pressure measurement, promote guideline and treatment adherence, and healthy behaviors. It is all potentially possible by using digital health. Say, for example, in terms of measurement and blood pressure control, you all know that ambulatory blood pressure measurements with remote transmission improves hypertension control. So we could use the technology for that. ABPM is also a better predictor for all-cause and cardiovascular mortality. We have easy-to-use, accurate, reproducible cuffless blood pressure measurement that actually encourages home blood pressure monitoring. And we know that HBPM substantially improves blood pressure control if we can, if we can link that with physician management as well. There are a lot of wearable and cuffless BP monitoring systems that are available with the technological advancement. Multiple sensors which captures ECG, which captures impedance-based plethysmogram, or optical sensors which captures the PPGs, and the mechanical sensors based on the tonogram-based plethysmogram. All of this could be used to create signals, electric signals, which could be converted into beat-to-beat model using the pulse transit time, or using the machine language algorithms. We could create it as a continuous model and generate the BP waveform. We could also get beat-to-beat blood pressure, and if we can link these measurements to the management of the physician, potentially we could improve the blood pressure control over the period of time. There are several validated small-size data, validated wearable cuffless BP monitoring systems are available, but one of the problems with this is that there is limited validation. Most of them are validated in limited data sets, small-size data sets on healthy subjects, and relatively narrow age distribution that is not appropriate. We need to improve that and expand it to subjects with both hypertension and without hypertension, and also expand the age distribution. We have reasonably good algorithms to develop snapshot blood pressure measurements and beat-to-beat blood pressure measurements. These are already evolved or mature technologies, but when we are talking about the tracking or creating the waveform blood pressure, the DL algorithms are providing crucial support, or the deep learning algorithms are providing crucial support, but it requires lot of tailoring. All the problem is that now there are wheels within the wheels. The most important issue is the noise that it all creates. The contemporary techniques are limited in terms of getting rid of these noises from the system, from the signals that we generate. And it requires calibration. And especially when we are talking about home blood pressure monitoring, if it requires calibration on a daily routine basis, it's going to be all the more difficult for the end users. And at the moment, we have reasonably good fusion of analytical and machine learning models, which are promising. And even in the last week, the Fitbit group has got a patent, and probably they are going to introduce into the next level of smartwatches with beat-to-beat blood pressure measurement using the pulse transit time. When we are talking about the data science transformation and using the artificial intelligence, what we need to think about uncovering heterogeneous treatment effect, because we know that the treatment effect is not uniform across the patient groups. If you could identify who are these patients, better respond to these drugs, then we could tailor the therapy according to the patient's characteristics. So it enables benefit and risk assessment at the individual level using multimodal data, using data from sensors, using data from electronic health records. We could potentially think about holistic preventive approach using the multimodal data and derived coaching. There are already existing artificial intelligence chatbots available, which augments the healthcare workforce and expanding access to the patients. And artificial intelligence-based smartphone algorithms are also available. If you look, you are specifically looking for artificial intelligence for hypertension. There are applications at the level of identification of hypertension. There are applications for identifying clinical outcome prediction or treatment effectiveness. We could also look at blood pressure variability and its effect on outcomes. And new technologies for blood pressure measurements are also available. There are multiple AI techniques that are available, which include artificial neural networks, which includes the data mining approaches using the Bayesian networks, which includes convoluted neural network approaches, or multiple other machine learning approaches. If you are talking about biotechnological and biomedical transformation, interventional procedures to manage hypertension, I'm not going to talk in detail about these technologies. These talks are coming up. Then, RNA interference, we heard a lot about PCSK in the lipid talk. Similarly, siRNAs could be also used to reduce angiotensin production in the liver. And gene editing technologies are evolving. And more importantly, we have optogenetics techniques. These are the techniques that can be used to control the activity of neurons genetically engineered to express light-sensitive opsins with light, so that we could potentially switch on and switch off these particular neurohormonal mechanisms. When we are talking about the healthcare delivery transformation to manage blood pressure, Dr. Prabhakaran already alluded to team-based and coordinated care, which is essential for shared decision-making. And we have evidence from multiple countries which essentially say that if you adopt team-based care, it improves outcomes and also reduce costs in the long run. And there are multiple projects that are available, global standardization of hypertension treatment projects promoted by the Center for Disease Control, India Hypertension Initiative. We are using mHealth technology and using a team-based collaborative care model for managing heart failure in multiple settings in Kerala, with support from India Alliance Wellcome Trust as part of the heart failure management. If you need to think about improving the quality and usability of the digital health tools, we need to first of all consider how these digital health tools are being developed. how we talk to our patients, how we engage multiple stakeholders, including our physicians, who are the primary care physicians who are sitting at the primary care centers and who are receiving these patients. If we have engaged the multi-stakeholder, then it is potentially possible that these tools may work better. We need to think about the potential, think about promoting digital health literacy. How the patients understand the use of technology. Azure cross-sector platform, Dr. Prabhakaran alluded to it already, the interoperability of the digital tools that we develop. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to integrate into the existing healthcare system model. So finally, talking about the transforming the hypertension model, definitely we need to think about multiple options. One is the digital transformation, which enables home blood pressure monitoring, promote healthy behaviors, the data science transformation, which uses the artificial intelligence, the biotech and biomedical transformation, which provides novel therapies for us, and the healthcare delivery transformation, which provides better access to diagnosis and effective treatment. And finally, the population science transformation as well, which requires a cross-sector approach and consider health in all policies across whatever policies that we are talking about. Professor Joshi morning talked about the urban design. We talk now. There are multiple policies that require the health in that needs to consider health in their policies. But if you actually look at the technology, it actually improves the coverage. It efficiently delivers the care. It provides better opportunity for doctor-patient interaction. But there is a concern with the technology use as well. That concern is with regard to equity, health equity, whether it is going to widen the health inequity because everyone is not going to be able to use the technology. But what we know that if you judiciously use it, tailor it to the need of the patient, and if it is contextually relevant, and if you tailor it to the available resources, it is potentially possible that we could even reduce the health inequity gap by using the appropriate use of technology. But if you actually look at the overall technology development, there isn't a Sputnik event or the more Chandrayaan event. We are awaiting for such transforming technologies in the field of hypertension. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jiman. You have very rightly said about the proper control of hypertension. Since its first detection acts both the ways, adds year to life and life to year. The next talk is again about the technological innovation. It is about the innovation of denervation that was done almost 2 decades back, but let us give a thought today why there has been a slow progression in this modality to control the hypertension. I invite Dr. Namit Shah to give a journey on this renal denervation in control of hypertension. Is Dr. Namit Shah is here?
Dr. Namit Shah doesn't seem to be here. This is the surgical treatment of hypertension. That is. So we'll have the next speaker, Dennis Xavier. Can you please, you're available here? Dennis was here. Yeah. So Dennis is going to talk on polypill for primary prevention. And we know the TIP study, in which you were involved as an investigator. Yeah. Over to you, Dennis.
Thank you, Professor Prashant Joshi, and thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, for this invitation. My honor to present this. So I'm going to tell you a story of 20 years in about 12 minutes. So this is the first time in June 2003 that the word polypill was used, and this is the cover page of the BMJ, and it looks like a strange object has landed and people are looking at it in a bit of puzzlement. So this is the paper that Nick Wald and Malcolm Law wrote, titled A Strategy to Reduce Cardiovascular Disease by More Than 80%. It was a series of meta-analysis of several hundreds of studies that they put together. Many of them were observational studies. And they made this conclusion: a polypal strategy could largely prevent heart attacks and strokes if taken by everyone above the age of 55. My last but one slide will address whether everyone can take this or not. So I was fortunate a couple of years later to get the Hope Scholarship and went to McMaster University in 2005. And the TIPS trial was my master's thesis under the supervision of Professor Salim Yusuf there at the Population Health Research Institute. So these were the questions we asked. Can we formulate a polypill with 5 or 6 drugs? How will it act when given to individuals at low or average risk? How will it be tolerated, and can it actually reduce risk factors? So a couple of years later, we published this paper called the TIPS study. TIPS here stands for the Indian Polycap study. It is a phase 2 double-blind randomized trial. We published this in the Lancet 2009. And these were the components of the polypill at that time. 1 antiplatelet drug, 1 statin, and 3 blood pressure lowering drug at half doses, as you can see there. We had a pretty complicated trial. We had 8 comparator arms and the polypill, a combination of 4 non-inferiority comparisons and 4 superiority comparisons. I will spare you the details and tell you that we ran this study in about 50 centers in India over 12 weeks. This is the inclusion for the participants, 45 years and above, and they should have had at least 1 cardiovascular risk such as this. And these were the 8 arms compared with a polypill, 2,053 patients, and the average age of 54, with about a third having diabetes in this population. And you will see here that there was an incremental reduction in blood pressure lowering with 1, 2, and 3 blood pressure lowering drugs in that combination. The polypill, the simvastatin contained in polypill, reduced LDL by about 0.7 millimoles. When we put all of this together, there was a combined or a cumulative risk reduction of 62% in coronary heart disease and 48% in stroke. So we concluded that the polypill has incremental reductions in different risk factors, and it was well tolerated. Since it was well tolerated, we wanted to see whether full doses can be used, and we did this trial in about 600 participants, and we published this in the circulation, and this is the conclusion that we had. The full dose polypill had a greater reduction in risk factors and had good tolerability. So these were just risk factor reductions. So what's the final frontier in primary prevention? What is the impact of a polypill on clinical events? And we conducted this as, again, the TIPS study. The I now from India, it has gone international. So the objectives here is to determine that those without cardiovascular disease, whether it would reduce the composite of cardiovascular events, which are CV death, non-fatal stroke, non-fatal MI, heart failure, cardiac arrest, etc., compared to placebo, and can we add aspirin, and will that provide additional benefits as well? So this was a factorial design. First, we had the polypill and placebo being compared, and that was the polypill that we used. And furthermore, we randomized at the second level to aspirin and placebo as well. So the eligibility criteria was a cardiovascular risk of more than 1% per year, and we calculated the risk using the Interheart risk score with men above 50 years and women above 55 years of age. So of the 5,700 that were randomized, India from the 9 countries contributed more than half of the participants. So these were the baseline characteristics. They were a little older, about 64, almost all, I mean many of them, 84% had hypertension, about 40% had diabetes, so on and so forth. So this is the Kaplan-Meier curve of polypill versus placebo, looking at cardiovascular death, MI, stroke, heart failure, cardiac arrest, and revascularization, a 21% risk reduction over a mean follow-up of about 5 years, which was just about statistically significant. And these were safety parameters. As you will see here, these are the ones in brackets, SAEs, discontinuation, all quite small, and these were comparable to placebo. When we added aspirin, there was a further substantial reduction with a hazard ratio of 0.69, or a 31% reduction, and a significant reduction in the primary outcomes. So we published this in the NEJM in 2020. A couple of years later, we undertook a meta-analysis of 3 trials, including the TIPS trial, looking at fixed dose combination with and without aspirin to prevent cardiovascular disease. You're familiar now with the TIPS 3 trial. I'll tell you briefly about the HOPE 3 trial, which again was conducted by Dr. Salim Yusuf and group, and in India we contributed almost 2,000 of the 12,000 odd participants. The combinations here were candesartan hydrochlorothiazide and rosuvastatin 10 milligrams. So as you can see, these are newer drugs and more potent statin was used. So of that total, we used about 6,300 in the meta-analysis. The other study done in Iran called the Poly-Iran study had polypill with hydrochlorothiazide 12.5, enalapril 5 milligrams or valsartan if they had cough due to enalapril, atorvastatin 20 and aspirin 81 milligrams, and about 6,000 participants from this, 6,100 of them were eligible to be included in the individual patient meta-analysis. This is not a pooled meta-analysis, an individual patient meta-analysis. So fixed dose combination versus control had a substantial reduction over a period of 5 years of 38% and highly statistically significant as you look at the upper bound of the confidence interval way far away from 1. So this is FDC alone versus control, and when we compare FDC, or when we combine the FDC with aspirin versus placebo, a hazard ratio of 0.53 or a 47% reduction, and a similar highly statistically significant comparison, or almost a 50% reduction in cardiovascular death, myocardial infarction, stroke, or revascularization. So these were the meta-analysis, including 3 trials, and to remind you, this is an individual patient meta-analysis that was done. So what are the next steps? So 20 years ago, when the BMJ published this paper by Nick and Wald saying that everybody above the age of 55 should get the polypill and it will be well tolerated and cause a reduction of 80% in cardiovascular complications. So I remember talking about it at that time, and particularly to cardiologists, they were very, very upset with it and quite vehement and saying, what a stupid idea this is. You want to give 5 drugs, 6 drugs to everybody. And of course, as Dr. Salim Yusuf had said at that time, let us test this out with data. And we were fortunate enough to partner with multiple agencies. And I must acknowledge the Wellcome Trust and about 8 other funding agencies who came forward and funded the polypill clinical events trial towards the end. So from there, we have now robust evidence. So what I've shown you is 4 trials that we were involved in, plus the meta-analysis which showed a 50% reduction in mortality, and the polypill being comparable to placebo in terms of tolerability and safety as well. So what are the next steps? So for wider impact, we need to go beyond research studies, and Dr. Prabhakaran very nicely spoke about it. Jimon as well spoke about how to engage with the public health agencies. So we need to address this and engage with governments and world bodies. So, and once we do that, this is a potential for global impact in cardiovascular disease prevention. So, in May 2002, the World Health Federation created a fixed dose combination forum in Geneva in May 2022. It was a 2-day meeting which had, I think, about 100 people were there. There were researchers, clinicians, and policymakers from about 20 countries. There were official representatives of the WHO and the WHF. There were short lectures and lots of panel discussions. Dr. Prabhakaran from PHFI and a few other people from PHFI, the Public Health Foundation of India, as well as I was there from St. John's in India, and we had a 2-day meeting to deliberate on this, right? And while this was being done, prior to this, different people from our group had applied, or people came together from our group and applied to the WHO to include the polypill in the essential medicines list, but this application was turned down, and they gave several reasons for turning down the application, primarily because there was no clinical events data. So finally, with the TIPS 3 data and the meta-analysis, when we applied, so I'm really happy to tell you that in July this year, 2023, the WHO included the polypill in the essential medicines list. So let me read out the first 2 lines from here. Fixed dose combinations of multiple medicines, commonly called polypills, for the prevention of disease of the heart and blood vessels, notably cholesterol lowering with 1 or more blood pressure lowering agents, with or without aspirin, have been added to the EML for the first time. So this is a huge, what I would say, achievement for people working in prevention. Just like pharma companies, when they spend $1.5 billion and then get their drug approved by the US FDA to say that, okay, this can now be used in the world. For us, this has huge, huge impacts and has potential for saving millions and millions of lives. So I told you we'll start with polypill for all. That's what the Walden Law paper said. So can we have one polypill for all? As with any therapy, polypill is not for all. For those at high risk, we must have individualized and aggressive therapy for them, not just give a polypill and tell them come back after 6 months or 1 year. No. People may have contraindications to its components, like those with bronchial asthma cannot be given beta blockers. Those with side effects, with a propensity for gastritis or with peptic ulcer disease, cannot get aspirin, should not get aspirin. And maybe those with high blood pressure, maybe we have to add calcium channel blockers, maybe we have to add a more potent or newer beta blockers. So ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, in 2003, there was a hypothesis about the polypill based on modeling or meta-analysis of data saying 80% mortality reduction is possible in CVD. 20 years later, there is very robust evidence for up to a 50% mortality reduction with no doubts about tolerability. With added interventions, as my preceding speakers spoke, community health workers or non-physician health workers, mobile reminders, digital technology, lowering costs, something that the government can really do well. And I think in recent years our government has done well to reduce costs and even access to drugs. I think just a couple of days ago, the health minister was talking about bringing in a lot more drugs under the price control. And I missed out some bit of data. In the TIPS-3 study, up to 40%, 36 to 40% of people were not adherent. So we got 47% reduction with almost 40% not being fully adherent to these drugs. So with improved adherence with different other approaches, we can have even higher reductions. And with more potent drugs, I'm not saying we should be using simvastatin now. We used simvastatin in 2005 because that is the only drug available at that time which was out of patent. But now we can use more potent drugs such as rosuvastatin or atorvastatin, newer beta blockers. We can choose maybe an ARB instead of an ACE inhibitor. Maybe have one combination with ACE inhibitor, one combination with ARB, maybe use calcium channel blockers as well. So let me conclude with a note of pride. Today we sang the national anthem. We all should be happy that India played a major role in this huge, huge problem that we have of cardiovascular disease globally. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dennis. A wonderful talk. Good to hear you talk about so many randomized controlled trials for primary prevention, and which you have successfully participated and presented today. Congratulations for an excellent presentation. I remember those days in the first steering committee meeting, which we had at St. John's Medical College in somewhere in 2004. I participated there and then subsequently in Goa. And there where they named the Indian polypill study, polycap study was coined there. And wonderful, we have come a long way now with TIPS 2, 3, and then HOPE 3, coming with this pills as a used as a for primary combination of pills in a compressed into one fixed drug combination to be used by practically all people at high risk to prevent cardiovascular disease. You see, just after the article done by John and by Walden, the initial article in BMJ about the polypill concept, in which the meta-analysis was put, and he proposed that it should be taken by all people more than 55 years of age. That article was hailed as one of the best articles in of the decade in the BMJ. And then subsequently there was another article, the polymeal study, which said that it was a more safer and more tastier method of reducing cardiovascular events by 75%. So that the concept of taking pills by healthy people who do not suffer from disease is something which is new. And I really would like to congratulate you for being a lead investigator of so many randomized control trials, which have, along with Salim Yusuf and Prem Payas, to have contributed to this great advancement in medical field. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's not.
May I have a short question with you, with the permission of organizers? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dennis, and thank you very much, Chair, for the conduct of this session. May I ask for the mementos? Professor Neil Poulter, please. Prabhakar. Yeah, can you just say, Prabhakaran? Yeah, please. And Dr. Jimon. And Dennis Xavier. Thank you. Thank you. So we pass on to the next session devoted on cardiometabolics. And for chairing the session, may I invite Dr. Vinay Malhotra, Professor Vinay Malhotra, please. Prakash Keshwani is here or not? Dr. Ashok Goyal. Dr. Ram Chitlangia. Dr. Rahul Sharma. Dr. Milind Srivastav.
So good evening all. Moving on to the next session, we have this session of cardiometabolics. We know that there is cross-talk between the organs, the heart talking to different organs. It may be kidney, it may be liver, it may be pancreas. So you have metabolic syndrome involving so many organs. To start the session, we have the first lecture on cardioprotection in diabetes, SGLT2 inhibitors versus GLP-1 RA. And for this, I invite Dr. Didwania to deliver his talk. For SGLT2, there is a fight between various, you can say, the consultants. The cardiologists say that it is drug meant for their specialty. Endocrinologists say that this drug was created for them for control of diabetes. And we, the nephrologists, always say that SGLT2 is there to prevent the progression of chronic kidney disease, whether it is the glomerular disease, the IgA nephropathy, or diabetic chronic kidney disease. So to know more about the cardioprotection in diabetics, we have Dr. Didwania with us. He will be talking about the SGLT2 inhibitor versus GLP-1 RA. Dr. Didwania, please.
Thank you very much. I would say that nobody should be fighting over it. Everybody should be using these agents because, as you will see, it's cardioprotective in all of those settings. I think you're all aware that we are amongst what I call the tsunami of diabetes. It's really engulfing the entire world, particularly the developing countries. The number of people with diabetes are rapidly increasing, and there is a lot more to come. This is actually the current scenario, and we can see clearly that the number of people with diabetes are increasing very rapidly in India and overall Southeast Asia. You can see the total increase, and this is actually a projection that's already attained in India is far, far greater than the rest of the world. We are aware that diabetes actually causes abnormalities on almost all organs in the body. I'm going to focus predominantly on heart today because that's really affected quite a bit. Of course, we used to call diabetes as CHD risk equivalent, but doesn't matter. We don't need to get into the semantics. But we know that for sure, people with diabetes don't die of blindness or amputation, other things. They die, most of them, due to one of the cardiovascular ailments. And here is sort of a snapshot of what happens. 65 or 75% of the death occur due to cardiovascular disease. CHD risk is increased by 2 to 4-fold. Stroke and heart failure risk is equally increased by 2 to 4-fold. And of course, we should also keep in mind that today, when we talk about diabetes, we should not ignore pre-diabetes, because the whole process of vascular disease and related complication sort of start with pre-diabetes. So here is a picture that I had drawn many years ago, 1998, about describing this, why pre-diabetes is important, because the insulin resistance starts in the pre-diabetic phase. All of these abnormalities that are associated with vascular disease, atherosclerosis, and endothelial dysfunction begins in the pre-diabetic state. Now, a couple of important points I want to make here. This is from a very important study done in England and Sweden, actually, which showed that unlike our belief, patients with diabetes don't come to cardiologists or nephrologists early on. They actually develop peripheral arterial disease symptoms, which are often ignored. They also develop heart failure symptoms, not the CAD symptoms, such as stable angina. And this is very important to keep in mind, because these kind of patients are ignored when they come with heart failure symptoms. Even in my own unit, people used to ignore it, that they may have underlying diabetes. And we should also keep in mind that diabetes take a very strong toll, if you will, on our patients. So here you have an example of a 50-year-old diabetic patient who dies on an average 6 years earlier than an individual without diabetes, and all of the causes of death are listed here. Also keep in mind that younger people with diabetes are affected a lot more. So here is a risk of having heart failure by age and gender. Women with diabetes under 55 years of age have about 6-fold increased risk, 5 to 6-fold increased risk of having heart failure. And similarly, the men under 55 years of age, when they have diabetes, have about 3-fold increase. So keep in mind that women particularly will have much greater risk of developing heart failure in the setting of diabetes, and especially at younger age. I mention this because quite often this is ignored. When young women come with heart failure, their symptoms are ignored, they are never diagnosed properly, and they don't have full manifest diabetes, but when you investigate, you'll find that they have diabetes. So here are the predictors of some of the important cardiovascular events. For myocardial infarction, and this is in the order of priority, glycated hemoglobin is a very powerful predictor, and then comes systolic blood pressure and LDL cholesterol. For stroke, it's surprisingly, again, glycated hemoglobin, then systolic blood pressure, and the longer duration of diabetes. For heart failure, associated atrial fibrillation, body mass index, and physical inactivity are powerful predictors. Now I'm going to move on quickly to talk about the topic that is assigned to me, and that is control of glycemia, and predominantly the newer drugs that have come on the horizon. Of course, we know that glucose control could be beneficial, particularly for microvascular endpoint, and of course some studies have shown macrovascular endpoints as well. So there were studies done in the earlier, about 15 to 20 years ago, that focused on tighter control of blood glucose. And these 3 studies, for which we have written a lot, ACCORD, NIH trial, ADVANCE, the Pacific trial, and the VADT in the Veterans Administration. There they really made concerted effort to tightly control hemoglobin A1C, in some cases down below 6, and most of them below 6.5. And actually we lost the battle. What we saw in the ACCORD trial was actually the mortality was increased, and which they haven't really defined the exact cause, but in my opinion, it was related to the hypoglycemia that occurred because many of the patients were receiving insulin along with sulfonylurea and other anti-diabetic drugs. The other 2 studies showed no benefit, and really was the reason the newer drugs have emerged. In the meantime, new drugs had come on the horizon, And here is a long list, if you will. It's hard to mention all of these, but almost 250,000 patients have been enrolled in these trials with newer drugs, including SGLT2 inhibitor and GLP-1 agonists. So just to give you a brief snapshot of what SGLT2 inhibitors are, they actually block the SGLT2, which is the transporter for glucose at proximal tubule, and thereby less glucose is absorbed. GLP-1 agonists really are incretin-based drugs, and they promote the release of insulin and inhibit glucagon release, and as such, they reduce blood glucose, etc. Here is the total picture of SGLT2 inhibitor. They not only block the glucose absorption at proximal tubule, they cause the filtration of glucose in the distal convoluted tubule, and this causes glycosuria, which is sort of losing volume, producing diuresis. But keep in mind that SGLT2 inhibitors also block sodium hydrogen, NH3, which causes natriuresis. So that's an additional effect, and there's a lot more work going on in this regard. So just basically to summarize the beneficial effect of SGLT2 inhibitors, which is very important. I was talking to some clinician earlier today. They said, well, if somebody is on insulin, would these drugs work? These drugs, SGLT2 inhibitors, are independent of insulin, and they will work very well in patients who are insulin resistant. They cause caloric loss, and there's a low risk of hypoglycemia because they only work when glucose is high and getting to the filtration to the proximal tubule, and they have complementary action of other anti-diabetic drugs. Some of the side effects, the nicotic infection, decreased blood pressure. So if a patient is on hypotensive drug, we need to reduce the doses of that, and transient worsening of renal dysfunction, but eventually improvement in them, and increased hematocrit, and in some cases, some increase in LDL. I think all of you are aware of the pivotal trial, the EMPEROR outcome trial, that showed tremendous benefit, and we know that this benefit began very early, within 3 months, and the curves continue to diverge. And this was predominantly related to reduced risk of hospitalization for heart failure. Similar data came from the CANVAS trial with canagliflozin, almost identical, if you will. And then came the other trials, the DECLARE TIMI 58 trial, and all of these trials showed very similar reduction, about 25 to 30% reduction in the risk, predominantly of heart failure hospitalization. That there are differences in these trials that time does not permit for me to discuss it. Some of them had patients with previously established ASCVD. Others had high-risk, multiple risk factor patients. And here is the renal trial. One of our chairperson mentioned about kidney, and clearly in the patients with credence, which was patient with renal dysfunction, canagliflozin showed a significant benefit, but I want to focus on heart failure. These patients who had no prior history of heart failure, there was a 40% reduction in risk of heart failure in these patients. And then we have other trials, the DAPA heart failure trial, which was done predominantly in patients with reduced ejection fraction, very large trial, almost 4,800 patients, and dapagliflozin 10 milligram daily versus placebo, and this clearly again shows dramatic benefit, 26% reduction in the risk of CV death or heart failure hospitalization or urgent visit for heart failure. But predominantly it was due to the reduction of heart failure hospitalization. And it didn't really matter in this trial whether the patient had diabetes or not. Many didn't have diabetes, and they benefited equally well, as you can see in this forest plot, identical reduction in people with or without diabetes. And then we have done the trial called the EMPEROR PRESERVE trial, which is patients with diastolic dysfunction. And in this trial, we enrolled almost 6,000 patients. And for the first time, we showed that in patients with heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, so-called diastolic heart failure, there was dramatic reduction, 21% reduction in the composite endpoint of heart failure hospitalization and cardiovascular death. This is particularly seminal because all the other trials which I've been involved as well with diastolic heart failure have been negative. So this is the first trial that showed that treatment with SGLT2 inhibitor can improve symptoms and outcome in patients with diastolic heart failure. So let me just quickly move in the remaining few minutes talking about the GLP-1 agonist. We already talked about the mechanism of action. There are a lot of trials. Time does not permit for me to get into them, but just to emphasize, a variety of different kind of patients have been enrolled in these trials. Most of them had pre-existing cardiovascular disease, as you can see here, and these trials showed beneficial effect. Just look at the overall benefit, 12% reduction. Some of them showed remarkable benefit, like the SUSTAIN 6 showed very, 26% reduction. And here are the details of two major trials, Pioneer 6 and SUSTAIN 6. And why is that so? Why are we seeing such dramatic benefit in macrovascular events with GLP-1 agonists? Because they have some direct and some indirect effect. They improve endothelial function by enhancing the availability of nitric oxide and reducing the cell adhesion molecule. They decrease the smooth muscle cell activation and proliferation. They decrease vascular inflammation. They decrease lipid accumulation, basically the entire process of atherosclerosis. And their indirect effects are shown: decrease in blood pressure, lowering weight, and improving hemoglobin A1C. And the last trial I want to share with you is a very important trial. This was just presented a few months ago. This is the trial of STEP, HFpEF. And in this trial, semaglutide, 2.5 milligram was given subcutaneously once a day against placebo, continuing other drugs together. And in this trial, they showed again in these patients with heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, all having ejection fraction more than 45%. They showed a significant reduction in body weight, as one would have expected. They also showed improvement in the symptom score, Kansas City heart failure score, improved with semaglutide. And more importantly, look at these heart failure events. One event in the semaglutide group versus 12 events in the placebo group. So I think the point I want to make is that clearly we have very seminal data with these two classes of drugs that have changed the spectrum. And these are drugs not only, I call them the cardiology drugs, you call them nephrology drugs, and other people will call them endocrine drugs. Doesn't matter what it is, but they have changed the spectrum. I think we have not seen anything like this in the last 50 years in the treatment of diabetes. And now we have put this in the guidelines clearly that SGLT2 should be standard therapy on top of guideline-directed medical therapy for all patients with heart failure. I want to conclude with that, or I want to emphasize. So the question is, what should a clinician do? What do I choose? There are too many options. So this is a summary of what I think is important. If patient is at heart failure risk, first choice should be SGLT2 inhibitor and treat other risk factors. If patient has more of the macrovascular event risk, then use GLP-1 agonist first. If for some reason you can't, then use SGLT2 inhibitor. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ridwania, for your very excellent and very elaborate talk about the two drugs, which are basically anti-diabetic but do affect and cardiac protection, and these are two important drugs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now the next talk is on primary prevention of heart failure, focus on stage 1. Heart failure is a very dreaded disease, and rather we should say that it's a very crippling disease also, and gradually the incidence is increasing. And stage 1 is the heart failure is stage A and stage B are the important stages of heart failure where we can prevent the disease by some modalities. And for that, this talk will be given by Dr. P.C. Manoria. He doesn't need any introduction. He's a very famous cardiologist of India, and he is well known to everybody.
So for the next 10 to 12 minutes, I will be talking on primary prevention of heart failure, focus on stage A and B. All of us know heart failure is a deadly disease. More people die of heart failure than acute myocardial infarction. And unlike acute myocardial infarction, where we have a quick fix in the form of primary angioplasty, no such quick fix exists for heart failure. And therefore, if you want to slow down the trajectory of heart failure, if you want to improve the outcome of heart failure, you have to focus on prevention of heart failure, that is stage A and B. The other thing you have to remember is that the human myocyte is not endowed with an endogenous capacity for repair. Once dead is dead forever, and therefore heart failure, when sets in, runs a malignant progression with a very high morbidity and mortality. The 5-year mortality may be to the tune of 50%, a figure higher than most of the malignant lesions. Drug therapy, device therapy, no doubt blunts this malignant progression, improves survival, but do not arrest it. And therefore, cell therapy emerged as a very exciting option, but after several decades of research, we do not know is the end of the beginning or beginning of the end. And therefore, prevention of heart failure has emerged as a very important agenda, and ACC rightly renomenclated stage A as at risk of heart failure and stage B as pre-heart failure. And all of us know what is stage A and what is stage B. And these stage A and B are for prevention of heart failure. During the last couple of years, natriuretic peptide biomarkers have been used for evaluation of stage A and B, and they provided very exciting data. As you can see this, utilizing cardiac biomarker results in reclassification of heart failure stages, and this is associated with increased incidence, the risk of incident heart failure and all-cause death. This is an analysis from the ERIC trial, 5,000 patients, stage A. If the biomarker is positive, it is renomenclated stage A new, and if it is positive, it is shifted to stage B. So stage B, we have 3 subsets: biomarker positive, echo positive, both positive. And look at the results. Whether it is incident heart failure, whether it is HFrEF or HFpEF, if biomarker is positive or echo is positive, there's an increased incidence of incident heart failure, HFrEF and HFpEF. The only exception, as you see, is in HFpEF, biomarker positivity does not increase the incidence. But if both are positive, in all subsets, there's increased incidence of HFrEF, HFpEF. And interestingly, as you can see on the extreme corner, the all-cause mortality also goes on progressively increasing. If you have both these parameters positive, there's great increase in the all-cause mortality. You can look at the hazard ratio. And the same strategy was tried by the STOP-HF study, which utilized BNP more than 50, underwent echo and collaborate care, including RAS, and you can see the positive results. And the PONTEC study also has positive result, which was carried out in diabetic patient and utilized anti-proBNP more than 125. And all reasons for hospitalization showed a statistically significant reduction. And therefore, natriuretic peptide biomarker-based screening is given a 2AB indication. These strategies for targeting heart failure stage A are outlined on the slide, and I'll discuss them. Hypertension is a very important risk factor for development of heart failure, and several trials have shown that hypertension control reduces the risk of heart failure. The target BP 130 by 180, and this is a class 1A indication. SPRINT trial also a risk reduction of 38% in the subgroup of 120 versus 140. HIVET trial, very elderly patients, 64% reduction in heart failure. CHEF trial, again, reduction in heart failure. If you are a patient of AMI, prior AMI, 80% risk reduction in heart failure. And this is a propensity match prospective population. Again, uses the same results. All subsets, they benefited. And a meta-analysis showing 37% reduction in heart failure. SGLT2 inhibitors, you have already heard from Dr. Didwania. All the 3 landmark trials, they decrease hospitalization for heart failure, individuals who are at risk or they are already suffering from a cardiovascular disease. And this is shown whether you have cardiovascular disease or you are risk, hospitalization of heart failure is decreased. In fact, decreasing hospitalization for heart failure is a signature effect of SGLT2 inhibitor. Wherever you put an SGLT2 inhibitor, they will decrease hospitalization. And decreasing hospitalization for heart failure, indeed a great achievement, because every hospitalization, every rehospitalization takes the patient closer to death, as you can see in this slide. And therefore, obviously, this is a class 1A indication. Optimal management of CVD is mandatory. And in patients with exposure to cardiotoxic drugs, multidisciplinary evaluation for management should be done. And these are various anti-cancer drugs. Anthracyclines, all of us know they are notorious for cardiotoxicity. Doxorubicin, alkylating agents like cyclophosphamide, and many other agents, as you can see on the slide. And we are talking of cardio-oncology. You must utilize GLS, which picks up subclinical LV dysfunction rather than relying on ejection fraction. And patients with genetic or inherited cardiomyopathy should have genetic screening and counseling for first-degree relatives. You can see the genetic cardiomyopathies, the hypertrophic, the dilated, the rheumatic right ventricular dysplasia, some restrictive cardiomyopathies, and left ventricular non-compassion. Healthy lifestyle is indeed a very important component of prevention of heart failure, and this is highlighted on the slide. This is a cartoon representation for a healthy lifestyle. And as we heard in the morning, whether it is Mediterranean diet or whether it's a DASH diet, all of them are useful, and indeed adherence to plant-based dietary patterns is also beneficial in reducing heart failure. And we have validated multi-variable scores to predict heart failure, as you can see on the slide. Heart failure stage B implies that you are suffering from a structural heart disease, or there is evidence of filling pressure, increased filling pressure, and a biomarker positivity. And what is very important to remember that even if there's asymptomatic LV dysfunction, this must be treated at the earliest, because if you don't treat, it is associated with decreased survival. RAS blockers are a class 1A indication, as you can see, AC inhibitors, ejection fraction, left ventricular ejection less than 40%, and the data came from the SAVE trial. Post-MI asymptomatic LV dysfunction, you can see mortality reduction of about 19%. CHF requiring hospitalization was decreased. Echocardiographic parameters were improved, and the SALT prevention study, which include 20% patients included in trial, was without IHD. No change in the mortality in the trial, but death or hospitalization for CHF showed beneficial effect, or death or CHF also showed statistically significant benefit. But a long-term follow-up of SALT trial did show improvement in survival and cardiac mortality. And the TRACE trial also shows similar data. You can see reduction in the all-cause mortality, death from cardiovascular cause, sudden death, reinfarction, severe heart failure. And in AC intolerant patient, 1B recommendation is given for B based on the Valiant trial, which shows non-inferiority compared to captopril. But no clinical trial has specifically evaluated ARB in patients with asymptomatic reduced LV ejection fraction in absence of a previous MI. Beta blockers are also very useful. They are class 1B indications in post-MI patients, otherwise is 1C indication. We do not have a large data of beta blocker in asymptomatic LV dysfunction. We have data from the SAVE retrospective analysis, the SALT retrospective analysis, the Capricorn, the ANZ, and REVERT, as you can see on the slide. And the Capricorn also showed improvement in the echo parameters. Statins, of course, are mandatory in patients with a recent or remote ACS. And this is a meta-analysis which shows that 10% reduction in first non-fatal HF hospitalization, 8% numerical reduction in death or non-fatal hospitalization, and heart failure death was not reduced. And ICD is utilized for those patients, ejection fraction less than 30% NYHA class 1, receiving GADMT, and a meaningful survival more than 1 year. And of course, glitazone should never be used if ejection fraction is less than 50%, a class 3 indication, and again a class 3 for non-hydropyridine calcium channel blockers. So what is the take-home message? Heart failure is a deadly disease. The human myocyte is not endowed with an endogenous capacity for repair. Once dead is dead forever. And therefore, prevention, prevention, and prevention is the need of the hour, because heart failure, once sets in, runs a malignant progression and is associated with a very high morbidity and mortality. Serum biomarkers like BNP, NT-proBNP, and others must be incorporated in assessment of stage A and B heart failure, because they are associated with improved outcome and better, rather reclassification of the staging of heart failure. And prevention of heart failure, distressingly, is usually ignored in clinical practice, and there's an urgent necessity to disseminate the current science of prevention of heart failure in stage A and B. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Manoria, for elaborate talk about the heart failure stage 1 for prevention. The next topic is on renal disease.
So it's my privilege and honor to welcome and introduce Professor Vijay Kher, who has been friend, philosopher, guide, and mentor to me as well as many nephrologists in the country, starting nephrology department from J&K, then moving to SGPGI, heading the department at SGPGI for so many years, moving to Apollo, establishing department at Medanta. So he has so many feathers in his cap. And today also on my request, he visited our department also, and there also he interacted with our residents. And even the residents were very keen to present him a case, and he obliged the residents also. So today, Dr. Kher will be talking about the chronic renal disease, CVD risk and management. We all know that our chronic kidney disease patients, most of the time they die because of the cardiovascular reasons. Even our renal transplant patients, many of the transplant patients, they die with functioning graft. Though the graft is normal, but they die because of the cardiovascular reasons. So we have Professor Vijay Kher with us to talk about the CVD risk and management in chronic kidney disease. Professor Kher, please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I must at the outset thank Rajiv for giving me this opportunity to come back here and talk about something that's dear to my heart, is chronic kidney disease and the cardiovascular risk that is associated with chronic kidney disease. Chronic kidney disease, for some of you, is basically a condition or an abnormality of either the structure or the function of the kidney, which has been present for more than 3 months. So if it is persistent and irreversibly, then it is called chronic kidney disease. The abnormalities could be in proteinuria, hematuria, a stone, a tumor, or a scar in the kidney, associated with a decline in glomerular filtration rate of about less than 60 ml per minute. If GFR is less than 60 ml per minute for more than 3 months, by itself, that also will constitute chronic kidney disease. And chronic kidney disease is usually defined as a cause of that chronic kidney disease. What is the category of the GFR? And this is divided into 5 stages. And then albuminuria or proteinuria is an important element of the definition of chronic kidney disease. And both these, a decline in GFR and the presence of albuminuria, even small amounts of albuminuria, are independent risk factors for all-cause mortality, for cardiovascular mortality, for progression of kidney disease, and for end-stage kidney disease. So all the 4 parameters, as will be seen by this heat map, and you can see that GFR on the y-axis and albumin-creatinine ratios, which are equivalent to 24 hours of albumin, and you can see that less than 30 milligrams of albumin also, if you see less than 10 milligrams to 10 to 29 milligrams, which is less than 30 milligrams, in small increments of albuminuria, irrespective of even in the normal range, carry a cardiovascular risk factor. So microalbuminuria and even smaller amounts of albumin than microalbuminuria are associated with increased mortality. And this can be seen that there is increasing mortality, and you can see that at last line, eGFR between 15 and 30 and an albumin-creatinine ratio of more than 300 milligrams of albumin provides a 6.6 times higher chances of dying because of multiple reasons. And the most common of them is cardiovascular mortality. And this is, again, you can see 8 times higher chances of dying when you have stage 5 kidney disease and 300 milligrams of albuminuria. Same for progressive chronic kidney disease or development of end-stage kidney disease, and same for progression of kidney disease. Now, this slide tells the whole story, actually. You can see that what is shown in the lines above is patients of chronic kidney disease on dialysis. And you can see that at 25-year, and the lower lines are basically the US population, males, females, whites, and blacks. And you can see that a 25-year-old person has a mortality like an 80-year-old person. 100 to 1,000-fold increased mortality on 3 times a week dialysis. So despite being on dialysis, the chances that he's going to die like an 80-year-old man is much, much present here. So that's what happens. 10 to 100-fold increased mortality in patients on dialysis and chronic kidney disease. And you can see that this is GFR. And GFR between 105 to 75 is the sweet spot of GFR. Anything less than that progressively increases the cardiovascular mortality, multifold, 6 times, 4 to 5 times higher mortality with declining GFR, even smaller decline in GFR. And you must realize that at 75 of GFR, serum creatinine will be within the normal range, 1.3. Most clinicians would not consider that as a chronic kidney disease because the GFR, the creatinines are within the normal range. So unless you convert that creatinine into an eGFR, unfortunately these days now the labs have started giving eGFRs, and then you might be. And if you have albuminuria on top of it, then this is a patient who has a chronic kidney disease. And look at, so cardiovascular mortality increases progressively when the GFR declines below 75 ml. And same is with albumin creatinine ratios, and I was talking about that. And you can see that smaller increments in albumin excretion, even small, more than 30 milligram, what was called now called previously microalbuminuria, now called moderately increased albuminuria, increases the mortality multifold for cardiovascular mortality. So small increments of proteinuria increase mortality substantially. So it's very important for cardiologists and physicians to look for early signs of chronic kidney disease in your patients. And that's not uncommon in many patients of cardiovascular disease. Why is cardiovascular disease such an event in patients of chronic kidney disease? In addition to the standard risk factors which are there present in most of the cardiovascular patients, dyslipidemia, hypertension, diabetes, genetic, smoking, increased homicides. In addition, chronic kidney disease has elevated calcium and phosphorus, chronic inflammation, oxidative stress, duration of dialysis, elevated PTH and FGF3, all are toxins, cardiovascular toxins and all. So this milieu increases the cardiovascular mortality many fold in these patients. And this is what is evident, that progressive decline in GFR is associated with increased mortality from cardiovascular disease as well as increased hospitalizations in the hospital and overall increased mortality in these patients. So declining mortality is associated with it. And many patients of early chronic kidney disease will not reach end-stage kidney disease, will die of cardiovascular disease before they reach end-stage kidney disease. And the commonest reasons for death in these patients are cardiovascular disease. What are the kinds of cardiovascular diseases which are seen in patients with chronic kidney disease? Is coronary artery disease, acute myocardial infarction, but heart failure is the commonest manifestation of cardiovascular disease in these patients. In addition, you will have CVA and atrial fibrillations and all. And increasing stages of chronic kidney disease or progressive decline in GFR is associated with increasing incidence of coronary artery disease, cardiovascular diseases as such. In addition to the cardiovascular diseases, there is increased vascular calcification in these patients of chronic kidney disease. And you can see that stage 3 and 4, 40% of patients have, those who are new on dialysis will have evidences of vascular calcification. Very high percentage of vascular calcification is seen in patients of kidney disease before dialysis and after dialysis. This is associated with the bone mineral alterations which occur and the calcification milieu which is present in these. And this is common, and you can see that increasing prevalence of calcification or degree or severity of calcification is associated with increasing mortality in these patients. So patients with calcification score of 4 has an extremely small degree of survival in these patients. So increasing mortality associated with vascular calcification. And this is common in large majority of these patients. Sometimes you and I don't see this because we don't look for this that commonly. If we start looking for vascular calcification in patients with chronic kidney disease, it's very highly prevalent in these patients. And the possible causes of this inflammation associated with chronic kidney disease and end-stage kidney disease are basically related to clearance of the pro-inflammatory cytokines, volume overload, oxidative stress, decreased levels of antioxidants, and decreased malnutrition. Actually, high incidence of malnutrition present in, and this is so highlighted in Indian patients. Patients with chronic kidney disease reduce their protein intake, and we as such are taking such low amounts of protein otherwise also. Further stopping milk and dals in these patients makes them severely malnourished, and therefore hemodialysis and peritoneal dialysis also add on to the complications in these patients, the bioincompatibility of the membranes, impurities in the dialysis water, back filtration, back diffusion of impure water into the circulation, and intravenous catheters which are present in these patients for giving them dialysis and all that further complicate these patients. There is malnutrition inflammation complex which most cardiologists are aware of, and you can see that the reasons for these are given in the upper panel, and the consequences of this malnutrition complex actually are seen in the lower segment. So if a dialysis patient has a low cholesterol and has low albumin, is poor in weight, which cardiologists otherwise would consider to be good signs overall for their patients, but there is reverse epidemiology in these patients. This suggests malnutrition in these patients, and they die much more than patients who are obese, whose cholesterols are higher, which suggests that these patients are eating well and they're not malnourished. So malnutrition is a worst kind of a phenomenon. And in India, patients of chronic kidney disease die not of chronic kidney disease. They die of cardiovascular disease, which is aggravated by severe malnutrition, which is predominantly caused because of the restriction of the dietary proteins over many years of chronic kidney disease. Why is there increased calcification in these patients is basically this malnutrition inflammation complex syndrome changes the vascular milieu, is totally off calcification. The milieu of hyperparathyroidism, FGF, vitamin D therapy, calcium is being given to these patients, and the signaling transfer which occurs in the cells actually makes these vascular smooth muscle cells transform into osteoblast-like cells, and therefore there is arterial calcification both in the intima as well as in the media in patients of chronic kidney disease. There is also a kidney intestinal axis which increases the inflammation because the circulation to the kidney, to the intestines also goes down. Because of the comorbidities which cause chronic kidney disease, there is decreased motility, protein digestion, and decreased absorption of proteins. Proteolytic bacteria flora get aggravated. There is toxin generations and mucosal injury, translocation of the bacteria, inflammation, and immune suppression. And all of this increases the inflammatory milieu around in patients of chronic kidney disease. Is there an evidence to show that this is really the cause? And this is a study which was done, an elegant study, where people looked at survival of these patients who are on dialysis, mild malnutrition to moderately severe malnutrition. Moderately severe malnutrition had far greater mortality in these patients. Hand grip scores as a survey of muscle mass in these patients. Again, those who had less hand grip scores were doing poorly. And other signs of inflammation measured in form of serum albumin, in form of insulin-like growth factor or C-reactive proteins. Those who had inflammatory markers had higher chances of dying. Now, what can we do about these patients is when you see patients in early stages of chronic kidney disease, one needs to find out what the cause of chronic kidney disease was, the level of GFR, how severe is the albuminuria. And there are two things which we might be able to change. We might be able to change the decline in the GFR. It's a disease which occurs over many years. So there are many years ahead of time when the GFR decline can be, and the degree of proteinuria can be taken care of. And if these two are taken care of, I showed you the evidence that both of these are independently associated with all-cause mortality, cardiovascular mortality, development of end-stage kidney disease, as well as progression of kidney disease. So elevated blood pressure, degree of albuminuria, level of GFR, we might be able to tackle. In addition, hyperglycemia, dyslipidemia, smoking, taking care of obesity, all of these are extremely well known to cardiologists, so I don't need to emphasize these points again. The exposure to nephrotoxic drugs is important, and unfortunately, even in allopathy, there are a lot of drugs which are used in patients of chronic kidney disease in the name of preventing or slowing down progression. These are drugs which are excreted through the kidney only. They are even worse than the placebos. So I don't think we should give these drugs like ketoconazole, keto analogs, and so many other drugs are being used. Unfortunately, in our country, they're not used, fortunately, in other countries. Sanjeev hasn't seen these drugs, but these are very commonly used, and I'm sure cardiologists see these commonly written by nephrologists and physicians all over, because there isn't a good drug to control kidney disease. Therefore, they use all these drugs which may have adverse effects itself. They might deteriorate kidney function more progressively. So one should try to treat the cause of the disease. Obviously, if diabetic kidney disease progresses much more than glomerulonephritis, and glomerulonephritis progresses much more aggressively than tubulointerstitial disease. So the cause of it is important to find out as to what it is and treat it aggressively. Obviously, those need to be taken care of. However, general measures, stop smoking, you need to induce weight loss and exercise, control of diabetes, dyslipidemias, exercise, prevention of malnutrition, again, very, very important, and avoid ongoing toxins itself. So how do we prevent progression? And I think these are three cardinal things which need to be done. Blood pressure control in patients with kidney disease needs to be even lower. 130/80, 120/80 is better than 130/80. And KDIGO guidelines suggest 120/80 as a target. Reduce severity of albuminuria. Fortunately, ACE inhibitors and ARBs, they're not optimally used because of fear of complications and for very small reason also. Small rise in creatinine, and the first thing that you do is stop the ACE and the ARBs, and I think that's a bad practice. That's not good practice. SGLT2 inhibitors and non-steroidal mineralocorticoid inhibitors are good for declining the, slowing down the decline in GFR, as well as, so for 20 years we haven't had any drugs more than ACE and ARBs, but over the last 5 years or so, there is evidence to suggest that these are studies which have been done in patients of diabetic kidney disease and non-diabetic kidney disease, and there is lot of residual risk remaining despite optimally treating in these studies with ACE and ARBs. So there is a need for an unmet need for more drugs. Unfortunately, SGLT2 inhibitors and the dapagliflozin and the empagliflozin, these were effective both in diabetics and non-diabetics itself in reducing all-cause mortality, in reducing cardiovascular mortality, and in slowing down the rate of decline in GFR, decreasing albuminuria in these patients. And the kidney endpoints were also significantly reduced in all these patients. So I think these are drugs which can be effectively used in patients with chronic kidney disease in early stages to prevent them to develop high mortality related to cardiovascular disease, as well as prevent development of end-stage kidney disease in these patients. And you can see that there is a 39% risk reduction, number needed to treat 19 in DAPA-CKD study, number needed to treat 27 in EMPA-CKD study. Both these studies had to be terminated early because of the positive effects they had both on cardiovascular as well as on renal causes. Finerenone, which is a non-steroidal mineralocorticoid antagonist, cardiologists have been using mineralocorticoid antagonists more than the nephrologists, even earlier in patients with heart failure. So, but this is a drug which has been shown to be, again, in very large randomized trials, shown to reduce the renal endpoints. Very, very effective drug in reducing. So a combination of ACE inhibitors, and you must realize that in both SGLT2 studies as well as in the non-steroidal MRA studies, all of these patients were on ACE, optimal doses of ACE and ARBs. So they despite that, they produced reduction in the cardiovascular death, non-fatal MI strokes. So ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. Chronic kidney disease is usually silent, is asymptomatic in early stages, so the burden of responsibility of making that diagnosis is residing with the physicians. So physicians must suspect chronic kidney disease. So it's very important for them to do that. Chronic kidney disease is a strong cardiovascular equivalent. For a cardiologist, it's almost having a patient who already has had an acute myocardial infarction. That is the degree of relative hazard that you have with a patient who has chronic kidney disease. And I think early chronic kidney disease needs to be detected early, it needs to be managed effectively. And fortunately, over the last few years now, we have effective drugs which have been documented in large studies to show having had effects on mortality, on development of end-stage kidney disease, and decreasing progression of kidney disease. So we should be able to decrease the mortality related to chronic kidney disease if we effectively manage these patients well. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Khair, for your excellent presentation and excellent talk on chronic renal disease. The next speaker is Dr. Sanjeev Gupta. He is rather an eminent scientist and the international faculty, and he is our own product because he passed he did his graduation from SV Medical College, Bikaner. He is brother of Dr. Rajiv Gupta and son of a great teacher, Dr. K.D. Gupta. He is working a vast research on hepatology, and today he will enlighten us how the NAS is important in cardiovascular diseases. Dr. Sanjeev Gupta, please.
Thank you so much, and I am grateful to the Cardiology Society for inviting me and the organizers for arranging a beautiful program. I'm already learning a lot of things. So what I'm going to do is focus on the metabolic part coming from the liver, and of course the fatty liver disease that we are seeing as an epidemic has exploded fundamentally because of various reasons that you've discussed, including the onset of obesity and diabetes, such that there is a rising proportion of fatty liver disease across the world. And the number that you're seeing here for India, about 30%, is projected to rise to double or quadruple over the next 5 years and 10 years. So that is an enormous increase. 60% nearly of Indians may well have a fatty liver in its different manifestations. So imagine, right now, 1/3 of us in this room itself have some part of fatty liver. And as cardiologists, you often see fatty liver getting diagnosed by ultrasound. And then the question immediately comes up as to what does that mean, what do we do about that, and so on. So I thought that we should focus on certain objectives out here, and these would in fact constitute parts of the take-home messages as well. And I'm going to talk about some of these, not in their entirety because time is limited, but in a focused manner. So one of the first things is, what really is the pathobiology of fatty liver? Because that then impacts the disease classification, the risk factors, the staging of the disease, and downstream consequences. All of those are linked to specific parts of pathophysiology, so we'll touch on that. And we'll touch a little bit, not very much, on the genetic drivers. Now, in cardiology, you are very familiar with variants known as PNLAP3, because that's one of the drivers for atherosclerosis and cholesterol-related complications. Not the pathophysiology of fatty liver or liver injury itself, but the consequences related to the vascular component of it. And then there is a new susceptibility variant called PSD3 that we'll talk about a little bit more tomorrow, which has in fact been identified by a very subtractive approach using large data sets, including liver biopsy cohorts, to find out whether there is protection from this or whether there is not. And this is supposed to be one of the protective kinds of things if it's blocked. And so that is going to be coming up. You'll be hearing more about that part as well. And then there are other genetic drivers that we'll talk about a bit as well. And then the question immediately is, what are the consequences for other organs? We are talking about the heart here, but kidney and other organs additional to all those are also involved. We heard about the muscle and malnutrition-related cachexia, which again is connected to that. So what are the transducers and how does one begin to interfere with them? That is going to be part of the future directions as well. And then finally, what are the therapeutic avenues? We don't really have enough time to talk about all of those therapeutic avenues, but I'll touch on them so we could discuss that as appropriate. Now, here is the pathology of relatively more advanced fatty liver, where there are several components that cumulatively are taken as constituting disease activity score, so-called NAFLD activity score, or NAS, which includes steatosis, fat, inflammation, and a term called ballooning of hepatocytes, which is somewhat vague, and even pathologists have difficulty coming to a consensus as to whether there's ballooning or not. Now, what ballooning really means is that hepatocytes become enlarged. And when they become enlarged, the question is, what does that mean? Does it mean that those cells are sitting around with damage, but is that damage reversible? Can they regenerate? Can they give rise to daughter cells? Can they do various of those things or not? And the answer is not clear about that part yet. Now, steatosis of fat content, which is really measured, say, by ultrasound or by MRI, et cetera, is not so important in the end result because it itself neither directs inflammation as much, although lipotoxicity is important, nor does it by itself contribute to ballooning or to fibrosis. And so there are other scoring systems where there has been no emphasis on steatosis, but there's inclusion of fibrosis as well, and that becomes important for clinical trials as well. So those are things to keep in mind too. Now, there is new terminology. 3 months ago, what we have traditionally called as NAFLD, or fatty liver disease, has been retermed. So one of the terms is ALD for alcohol. And the other term is SLD for steatotic liver disease. Not NAFLD anymore. Now we are going to be talking about SLD. And that has sub-classifications. So one is the MASLD, which replaces an AFLD. And that means that metabolic dysfunction associated steatotic liver disease. Then there is MAT-ALD, which is the mass ALD plus alcohol. And with alcohol, we know that there are different susceptibilities depending on males and females. Females can only tolerate about half as much alcohol as men because of body fat distribution and gastric ALD enzyme activity. And then there is an ALD, alcoholic liver disease, predominant SLD, where alcohol intake is higher. That begins to amount to alcoholic liver disease level. And then there is a specific etiology of SLD, which is related in part to drug toxicity. We heard from Dr. Manoria about doxorubicin toxicity, but there are many other drugs. Amiodarone, in your experiences as cardiologists, is important. And then monogenic disorders, Wilson disease, for example, where there's copper toxicity, or viral hepatitis and others as well. And then there's cryptogenic SLD. So there are additional cases where there's no attributable cause for steatosis. And so this is a new classification, and you've got to remember it because this is where we are going forwards. with disease groupings and management as well. Now, another important thing is that as we look at the inflammation, injury, and fibrosis risk in MASH, which is a new term for metabolic disease-associated steatohepatitis, which we otherwise have called NASH. So now NASH is MASH. And there is a grading of fibrosis. F0 means no fibrosis, F1 to F4, which really does tell us a continuum of liver injury and end-stage damage. And so that's also important to keep in mind. And then there is evolution to hepatocellular carcinoma as disease progresses, so that comes into the diagnosis as well. Now, we have known that liver biopsy is the final demonstrator of whether there is a certain extent of liver injury and fibrosis and so on. And all the other parameters, non-invasive ones, are approximations. There are blood tests we use for liver fibrosis scoring or FIB4 and other indices. They, again, are approximators. Now, they are not perfectly correlated with liver biopsy. And that becomes important for some of the trials as well. So here, there are then progression of liver disease, which goes through these stages. Nearly 50% of liver disease can really, advancement in nearly 50% of fatty liver disease can occur over time, and hepatocellular carcinoma and other things can happen as well. So that's important for clinical trials too. Now, there are important transducers, as I said. We have emphasized inflammatory markers that are positive markers, but there are deficiency states as well, meaning cytokines can be deficient too, and that's not so well recognized. So here, there are two different pathophysiological processes that are important. One is that there can be the concept of preconditioning that emanates from the heart of ischemia, followed by resistance to injury, and that creates a certain senescence type progression, and that becomes relevant for fatty liver as well. And the other is that there is not only activation of many of these inflammatory cytokines, TNF-alpha and endothelin-1 being particularly important for the heart and other tissues, but there can also be deficiency of factors such as hematopoietic factors, GCSF being one of them, but not the only one. So it's the combination of access and depletion which really becomes important for organ failure or for regeneration as well. And the other thing is that DNA lesions are very, very important in these processes, and that causes replication failure. And in all these papers that I've cited over there, we have concluded that the DNA damage response driven by ATM, a gene that oversees repair of DNA, is critical for whether cells will cycle or whether they will die and or contribute to organ failure. And that's a generic pathway that applies to all organs, including the heart and kidney and other things as well. And we know that there is causality there because not only is that pathway visible in people with progressive fatty liver disease, but one can prospectively inhibit those pathways. And this is a mouse study at the bottom of it, where when we inhibited the ATM and STAT3 pathway, that reproduced the entire spectrum of mild to moderate and very severe fibrotic liver disease as well. Now, another important thing to keep in mind is ballooning that I mentioned has important additional connotations for regeneration. Here there's data from a normal, healthy animal liver where there is a difference in mitochondrial functionality. And based on that, one is able to separate cells with high or low mitochondrial activity. So in any liver, in any tissue, there is a gradation of mitochondrial functionality, and it's not really been clear what does that mean. So here we separated those cell populations with high and low mitochondrial functionality. And then when they got implanted in a transplantation assay and animals where liver repopulation could be studied, then lo and behold, those cells that had very high mitochondrial functionality could replace the liver far more effectively. This is in the circle with the red areas. There are derived from transplanted cells. So compared with low or with normal cells, these cells that have high mitochondrial activity can go gangbusters. They can replace the whole liver with far more replication divisions. So that's important to keep in mind as well. Now, there are 5 different targets for drug therapy, and they are coming up rapidly. And one of the most important significant drugs that may get approved first is a thyroid hormone agonist called resmetirom, so keep an eye on that. But then there are 4 or 5 other categories that are rapidly entering, completing trials, so they will also be coming up, but we don't really have the time to go over them. And until drugs arrive, you know that lifestyle modifications are important, transplantation is important. And so let me conclude with these 3 points, that fatty liver obviously is a major problem, and that separating benign fatty liver disease from progressive disease is very important. That's where one might need help of somewhat more experienced people that do liver more often, and that finding specific treatments needs more work. But we are excited about these specific additional molecular pathways that are emerging, and I think we'll get more progress with therapeutic directions there as well. So thank you again for listening, and thank you for your kind invitation as well.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, for excellent talk. Now I invite Dr. Ravi Kasliwal. He actually doesn't need any introduction among our generation. Maybe the youngsters not be knowing about him. He is not only a clinician, not only a cardiologist, but a very good teacher also. And he must have taught echocardiography to, I think, lakhs of persons, lakhs of physicians and lakhs of cardiologists, now youngsters, how to do the echocardiography. Presently, he is working in Medanta Hospital, Gurgaon. Today, he will enlighten us the imaging for CAD this prediction. Dr. Ravi Kasliwal, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I must thank at the outset Dr. Rajiv Gupta for actually giving me this topic. But also, very importantly, there was so much to learn in this session. And Mr. Chairman, I thank you all for that. I'm the last speaker. And there is another reason that, as Dr. Rajiv Gupta has said, that there is so much of cardiovascular disease in every specialty. But people are still thinking, how do we risk predict? So thank you very much. CAD in India, the numbers matter. There is no doubt. There is no doubt that it's devastating, not only in India, but all over the world. The irony in India is that people who are less than 40, even our residents even don't say, well, he's just 35 years old, but they say acute STMI, ST elevation and MI, let's take him to the cath lab. The cornerstone of preventive cardiology is how to assess CAD risk, how to assess risk in anything. The cornerstone is of preventive cardiology is risk prediction. You start from Framingham, go to Mayo Clinic risk score, but actually none of them has been derived for Indians, and therefore none is actually applicable to Indians. And therein lies the irony of South Asia, that we were following so many groups, but not really coming to the point. So we did make an attempt, comparative accuracy of different risk scores in assessing cardiovascular risk in Indians, and we found that dismally, that if you estimated 10-year risk applying the FRS, the JBS3, or the ACC-AHA, or the WHO, dismal. That means you are telling a person that in the next 20 years, you have 10% chance of getting a heart attack, and the guy actually comes to you in the emergency room in the next evening. So it doesn't work. So risk scores and preclinical atherosclerosis are two different things. People with no diabetes, hypertension, a non-smoker status may develop CAD, and the reverse is also true. So the relationship of risk factors with CVD is not perfect. Hence, risk scores do not work at an individual level. That doesn't mean that the risk scores are not important. The 9 risk factors of Dr. Salim Yusuf in the inter-heart study, in the 10th one being sleep, does matter, because these are people whom we know have the proclivity. So CV risk at population and individual level, until very recently, CV risk was calculated according to the presence of traditional risk factors. This gives a good estimate of risk at population level, but not at an individual level, because individuals without CVRFs are currently defined, still have subclinical atherosclerosis. And that's where the whole crunch is, that the missing link between risk factors and clinically evident CVD is atherosclerosis. And this term gives us the opportunity that if we actually diagnose them at this stage, you could change the course of the disease. And that's where we all are. So screening asymptomatic subjects for subclinical atherosclerosis, anybody who's interested should read this article by Pradyuman Shah. Can we do it? Does it matter? Should we? We can do it. It does matter, and we should. And why aren't we doing it? In a country where every 4th person is dying from heart attack, we should be doing it. So what could be the potential solution? So we went back to the drawing board and said the first thing is endothelial dysfunction, then develops atherosclerosis, then coronary artery disease, and between these 3 steps, you get at least 10 to 15 years to pick up the disease and change the course of this illness. Risk factors are, of course, important. So we started, and our first paper was actually in 2003, exactly 20 years ago, on preclinical atherosclerosis with intermedial thickness, and I'll come to that. But today, when you come to 2023, detection of preclinical atherosclerosis has become all important. The first is flow-mediated vasodilatation, very simple test, done at the bedside. The MESA study very clearly demonstrated that in those who had decreased flow-mediated vasodilatation, the chart starts parting at 6 months, that those who had good FMD and those who didn't, you can see that the event rates, and what are these event rates? CVD, ASCVD, that's what it is. And there is incremental value. So if you start at that very level of FMD, then our first papers and this paper was actually not even taken up by CSI, so we got it published somewhere else. Intima medial thickness. I know that the age of IMT is over, but this is how it all started. That the average IMT more than 1 millimeters is associated with high incidence of CV events, irrespective of age, gender, and race. You look at the carotid bulb, you see the plaque area, you see intermedial thickness. This is how it looks like, and this is a sure marker of atherosclerosis. Atherosclerosis is the start, in most cases of ASCVD, will start with atherosclerosis. Forget the spontaneous dissections and others, but otherwise, this is the start of the disease. Rapid screening for subclinical atherosclerosis. This was a paper with Dr. Valentine Fuster and Parthu Sen Gupta, that we actually did it in one of the communities in Gurgaon, in Haryana, and we found that rapid community screening for subclinical atherosclerosis is feasible with automated carotid ultrasound examination. It can be done on anybody. It doesn't need fasting. It doesn't need disrobing. All it needs is a 7.5 megahertz transducer placed correctly and noting the intermedial thickness. And my friend Roxy Senior from United Kingdom showed very clearly that simultaneous assessment of atherosclerosis and ischemia in patients with suspected angina, even if the stress echocardiogram is normal, but if the carotid ultrasound reveals high intermedial thickness, then you have it. Atherosclerosis predicts hard events beyond myocardial ischemia. And from intermedial thickness of the carotids, we moved on to femorals, and we found that this is even more. If we did so in our hospital now, we do carotid plaque measurements, we do femoral plaque measurements, and of course, we do calcium scoring, but I'll come to that in a minute. Carotid femoral ultrasound and clinical outcomes. Group 1, normal. Group 2, increased IMT. Group 3, non-stenotic plaques. Group 4, stenotic plaque. This is an amazing study, and it demonstrated that if your intermedial thickness was normal, you had normal outcomes. If it is increased, there were 8.6%. But if there was a plaque, and there is a definition of plaque, and also now with 3D evaluation, you can actually demonstrate. So 39.3% was the incidence rate, and of course, if you had a plaque, stenotic plaque, then the clinical outcomes. The meaning is that you cannot say, I didn't know that this person has disease, that this person is, these are known facts, these can easily be done. Coronary calcium score, a lot has been said about it, and truly, this is atherosclerosis at the heart, at the coronary artery disease level, and it's a powerful technique. Diagnostic accuracy of coronary artery calcium score for excluding obstructive coronary artery disease. This is our own paper published in the Journal of Clinical and Preventive Cardiology. And this was a study of 380 patients undergoing comprehensive health checkup, including CTCA, and we found that only 59.5% subjects with zero CAC had any coronary plaque. So you look at the predictive value, the negative predictive value is 98.8% is the negative predictive value for excluding obstructive disease. So if you have clinically examined the patient, if you have seen their cardiometabolic status, if you have seen their blood pressures, their carotid femoral plaques, and then you have it all. The multi-ethnic study of atherosclerosis, the MESA study, another 6,722 men and women, white, black, Hispanic, Chinese, and see what they say. That if your CAL score is 0, you live a normal life. If it comes between 1 to 100, your mortality rate and your cardiovascular event rate, cumulative incidence of major coronary events increases. If it's between 101 to 300, it increases further. And if it is above 300, then it is said that this person should be treated as if he has had an acute myocardial infarction. So absolutely secondary prevention should be done in these patients. So this is the power of the data of just screening for atherosclerosis as for risk prediction. And in my department, in my area, this is what we call the pre-disease state. That's what we have done. And CAC, of course, can progress at approximately 20 to 25% per year. And there's huge data on this. I mean, no amount of time is, but people have done a lot of work on this field. And atherosclerosis is not just for coronary artery disease detection or stroke, but look at it, dementia, peripheral artery disease, heart failure, renal arteries. I mean, there are kidney failure. You just had a fabulous session on that. So it is not just atherosclerosis and heart disease. It's about living well. So key points, conceptually assessment of subclinical ASCVD is the most accurate approach for predicting future CVD events. Increasing data now available to demonstrate that atherosclerosis imaging can lead to improved decision making. And mind you, these are the people who were in the intermediate risk group. Nobody's worried about the low group. Nobody's worried about the high group because high will anyway get statins. This is the huge bunch of people who are in the intermediate risk group. Carotid ultrasound and CS and coronary calcium are currently the most robust modality for this purpose. And I don't know how many of you have read this, but curing atherosclerosis should be the next major cardiovascular prevention goal. And this is not a recent paper. This is 2014, Jennifer Robinson from Iowa City, and I believed in this in totality. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your kind attention. An ounce of prevention is worth crores of rupees. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kasliwal Sahab. So I know that scientific chairman will not allow us to question anymore. So we end up the session and give the mic to
So it's
chairman.
a memento time. Can I ask Professor Prem Payas to be here for the memento, please? And the chairs to do the oh, sorry. You are in the next session, sir. Dr. Didwania, you got it. Dr. Manodia, he just stepped out. Dr. Vijay Kher, he also stepped out. Sanjeev Gupta, and Dr. Ravi Kasliwal. Dr. Manodia, I think he's having coffee. Can somebody get him? Dr. Manodia, please. Thank you. And the memento for the chair, Dr. Vinay Malhotra. Dr. Rahul Sharma and Dr. Ram Chetlangia. So we move on to the final session of the day, not final, but I think one of the more important. Dr. Manodia Saab, please collect your memento, please. आगे आपके पास क्या? अच्छा आ गया, ठीक है. Thank you. So we move on to the next session, and may I request Dr. Prakash Didwania to chair, along with Dr. G.L. Sharma, Kushmendra Parashar, is he around? Dr. B.L. Swami, Dr. Rajesh Pandey, Dr. Milind Srivastav, Dr. Milind Srivastav, please. He was there. So, over to you, sir. Can we start? Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and begin this session. It's a potpourri of many different things. The first talk is by Prem Payas, Essential of Secondary Prevention, Lifestyle and Drugs. Dr. Payas.
It's my privilege to talk on this topic. Let me start by giving you a perspective of what I'm going to talk about. Whenever you have a disease or a condition that is very widespread in the community, you can look at it as a forest. So you have trees and you have a forest. Most of us who are individual clinicians treat the individual trees, but we should never forget the forest. And that applies especially to prevention, whether primary or secondary. So I'm going to touch a bit on both on how you handle the trees and how you handle the whole forest. As far as the individual tree, which is how we handle the individual patient, I'm going to go through the slides fast. We've been listening to that throughout the day today and possibly tomorrow, and spend a little more time on how we should handle prevention in the community. We know, of course, the importance of secondary prevention they're automatically at high risk, somebody who's had an event, so we don't really have to risk profile them, except in a few cases where you want to know, are they high risk or are they very high risk? There are certain features of secondary prevention that are key. They're easy to find cases because they've just had an event. They're I won't say very, but they're more compliant with treatment, especially if you're able to get them soon after they've had an event in the hospital. It's more satisfying because they're at a higher risk, so any reduction gives you a greater absolute risk reduction, and you get a lower cost per life saved. But at the same time, it can never, as we all know, replace primary prevention, which is actually the key to a large-scale saving of lives. In any disease, prevention implies, as we've been talking about since the morning, control of risk factors. Now, when we talk of control of risk factors, what we have been discussing since morning and what next few slides will show is how do we approach an individual patient, and will this individual patient approach work when you're trying to reduce disease in the whole community? We know the important lifestyle factors that we have to tackle: smoking, moderation of alcohol. Yes, now we know that there is no absolutely safe level. We have a level which we shouldn't recommend people to go beyond, but there's no longer recommended. How much physical activity? We know the importance of a diet, and we also have greater evidence now of the importance of stress and especially depression in disease, although we have no real hard evidence that successfully treating depression reduces events. We have so many strategies for smoking. They seem to be working, but are not so easy to do either with the individual patient or on a large scale. The heart-healthy diet has been shown that any diet which is plant-based, this is the principles, they're all differences. We have to make adjustments depending on the person's culture. We live in India, Indian diets, North Indian, South Indian, but basically plant-based foods with an emphasis on lean proteins, less saturated fat, is known to reduce risk factors like insulin resistance, dyslipidemia, hypertension, and obesity. And on large-scale trials done more with Western diets like the Mediterranean diet have been shown actually to reduce events. The key drugs to be used in secondary prevention are basically similar to those that are used in primary prevention, the main emphasis being on lipid lowering, where statin is the key drug. Of course, people who are on secondary prevention have had an event will also need to be on an antiplatelet. Many of them will need beta blocker at least for the initial year, ACE inhibitors or ARBs, or as individual pills or combined together as a single pill called a multi-component or a polypill, which you heard discussed in a talk in the morning as well. We've also heard so many talks on what is a target which we should aim in reducing LDL cholesterol. We have all the AHA, ACC recommendations, we have ESC recommendations, we have levels coming down to 70, 55, now recommending 30, and we take a lot of time and trouble in trying to achieve these targets using statins and more non-statins, ezetimibe, PCSK4, monoclonal antibodies, and other drugs. We should sit back and think, is it practical for us in India with a large number of people who have had events? Can we use the PCSK9 inhibitors as they are priced now? I put the price. Although you use an injection only once in 3 months, presently the cost is 20,000 rupees. How many people can afford this? So let's step back and think, is it worth putting all this effort to get a little extra benefit, except in a few individual patients? Second important drug in secondary prevention is antiplatelets. All patients, by and large, are on the foundational drug of aspirin, unless they have some specific contraindication to aspirin. Many of people who have had an event need to be only on a single antiplatelet if they are stable, and have not had an event in the past 1 year or had a stent done in the recent past. We all know, of course, that if a PCI is done or in the presence of a recent event, they will need to be on 2 antiplatelets. But even there, the duration varies, as you can see in the present slide. All patients who have, or almost all patients who have had an event will also have other comorbidities, and our choice of drugs for these comorbidities will be modified in the presence of a cardiac event. For example, in hypertension, we would use ACE inhibitors or ARBs as our first choice, and a patient with diabetes and a heart disease, SGLT2 inhibitors in the Indian scenario would be very much advisable. GLP-1 is also an option. Cardiac rehabilitation. We are moving now from the individual patient into a more wider aspect of managing patients in the community. Cardiac rehabilitation is actually a program in which you involve multiple different disciplines, but the objective of this whole conglomerate of people working together is to return the patient to as near normal physical, emotional, psychosocial, and vocational function, improving their compliance with drugs and the quality of lifestyle. We have evidence from developed countries that a good cardiac rehabilitation program can reduce all-cause mortality and is cost-effective, but we have no such reliable data from India or from any other low or middle-income country. I'm going to step back now and show you this slide. This is how we as clinicians deal with a patient who has had an event. We check their risk factors, we start them on treatment, we check them for compliance, we call them back, we again check their risk factors, we adjust our treatment, and the cycle goes on. Is this practical in a large community practice? I am sure you will agree that it doesn't work when you're dealing with a large number of people. When we're dealing with a large number, thousands of patients in the population, lakhs of people who need this event, we must keep clear in mind what is it we need. We need a health system that gives the correct prescription. Prescription means advice both of drugs and of lifestyle. We need patients who are got some knowledge of the disease they have and therefore are compliant. We need a health system who will provide whatever interventions they are going to suggest. And we also need some method by which we can monitor whether the patients are doing what they are able to do. We have heard so many talks today about how you can reduce what all we have to do to reduce statins, to reduce LDL cholesterol in people, how many drugs we have to add, but we should keep this stark reality in mind. This is the pure study of patients who have recovered from a cardiac event in the previous 5 years in the community. And you will see in low and middle income countries, the number of people taking the 4 essential drugs is near 0. So while we sit in our clinics and prescribe large numbers of drugs, we don't keep in mind what is happening to the people whom we are not seeing most of the time. So what can we do about it? You heard my colleague, Dr. Dennis, speak about the polypill. We in India, in St. John's, together, myself and Dr. Salim Yusuf from Canada, have been working on the polypill for the last 15 years, and we have done a series of 3 TIPS trials, which he referred to in the morning. A polypill, by definition, is a multi-component pill, but unlike multi-component pills used for diabetes or blood pressure lowering, by definition, a polypill's components will reduce at least 2 or more risk factors, usually blood pressure, lipids, and possibly reduce platelet activity, and in many cases will add a beta blocker if you're going to use it for secondary prevention. Such polypills have been proven in clinical trials to give better adherence from the individual patient. We have shown in our first TIPS-1 study published in Lancet in 2009 that they can effectively reduce blood pressure and platelet activity and LDL cholesterol as well as the individual components. We have clinical trial evidence of benefits by reduced clinical events in a number of trials which have come out in the last few years in New England Journal and Lancet in 2019, and very recently Castellano and al. In New England Journal, done in the United States in 2022. The drug is already approved for secondary prevention, that is polypill, in a number of countries. This is the graph from the latest publication by Castellanos. Again, as referred to in the morning, just a few months ago, the WHO has approved the use of 2 polypills, or 2 types of components for secondary prevention. And these components have been based on the clinical trials that are published, but they make it clear that they are proving the concept of a polypill, and more different multi-component pills are certainly possible and advisable. Now, how do we get this polypill out? We have now a pill. Instead of using 4 different drugs, we have a single pill. We have evidence that if you use or are able to get people to take the single pill as a fixed dose without repeatedly measuring the side effects, you get significant reduction in events. But how do we get this out to the people? And this is where this talk given by Dr. Prabhakaran comes into focus. We have to include people beside doctors in the community. We have to do task sharing. And one of the groups to be used is what is known as a non-physician health worker, which he spoke to in the morning. Dr. Prabhakaran gave you a number of examples. And let me give you one more, which is spread, which we did from St. John's in secondary prevention, where people discharged from hospital, those followed up and who were monitored, counseled by a non-physician health worker, had better medication adherence and much better risk factor control at 12 months compared to usual care. The HOPE-4 trial published in the Lancet showed that in 2 countries, Malaysia and Colombia, again, where these health workers working under a physician's guidance and using algorithms and tablets were able to lead to improved adherence and better blood pressure control in the community. The government of India is also taking more interest, if I can say, in non-communicable disease. What started many years ago as the NPCDCS has now evolved. It is now called the National Program for Non-Communicable Disease, and the program has been kicked off by the ICMR, calling for a series of proposals on implementation research on how we can develop community-wise programs using things like polypill, using non-physician health workers for prevention and control of specific non-communicable disease, and these have included cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and chronic lung disease. So I'd like to end there with this overview with my favorite saying, prevention is better than cure, and a statin is better than stenting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for a nice lecture. Now, I'll request Dr. Alban Sigmani, who is going to speak on technology for the promotion of adherence. Dr. Sigmani, please. Is he there?
Thank you, the Chair, and warm thank you to Dr. Rajiv Gupta for giving me an opportunity. And it's a privilege to be standing here to talk after all my teachers and mentors have already given their lectures. So, on to my topic today. We're talking about technology, and we've been hearing a lot about prevention and why prevention is important. And we also learned that it's always difficult to keep somebody adherent to what we are asking them to do. And we just heard from Dr. Prem Pais that even though secondary prevention should be a lot more easier, the data doesn't talk that way. We do see patients not being adherent to their drugs which are useful for them. I'd like to kind of give you a talk about why adherence is important, and not talking, but really bring up the topic about why technology should be adopted, and we should be doing it right now. I just have a small disclosure to make. I founded a company called Human Health, and I'm representing that also in this today's lecture. So we all know why adherence is low, and we've attributed multiple factors to it. In fact, some of the people sitting in the audience today have actually put down this very beautiful paper. It's like a cognitive map about what actually is going on in the field of non-adherence. You know, there are just too many things to take care of, and they can be considered as patient-related, therapy-related, or condition-related. But ultimately, what we all just see is that the patient is not following our advice. And we sometimes blame the patient because we think the patient is not interested, or we blame ourselves because we think we are not being competent enough to do it. But are we actually putting an effort? Yes, there is a lot of effort, and we heard a lot of these topics today about education, simplifying medication regimes like the polypill, setting up reminder systems, medication packaging, and doing all kinds of monitoring. But I think the buzzword that's right now being talked about is digital health. And everybody now knows that there is a penetration of digital health into the market, especially around the time when COVID happened, when there was no physical interaction between a doctor and a patient could happen. There's a lot more utilization of this. Just to give you an overview about what digital health encompasses, it's a very commonly used term, but it combines digital medicine and digital therapeutics. This is from a Nature paper which kind of described this entire concept of digital health. And we are in the field of trying to understand how digital health can help improve the doctor and patient relationship. Now, can technology really help improve adherence? The answer is yes. There are already technologies that are working, and it is very feasible for us to use it. That's what this particular paper also clearly showed, that medication reminders, telemedicine, wearable devices do work, and they are already being implemented. They are not some futuristic technologies which has to be developed and be brought into the market later on. But do we need to adopt something like this? The answer is very true, and we've been hearing about it. There's a cost that we pay when we do not have adherent patients. We have increased healthcare costs because of that. We have lost productivity because of that. We have higher healthcare utilization. Our OPDs are being filled, or our intervention labs are being filled by people who are not being adherent to the treatments, and that's kind of taking away the time and space for you to do more primary prevention. And I guess secondary prevention is important, but at the same time, primary prevention actually reduces the concept Dr. Prempai was talking about, the tree versus the forest. So there is also an increased burden on the caregivers, which is actually going unnoticed, because patients have to be taken care of, and they can't be blamed for what they have got, but at the same time, they are also to be blamed for why they have reached that stage. Obviously, there's a wastage of resources, and because you need to do more complex diagnostics in these people to identify what happened. Now, is there evidence about improving adherence? Yes, this paper shows that if patients are more adherent to treatments that have been provided, you do see a significant reduction in their cardiovascular events. Now, this is just a cartoon I wanted to show that we are only dealing with the tip of the iceberg, which is we only look at the clinical factors and the risk behavior. That's the amount of time that we can have. And digitization is happening more in that area. We are bringing in checklists and electronic health records. We're trying to capture data in a thing. But there's a much bigger thing under the sea which is not being seen on how people are actually perceiving the whole aspect of healthcare. And this is where I think there's a lot more application of artificial intelligence and the creation of digital twin, which is considered to be the future of digital health. Now, having said all this, there are definite challenges. Access is a big problem. We talked about it. There is still a big digital divide that happens. Technology literacy, the people who really need it do not have that much literacy on using technology. There are costs attained to it, both direct and indirect. There is also privacy and security issue. We want to know whether we should protect our data. Very recently, there's a whole digital health, digital data policy that's come out. So it again becomes more complex about how do we share data with people. User engagement is also a very big problem. You can create apps, you can create content, but you cannot make them binge like Netflix and Amazon Prime. They've somehow been able to crack that code. We still haven't found that right code to crack in healthcare. integration is a big problem. Every hospital has its own different types of system. Every clinic follows a different system. You can't go with one technology and ask them to integrate everything into that. There's also a limited evidence. You know, we heard earlier about cardiac rehabilitation is good, but if you really look at does it work in India, we do not have much evidence. And a big problem is personalization. We definitely, everybody would like to see the product in a different way because it suits their practice or their lifestyle. So way forward, obviously, we have to do it because there's no choice about it. There has to be more flexible platforms which can easily integrate so that there's no big change that the hospital or the clinic should be brought about. We need sustainable business model. Everybody needs to get a piece of the cake. You need to have a model where the revenue can be created, revenue can be shared, and there's also some kind of a profit projection. Ultimately, healthcare is always a business, and we need to adopt specific subscription models from other technologies. You know that financial technologies were quite archaic, almost 10, 20 years ago. We used to go to the bank to do all our transactions, but now everybody does it on the phone. All this has happened over a period of time, and there has been challenges along the way. So we need to learn from these different technologies. And then also a multidisciplinary team approach. We talk about it, but has it been practically proven that you can actually take problems of the patient and create solutions according to it? The answer is yes. There have been studies which have shown that they have taken each of the problems of the patients, worked with multidisciplinary teams, and created solutions towards that. So answer for the future is simplification, personalization, create more educational platforms which are more engaging, and the whole word of gamification comes in. And this is how technology should actually be adopted in order to bring in more adherence to patients. So we have to bring in design thinking, which is in technology term, which is used more in computer and software developments. We need that to be brought into healthcare. We need to be able to understand more personalization. We need to sit down with the patients, understand their type of social behavior that they have. And we also need to have multidisciplinary healthcare teams. We do have this concept in oncology. I know of a similar group that has started it in cardiology. We don't discuss our patients in a multidisciplinary team. We treat patients as they come in, and that's all. Can we improve that using technology? That's the way forward. And yeah, obviously gamification is something which has been proven in other fields, and we need to try to see how we can bring that here. So we have built a platform, it's called Newman Health, and we kept the doctor and the patient as the center of the whole team, and we bring in technology along with the help of this entire pod of services, which has got a physiotherapist, a yoga specialist, a clinical nutritionist, a psychotherapist, somebody who talks from wellness perspective, medication adherence through a clinical pharmacist, and a lot of education that we do. We try to bring all of this together to achieve good outcomes. So we track not only the patient's risk factors, but we also track the patient's social and economic factors, and we bring in technology to achieve the outcomes. And these are driven by the doctor that is treating the patient. So the doctor continues to be in the center of the care, and we've been fortunate to be able to spread across the country. We have over 350 plus cardiologists who are using our technology. We've been publishing regularly, and most importantly, we're seeing a lot of good outcomes there. Patient enrollment has improved because it's so easy to use. The enrollment of a patient just takes 30 seconds for us to do it. And for a patient, we have kept it as simple as using WhatsApp. And we've been able to constantly increase the engagement. Right now, our engagement average duration is about 135 days. And we are already seeing results in acute heart failure patients. We're seeing a reduction in heart failure. We're seeing a tremendous increase in adherence. And we're also seeing an improvement in their control of risk factors like blood pressure or weight reduction, and most importantly, even with diabetes management in these patients. It's a very simple to use technology, and we kept the same principles of personalization and adherence as the goal. And we are right now present through an application which can be easily downloaded, and we felt that using a technology should be as simple as somebody using a WhatsApp group or something like that. So people love to join on WhatsApp groups, so we're trying to see if we can simplify that way. And we feel behavioral modification, through these technologies is the way forward to improve adherence. Thank you for that opportunity and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I do have a question with all those members of the team. Who is paying for all of them?
India is a patient payer thing. For people pay out of pocket, so we have kept the cost at a very low cost, but we are working with insurance agencies to see if we can be incorporated into insurance tax pay. In the West, this is already part of the co-payer system, so insurance actually mandates patients to get into rehabilitation programs. In India, it's still a way forward. So we are trying to work a mechanism to be able to build it, but we have kept the cost at a very competitive and a low price.
Yeah, but because the patient has to pay out of pocket, that even creates more complexity. I mean, how, with all those people that are member of your team, if 3 or 4 of those are seeing the patient, that will be quite costly for a patient.
We can discuss that as a separate, but the important thing is, if we bring in technology to be able to simplify protocols, the cost part of it really doesn't come into the picture.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah. Our next talk is approaches to reduce recurrent PCI in CAD. Dr. Claire.
First of all, thank you, Rajiv, for inviting me. And honestly, I've learned a lot since morning. Well, I think in one line, if I have to say this talk, I'll say, first of all, do your job good. When you want to do a PCI, do a good job. Then after doing that, adopt aggressive modification of the risk factors. So we know PCI is a very, very widely informed procedure in the whole world. So they are improved a lot technology. However, still 20% of the patient undergoing myocardial revascularization, they will require repeat revascularization, particularly after PCI as compared to bypass surgery. So why PCI fails? One is stent thrombosis, in-stent restenosis, and CD progression. So stent thrombosis is divided into early, late, and very late. Anyway, basically, it is related to procedural problems, patient characteristics, and the clinical scenario, whether it's ACS or it is a chronic stable angina. So whenever we have a stent thrombosis in any patient, best is to study with IVUS the reason for that and rectify that. And IVUS guided or OCT guided solution of stent thrombosis is much better than just the angiographic analysis. The second problem is the ISR, which is a much bigger problem. Roughly, the definition is more than 50% loss of lumen. So although we have very good stents now, second generation and third generation, but still about roughly 3 to 3% in 1 year and 10% in next 5 years, in-stent restenosis still remains a challenge to us. So basically, the mechanism may be various. It may be stent-related factors, under expansion, a poor job done at the time of procedure, fracture, and it also depends on the stent type and the edge restenosis, and calcification in the vessels. So the management of in-stent restenosis, again, whenever you get a patient of restenosis, please do imaging, because imaging will tell you the reason that why there is a restenosis, whether it's underdeployed, whether there is a loss of mechanical integrity or there is a problem at the edges, and what is happening to the vessel outside the stent. So the solution is, after the imaging technology, you will know the reason what to do about it. Basically, you have to make the aggressive pre-dilatation in these patients, have the bed properly made. So if it is then you can do a drug-eluting balloon for focal restenosis, or if there is first-time in-stent restenosis, or if there are multiple stents already, and some of the patients we do a re-stenting in these patients. So these are some of the ISR therapies, either balloon dilatation, scoring balloon, cutting balloon, and some of the patients you have to re-stent these patients, but basically it depends on the mechanism. So approaches to reduce ISR is optimize PCI. use lipids lowering therapies, then glucometabolic therapies and lifestyle modification. So stents, now we know that there are very good stents, but still we still have this problem. Newer stents with the bioabsorbable polymers that could be limited to an abdominal surface may be one of the new thing that could prevent restenosis. So with new generation stents, rates of stent thrombosis are 1%, less than 1%, restenosis, instant restenosis was 5% at 1 year. There was a bioflow study. This was Orsiro stent, which is just a bioabsorbable polymer. It showed better results as compared to the non-bioabsorbable results. So imaging is very important whether you do OCT or IVUS. Then there are a lot of studies now to show that if there is stent under expansion, is the major cause of instant restenosis, malapposition, and stent dissection. This is a study done with IVUS, which showed that patients who underwent IVUS-guided PCI, they had better outcomes and less restenosis. At 12-month MACE, and all the cardiac events were less, and ischemia-driven TLR was less if you do PCI with IVUS. At 5-year follow-up also, the same results were there. IVUS-guided PCI turned out to better. Ultimate and ADAPT, there are other trials, they have shown similar results. Now there are MSA. MSA means minimal stent area criteria according to IVUS. If in sirolimus stents, it should be 5.5, everolimus 5.4, jotrolimus 5.3. So if you achieve this stent area, the chance of restenosis decrease. OCT, well, there are studies with OCT as well. The Pan-London study showed that it is, if you do procedure with OCT, greater procedural success and hospital immortality MACE is decreased. A significant difference in mortality was observed between the patient who underwent OCT-guided therapy versus the angiographic PCI in these patients. So these are some of the pictures. You have seen that. Now, even the OCT, there are predicted of TLR instant if there is a less than 4.5 millimeter, or there is a distal dissection which extends more than 200 micrometers, that is a predictor of restenosis. So that's what we should avoid. This is a study with the, again, OCT, guided percutaneous intervention as compared to angiographic PCI. Again, it showed better results, though the mortality was not different. So there are further trials to clear this. Another thing which is important is that after the PCI, if you do coronary physiology, for example, if the FFR is more than 0.9, the chances that the patient will come back again are less. And it has been seen that angiographically the result may look perfect, but up to 50% of the patients, the FFR may not be adequate. So you need to go in again and study those patients and improve the FFR in these patients. IFR is another thing which can be done in these patients, and even that has shown that if you want to decrease the recurrence of the events in the future, if the IFR is adequate more than 0.95, these patients do very well. I think now another thing is the statins. Of course, I think this has been already discussed a lot today. New drugs like PCSK9 inhibitors, inclisiran, and EPA and bempedoic acid, they all have been shown to be very useful in decreasing the recurrence of events. PCSK9 inhibitors, there are two, evolocumab and eliquimab. Both the drugs have been shown to decrease the recurrence of events up to 15% or 20%. The effect is more marked in diabetics. So evolocumab reduced the need for repeat coronary vascular at 22%, either elective or gent, both situations. Another study has been done up to 6 to 8 years. This study again showed that the significant reduction of LDL up to 30 milligrams is very good to prevent recurrent events after the initial PCI. This drug is a new PCS9 inhibitor. The advantage is that you can give twice a year. Again, LDL reduction is very significant. There are ongoing trials with this trial. Bempedoic acid is available in India now. and it decreases the LDL cholesterol by 20 to 25%, and in clear outcomes, it has been shown to be useful again to prevent. Icosapent ethyl, this has been also useful to show to prevent recurrence of the events after PCI. In the interest of the time I am running through, the 2019 ESC guidelines and National Lipid Association have integrated EPA to decrease MACE in patients with established cardiovascular disease or diabetes. Now, another thing which is not being practiced is COMPASS, results of the COMPASS trial. So, patients with the after PCI, so-called stable coronary angina pectoris, they are not so-called stable because many of them, they have significant events. And this trial, particularly in high-risk individuals, multi-regional CAD or atherosclerosis, peripheral vascular disease, CKD, if you add aspirin plus rivaroxaban 2.5 milligram twice a day, it clearly decreases. But I don't know why the cardiologists, at least in India, they have not adopted this so far. Now, going to the glucometabol approach, I think which most of the speakers have pointed it out, GLP-1 receptors and GCT-LT2 receptors inhibitors, they are marvelous. I think there are a lot of trials which have shown the value of these drugs in prevention of cardiovascular events in all kind of patients, particularly a patient with diabetes. HCLT2 reduces the risk of MI by 12%, 17% relative reduction in cardiovascular death, major benefits in patients with previous history of established cardiovascular disease. So there have been so many major trials which I have mentioned. So if we talk about how to prevent recurrence after PCI, what are the key takeaway messages? Restenosis and TLR are real issues even with advancement in the field of interventional cardiology. So basically, first of all, you optimize PCI with the use of imaging and physiology. Now again, I want to tell you one thing, that it is not that you have IVS or OCD, you have to be expert in that. Many people in India, they use IVS, but I think they really don't have the idea what is IVS. So unless you are well trained, I think that's a useless to spend that money on our Indian patients. So guidelines medical therapy goals have to be achieved in every patient. New strategies beyond stent yield a reduction in recurrent PCI and decrease MACE by potent modulation of the receptors contributing to recurrent events. Lifestyle modification, diet, exercise, reduced stack. I think this has been the topic since morning, so I need not repeat all those things. Yoga, excellent talk by Dr. Mohit today, has been shown to have improvement in LDL, HbA1c, BMI, systolic and diastolic hypertension. Using all this scientific information with holistic approach to your patient, I think is the best way to decrease cardiovascular events post PCI. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Clare, for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Nikhil Verma, who will be speaking on cardiac contractility modulation. Okay. Within a minute, we will be able to connect with Dr. Nikhil Verma. He will be speaking online. Okay.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
He is online, Dr. Neeraj Verma.
Dr. Verma, please start.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, good evening. I am Neeraj Verma. I'm speaking from the Cleveland Clinic. Thank you for this invitation. It's a privilege to address this audience. I'm going to shift gears now to implantable device therapy for prevention of heart failure. So prevention of heart failure. And my slides are not advancing. There we go. Disclosures with all the device companies. I'll begin with a case presentation to illustrate my points. This is a case that I saw in Cleveland a few years ago, a 68-year-old male with atrial fibrillation and LV dysfunction. He had an atrial fibrillation ablation, was successful, and there's no recurrence of atrial fibrillation post-PVI for 2 years. However, the LV dysfunction was a persistent problem. It was presumed to be a tachycardia-induced cardiomyopathy, but it did not resolve with restoration of sinus rhythm. So this was a problem. In fact, his LV function began to decline. MRI and PET perfusion studies revealed no significant disease. So heart failure, the individual, we know this track record for patients with heart failure. And after initial decompensation and initiation of acute therapies like diuretics, we stabilize them. And as we have heard, we have some excellent medications, more and more coming online, which can stabilize heart failure. So stabilization is key because every period of instability and decompensation actually heralds a downward spiral, and patients do poorly with that. So stabilization and compensation of heart failure is key. What happens if the drugs don't work and there's decompensation? We know every dip is accompanied by reduced survival. And if the patient is on a full complement of drugs, and we also have to acknowledge that in the real world, compared to randomized trials that have been cited, patients have a lot of comorbidities, principally renal failure, hypotension, and they don't tolerate 4-pillar therapy. They don't tolerate all of these medications. So what do we do for the patient who has recurrent heart failure and or is intolerant of medications? Well, we know about device therapy for heart failure. We know about prophylactic defibrillators to prevent ventricular arrhythmias, but those don't treat heart failure. But I'll come back to that point later. Device therapy for heart failure, for prevention and suppression of heart failure, has really relied on CRTD. And this is what we used in our patient who had a wide QRS of more than 150 milliseconds. Unfortunately, 3 months after CRTD, he presented with orthopnea, ankle edema, sinus tachycardia, increasing diuretic need. He was deteriorating following CRTD. So we adjudicated that CRT was ineffective. We deactivated his LV lead, and he improved. So going back to his ECG, he had a wide QRS, but it was right bundle branch block. And we know the recommendations for CRT, 1A recommendations applied to left bundle branch block and a QRS of more than 150. We tend to apply CRTD for class 2A indications, which is what our patient had, but perhaps it's not so effective. But if we adhere to guidelines, only a minority of patients with HFrEF have left bundle branch block. The majority don't and are not eligible for CRTD according to the strictest guidelines. So when 70 to 90% of HFrEF patients remain CRT ineligible, what can we do? And the option that I'm going to present is cardiac contractility modulation. And going through this, on the left, I don't know if my arrow is projecting here, you see a device which is a pacemaker-sized device, but it's not a pacemaker. It's a stimulator, but not a pacemaker. It is connected, it delivers its therapy via 2 standard pacemaker leads to the right ventricular septum, which have to be separated by at least 2 centimeters. Therapy is delivered intermittently, another crucial factor here. And in here, I depict in the middle panel in green, 1-hour episodes of therapy, 5 hours a day, that's the US prescription, 7 hours a day, 7 times a day in Europe. This device is rechargeable, 1 hour a week rechargeability. So this changes the paradigm of implantable device therapy altogether. Now we have a 20-year longevity for an implantable device. It is rechargeable. which is something that patients always ask with our standard pacemakers and defibrillators. It also has remote monitoring capabilities attached to this recharging device. Going to the ECG, the arrow shows the stimulus. As I mentioned, this is not a pacing stimulus. It is a stimulation within the QRS. It's a non-excitatory stimulus. Going into detail, it is applied during the absolute refractory period, 30 milliseconds after the onset of the R wave. It is a biphasic pulse. It is a long pulse. It's 20 milliseconds long, longer than a standard pacemaker pulse, 10 times longer. It is a high amplitude pulse of 7.5 volts. It never should be applied on the T wave. The characteristics of this pulse have been well worked out. I don't have time to go through all the details, but they do adhere to a certain set of boundaries which are important for CCM delivery. You see on the ECG schematic, normal QRS, and then the stimulus delivered here after the peak of the R wave, peak of the QRS. What does it do? The model is that it stimulates or it amplifies excitation-contraction coupling. So by depolarizing the sarcolemma, it increases calcium release, thereby amplifying physiological calcium-induced calcium release, which acts on myofilaments to increase crossbridge cycling. And crossbridge cycling, of course, is the basis of contractility. Equally importantly, that calcium is resequestered into the sarcoplasmic reticulum during diastole. Calcium persisting in the cytosol during diastole is very arrhythmogenic and can lead to mechanical problems too. So CCM does also promote diastolic reuptake of calcium very effectively. I'll show you some data. So these are translational data, and we see here myocytes injected with the calcium indicator, a corin here, show an increase in the calcium transient, which conforms with the model of increased calcium entry. This is associated with increase in contractility. Here we look at muscle tension in isolated muscles. Increase in muscle tension when CCM is applied. And this applies to human tissues as well, and also human tissues from heart failure hearts. So you can create increased contractility from those myocytes. Again, importantly, there is no diastolic residual calcium on the left and no diastolic increase in tension on the right. This does happen with pharmacological agents, such as milrinone, arrhythmogenic and produce diastolic dysfunction. Looking at gene programs, here we see that phospholamban and SERCA, which are associated with the sarcoplasmic reticulum, are upregulated. On the left-hand panels, you have normal, in the middle heart failure, and the right CCM plus heart failure, returning it towards normal levels. Here we see a reversal of the fetal gene program. You see SERCA, myosin heavy chains, phospholamban, guanidine receptors. In yellow, we see the effects of CCM, and these are human tissues, the effects of CCM in reversing the fetal remodeling that has occurred during heart failure. So molecular reverse remodeling. But what happens in the whole heart? This is a canine model of heart failure, and you see on the left sham and on the right CCM. We see end diastolic volume increasing in shams and decreasing with CCM. Ejection fraction diminishing in shams and increasing with CCM. Importantly, increased contractility does not increase oxygen cost. Here we look at MVO2, and we see oxygen cost increasing in heart failure and sham control, but with CCM on the right, this cost decreases. So this is energetically more efficient, more contractility, less oxygen consumption. There's a temporal distribution of these effects. I explained that the impulse is delivered by leads, which are implanted in the septum, and you can see acute effects within minutes to hours. Then there are intermediate effects as this process really disperses throughout the myocardium. And long term, weeks to months, this is transmitted throughout the myocardium. We've seen similar sort of reverse modeling effects with CRT. And this is why CRT effects take up to 6 months, sometimes up to a year to maximize. So those are the translational data. What about human clinical studies? There have been many over about 20 years. All of them have shown safety. They have conformity in that endpoint. CCM has never had an adverse safety signal. All of these studies have been concordant in their results, improved quality of life, suppression of heart failure. But I will go to the important data that were presented 4 years ago and were the basis for the FDA approval. Looking at hard endpoints here, cardiovascular death and heart failure hospitalizations from the FIX-HF5C and 5 studies, randomized controlled trials. And we see that even in 6 months, that there is suppression of hard endpoints with CCM therapy. So very strong signal. On the basis of this, CCM received FDA approval for NYHA class 3 and ejection fraction 25 to 45% range. This is for the USA. To improve exercise capacity, quality of life, and functional status. FDA acknowledged strong trends towards improved morbidity and mortality, especially reduction in heart failure hospitalizations. And going back to my initial point on my first slide, suppression of heart failure in heart failure patients is vital. Not only is decompensation associated with morbidity, but every time such a heart failure hospitalization occurs, there is a downward spiral towards reduced survival. So it is an indicator of reduced survival. So stabilization of heart failure status, prevention of heart failure hospitalizations is vital, and CCM adds incremental benefit to best optimized therapy. Again, these trials showed acceptable rate of device procedure complications. So there's no safety problem.
Please try to conclude. You've gone way over your time. Can you conclude?
I'm sorry, I thought I had 15 minutes. Okay. So going back to my case, we proceeded with CCM because this patient wanted an improvement in quality of life. And this is actually exited. We implanted a CCM device on the left as well as the implantable CRT-D, which has been deactivated and providing an ICD function. We tested it in the lab for interaction. There was no interaction between the two devices. They both worked perfectly. And the patient much improved. He continued to improve. His effort tolerance was excellent. And the plan was to wean his diuretic, which has now occurred. So very, very important. I just want to bring a final point here that until 17th of May of this year, we had to implant 2 devices, which electrophysiologists are reluctant to do because of the extra hardware and risk of thrombosis and infection. Ideally, we should have a combined device, the Optimizer Integra, which has been just started in a trial, and I had the privilege of implanting the first one with my colleague Bruce Wilcock on the 17th of May this year. So a single device working as a defibrillator and also delivering CCM therapy. The first unit implanted in the Cleveland Clinic just a few months ago. So, indications for CCM, symptomatic heart failure, ejection fraction less than 50% in Europe, indications are less than 45%, 25 to 45% in the States, and unoptimized guideline medical therapy, but recurrent heart failure. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We don't have time for questions, so we'll move along. Thanks a lot. So who is next now?
Hello. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sohan Sharma. The topic is all nights the same.
Good evening, everybody. This is the question, are all NOACs are the same? I'm discussing the point under following agenda: managing stroke risk in a patient with atrial fibrillation, clinical evidence, comparison between various vitamin K antagonists, NOACs and aspirin, NOACs pharmacokinetics, RCT data and meta-analysis, and real-world evidence. And there is a clinical guidance on the use of NOACs for stroke prevention in atrial fibrillation in elderly patient, renal compromise, high risk of GI bleeding, high risk of bleeding, and diabetes mellitus patient. We all know vitamin NOACs scores or vitamin K antagonist, and that scores or the aspirin in terms of stroke prevention. And antiplatelet monotherapy is not recommended for stroke prevention in a AF patient in recent ESC guidelines. Management consideration in AF patient in particularly Asian subset is different, 4 times high risk as compared to the Western population. Patient less in time to therapeutic range in Asian patients, and because of warfarin having long half-life, slow onset and offset of the action, there is issue of perioperative anticoagulation issues. And there is interaction with the drugs and diet. These are the 3 landmark trials in the of the NOACs, that is RELY trial for dabigatran, and ROCKET AF trial for rivaroxaban, and Aristotle trial for apexaban. So there is a study of nearly 71,000 patients, and that showed clear-cut efficacy over the warfarin in these trials, in terms of efficacy and safety both. NOACs have advantage over the warfarin, like there is rapid onset of the action, no significant interaction with the food, low potential of drug-drug interaction, no requirement of the close anticoagulation monitoring, and there is established criteria for dose adjustment in elderly patient or in the cases of renal failure. We all know that rivaroxaban, apexaban, and redoxaban works on factor 10A, while dabigatran is direct thrombin inhibitor, and warfarin acts on all vitamin K dependent coagulant factors. This is the summary of the characteristic of the various NOACs. The important point is that with food effect warfarin is there, but in rivaroxaban among the NOACs there is need to take with the food in the high doses, that is 20 and 15 milligram. And renal clearance is important issue in NOACs, and this is least with the apexaban. This is the overview of the apexaban Aristotle trial done in nearly 18,000 patients. Not going into the detail of this trial, but there is a important thing is that primary efficacy endpoint was achieved in terms of stroke and systemic embolization reduction as compared to the warfarin, 21% relative risk reduction. And in terms of safety endpoint, major bleeding is less in apexaban group as compared to the warfarin group. So this is the quote by Jeffrey M. Dresden, that is a practice-changing and life-saving paper of Aristotle trial in last many years. There is a comparison of NOACs versus warfarin in terms of stroke and systemic embolism protection. Apexaban, dabigatran 150 mg preferable or warfarin. There is no head-to-head comparison, but there is a recent data in Aristophanes trial, that is meta-analysis, and that showed apexaban and dabigatran prefer over the warfarin in dabigatran in the dose of 150 mg. In terms of stroke and systemic embolization, intracranial hemorrhage, all NOACs are preferred over the warfarin. That is the safety outcome. All-cause mortality, apexaban and doxaban, it is not available in India, doxaban. So apexaban scores over the warfarin in terms of all-cause mortality benefit. And apexaban, dabigatran 110 mg scores over the warfarin in terms of major bleeding prevention. So in nutshell, summary of the major efficacy and safety outcome. In terms of stroke prevention, dabigatran 150 mg and apexaban 5 mg or 2.5 mg BD is better than other NOACs. In terms of intracranial hemorrhage, all NOACs are better as compared to the warfarin. In terms of mortality reduction, apexaban is better over the warfarin. And in terms of Safety endpoint, dabigatran 110 mg BD and apexaban is better than the warfarin. There is Indian data. This is the same as like the Western data of the apexaban trial. This is the Aristophanes study. We are discussing on that. It's a study based on the based on the use of various NOACs in insurance data collected from the various insurance platforms. And this is the propensity score matching. That is statistical approach to match sample of the treatment and control pairs of the minimized difference between the two groups. It reduces the possible bias associated with the confounding variables in various observational studies. In this, apexaban was associated with 36% risk reduction in stroke and systemic embolization and major bleeding, 40% risk reduction in major bleeding. It's the same thing. I skip these slides. This is how to manage the NOACs in a clinical practice for stroke prevention in a particular subset of the patient like elderly, renally compromised patient, high risk of the GI bleeding, high risk of the bleeding and diabetes mellitus. We go one by one. In the elderly patient, more elderly the patient, more advantage of the NOACs. And in the Aristotle, there is subgroup analysis more than 75 years age of the patient. There is a greater advantage of the efficacy as well as safety endpoint in this subset of the population. So it is apexaban ranked the best in efficacy in drugs, followed by rivaroxaban, edoxaban, and dabigatran warfarin in terms of efficacy, and in terms of safety, again it ranked the best, followed by edoxaban, dabigatran, and warfarin, and rivaroxaban in terms of safety. And it is an indispensable drug according to the FOTA class as compared to the other NOACs, that is class B drugs. In renal compromised patient, not going in detail, this is the important slide showing apexaban can be used in a patient on hemodialysis and whatever may be the creatinine clearance, while other NOACs cannot be used if the creatinine clearance less than 50 ml per minute. The only need to reduce the dose means 2.5 mg BD. Again, in the high risk of GI bleeding and any other bleeding, apexaban scores over the other NOACs. The bleeding is, GI bleeding is particularly less, and this is a expert consensus recommendation of high risk of GI bleeding in the second part, apexaban and dabigatran, apexaban 5 mg BD and dabigatran 110 mg BD scores over the other NOACs. In a patient with other bleeding risk, again apexaban, edoxaban, and dabigatran is better than the other drugs. Patient with history of bleeding, the beneficial effect of apexaban or warfarin to stroke, hemorrhagic stroke, death, and major bleeding remains constant regardless of the history of bleeding. In diabetes mellitus, the results are same as compared to the non-diabetic population in terms of stroke prevention and risk of bleeding. So in summary, apexaban 5 mg BD showed superior efficacy and safety at the same doses, and dabigatran 150 mg BD showed superior efficacy, and dabigatran 110 mg showed superior safety against warfarin. Rivaroxaban was non-inferior to the warfarin for safety and efficacy outcome. In the elderly population, apexaban has a favorable safety profile in terms of major bleeding and intracranial hemorrhage, and it is the recommended first option in this population. In the renal failure, again, NOACs are better than the warfarin. In the first choice, apexaban 5 mg BD and 2.5 mg for age, body weight, and creatinine clearance criteria, and rivaroxaban 50 mg daily. GI bleeding, apexaban has shown numerically lower GI bleeding events as compared to the warfarin. And 2017 expert consensus recommendation, apexaban is the first choice of the drug for elderly and in a patient with high risk of the GI bleeding. And apexaban has a consistent benefit with respect to the lower bleeding risk in high risk subgroup.
Excellent talk, Dr. Sohan. Just a very small, quick question. What is the preferred choice of NOAC in pulmonary embolism patient? So the patient comes to you with pulmonary embolism and you want to keep him on medical therapy. So what is the preferred choice of NOAC?
Preferred choice among the, all the NOACs, I have no idea about that, but we are using all NOACs in this subset of the patient. But any particular choice, I have no idea about that.
No, we we are giving NOACs in pulmonary embolism, the dose is different. The rivaroxaban dose is 15 mg twice daily for 21 days, then 20 mg once daily. Similarly, with apixaban, we can use apixaban as well. The dose is slightly different, 10 mg twice daily for 7 days, and then 5 mg twice daily. In stable pulmonary embolism patients and after thrombolysis, we can keep them on this therapy. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Mittal for his talk on stem cell therapies for prevention of heart failure.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv, for inviting me here. I think it's around the end of the day and the topic is long, but I'm going to try to make it squeeze into 10 minutes, which has been re-allotted to me now. Well, a fountain of youth, the importance is that stem cells are ready to divide. Each tissue has it, but unfortunately heart has a problem that it has low cell turnover and low generator production. At age of 20, almost 1% of the cardiac myocyte turnover per year, which reduces to almost 0.3% by 70 years of age. And in a common man, only 50% of the cardiac myocytes are replaced. There are various stem cells available for recruitment for an injured myocardium, but when the injury is much more because of any of these reasons, the repair process is hampered. So quickly, there are few effects of why the stem cells can act. Well, retention of the stem cells and transdifferentiation into various site of cells, cardiomyocytes or epithelial cells, is something which is limited but possible. The paracrine effect is the most important one of them all, that their hormonal effects actually instigate the existing stem cells and myocytes to actually improve and increase. They also can stimulate the endogenous cardiac stem cells to cause increase in their contribution to myogenesis, and also new vascularization is something which is happening. But unfortunately, what has happened is there have been many studies onto the stem cells in the form of trials. But if you look at, every trial is using a different kind of stem cells. Embryonic, pluripotent stem cells, cardiac stem cells, bone marrow-derived stem cells, and the numbers have been small. Moreover, the results also have been varying. The red ones are the negative trials, and similar kind of pattern you can see in this extension of that previous slide, that there are various different kind of stem cells used, number is small, and the varied kind of results has been there. And this is so because there are various types of stem cells. There are first generation stem cells, which is mesenchymal stem cells, APCs or bone marrow derived stem cells, and smooth muscle cells, which actually create the first impression of the data. Secondly, second generation stem cells were induced pluripotent cells, embryonic stem cells, and mesenchymal stem cells, but all of them act through almost the same way. Problem is that the maximum safety has been decided by the bone marrow derived and mesenchymal cells, especially if they were autologous, not the allogenic, because they can still cause irregularities. Embryonic stem cells and induced pluripotent stem cells can have a side effect of ventricular arrhythmias, which is being worked on, along with tumorogenicity. And skeletal myoblasts can also have ventricular arrhythmia chances, which is the thing which is limiting their use in clinical practice. Also, there have been various trials using different routes. The commonest, easiest one is the intracoronary, but unfortunately, retention is just less than 3%. The rest, 97% of the stem cells wash off. Intravenous through the coronary sinus, transepicardial and transendocardial injections are some things which can be the best utilized because they have best retention of the stem cells and thus far most utilities. So in next 5 minutes, I'll just go to deliver what we have done in our clinical labs in Medanta and Medicity. The first study we did was in diffuse coronary artery disease. And these people were actually handed over for bypass surgery, and we implanted stem cells which were derived from the bone marrow, harvested into the mononuclear cells by the bone marrow concentrate system. And we did bypass to whatever we could and implanted along with the laser into the peripheral areas of where the myocardium was alive but not revascularizable, and implanted the stem cells. These are the laser probe and the stem cells along with it. And what we found was that over a period of a year, there was definitely a systematic improvement in NYHA class, 6-minute walk distance, and quality of life. But the problem was whether it was because of the revascularization or the stem cells. That was a question. About 8 patients we did, and one of the patients we did not do any bypass and only did the BMLR, and the person did improve. We have 5 years follow-up data on this patient. This is an example. We did an MRI in all the patients, and we found that there was reduction in the scar area in the patients where we did the stem cell implantation. Another study which we did was about 21 patients where we used different concentrates of stem cells to be delivered by intramyocardial injections intraoperatively. And this is the chart. Over the period of 1 year, we found that those who were not given stem cells, there was a deterioration of ejection fraction, whereas those where we gave the stem cells in various concentrations, there was an improvement in ejection fraction, although everybody had received stem cells along with the bypass surgery. The third study which we did was a different route of application. This was transcoronary sinus. The coronary sinus was catheterized and occluded. The stem cells which were procured from the bone marrow, the mononuclear cells, they were isolated and given into ischemic as well as non-ischemic cardiomyopathy. Out of the 51 patients, 27 were ischemic and 24 were non-ischemic patients, and we also had 1/4 of the group as control. It was found that over the period of 1 year, there was a constant increase in ejection fraction in ischemic as well as non-ischemic group. And also LVID internal dimension were reduced in the group where was non-ischemic. In ischemic group, the dimensions did not change at all. The latest trial result, which I'm going to discuss now, is the multicentric randomized double-blind trial, DREAM-HF trial. Here, what was done is, this was an allogenic. People donated bone marrow, and from them, the bone marrow was isolated for stem cells. And there were about 565 patients with heart failure with reduced ejection fraction on guideline-directed medical therapy, and they were randomized to receive sham therapy or bone marrow-derived stem cell therapy. And this was done endocardial injection. Almost 115 million cells were given in each of these patients. The primary endpoints were time to recurrent event caused by decompensation in heart failure and successful resuscitated symptomatic ventricular arrhythmias. And there were certain other hierarchical endpoints. All of the people were very well treated, almost 90% receiving a beta blockers, and defibrillator were present in 84% patients. 57 of these patients were ischemic, and 43% were non-ischemic, and all of them were in NYHA class 3, 61% of them. What was important is, although there was no statistically significant difference in the primary endpoint of the composite of requirement of ventricular arrhythmia resuscitation or time to decompensated heart failure, but when they subanalyzed people with elevated CRP versus those with normal CRP or low CRP, they found that the echo parameters actually improved much more in people who had elevated CRP at the baseline. So anti-inflammatory property were coming out, and this was statistically significant. Similarly, the risk reduction of MI and stroke were also horrendously different in people who had elevated CRP to begin with as compared to had no elevated CRP. So what they confounded was that probably when we give the stem cells, they are actually stimulated by the cytokines present in the myocardium, which leads to actually anti-inflammatory effect of those stem cells, and that's how it can lead to, one, stabilization of the plaque, leading to less myocardial infarction and strokes. On the other hand, it also leads to more myogenesis and the decrease in cardiovascular deaths. There is one more thing which I am going to talk about. It's only recently released paper, which was a meta-analysis of 14 randomized clinical trials on mesenchymal stem cell therapy. And these 14 trials actually, again, are different in doses and indications. But nevertheless, the result was that in people, in the sensitive analysis, it was found the trend was that heart failure recurrence does reduce by stem cells. Also, the rehospitalization rates is lesser. However, it is still touching the midline, not statistically significant, but ejection fraction significantly improves, and so does the myocardial infarction and deaths. So this is what I end my talk here with, that there is a lot of data on stem cells used in heart failure, but the problem is the data is different in different cells, different in dose of cells, ways to deliver, small number of patients are being there, different indications have been used, and unfortunately also allogenic versus autologous stem cells. So ladies and gentlemen, stem cell therapy has great promise and has generated huge interest globally for the heart failure because there is an end-stage disease, we all know. Data is encouraging, yet many questions and concerns exist, and I think a large-scale multi-randomizer uniform trial has to be addressing these issues to make it a level 1 or level 2 indication. Thank you.
Sanjay, thank you for the talk. Just like to make a comment. I've been seeing the stem cell therapy for heart failure for the last 20 years. We still have to see the price. I haven't seen any trial that has made a significant positive impact on the final outcome.
That is exactly what I said, because each of them trials, I've tried to remediate that. Small number of studies, very good results, they claim, but when you combine them out, they use different cells, they different modalities, different stage of the myocardial infarction or the heart failure. If you take stem cells at a stage when the heart is already expanded beyond the repairable limits, nothing is going to work. It's end-stage disease. So usually these stem cells are not patent treatments and usually are reserved for people who are not responding to GDMTs. And you also know, people with GDMTs also in guidelines say when it is repairable, do that. Do it early, because it's too late, it's unrepairable. So many of the things do actually implement the
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted to make the comment for the audience that we have been trying it. We did the NIH trial, that didn't show anything.
Yeah.
So it's a promising technique, but so far it hasn't delivered the goods.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal, for excellent talk, and it's a futuristic medicine, and there are a lot of hope with the stem cells. So with this note, I request Dr. Nikhil Prachure for optimizing outcomes in high bleeding risk patients. Dr. Nikhil.
Hi, good afternoon, almost going to good evening. I'm going to talk about the risk of bleeding post-PCI, how to recognize patients who are at high risk of bleeding post-PCI, and how to prevent them. We knew right from 2005 that bleeding and mortality post-PCI are interconnected. Any major bleeding post-PCI ultimately leads to mortality due to hypertension. We have to stop aspirin or clopidogrel. We need transfusion, leading to stent thrombosis and death. This is a slide from 2009. We are in 2023 today. Almost more than 13,000 patients were enrolled in this trial of equity, with first 30 days on risk of death over 1 year. And what we see here, those patients who bled, I'm talking of major bleeding, without needing transfusion, the mortality was almost twice as compared to those who didn't. And those patients who bled requiring transfusion, the mortality in those patients were almost 4 times as compared to those who didn't bleed. Data from ADAPT DEST study with 2 years follow-up showed us that post-discharge bleeding leads to a 4 times higher risk of mortality in patients who bleed. So we know now that bleeding post-PCI is a dreaded complication because it leads to myocardial infarction and death. We all are focused on antithrombotics to prevent acute stent thrombosis, or even after 30 days, our whole concentration is on to prevent thrombus formation. And if the patients bleed, then their mortality is going to be high. Let's have a look at the real world problems. This is one of my patients who is a very young man of 36 years old, who came with a history of chest pain, and then started having chest pain on exertion, and also had chest pain on dialysis. So you know now this patient is on dialysis. He has a history of GI bleed 6 months ago, and his ECG showed biphasic T-wave inversion in anterior leads. It's telling us that he probably has underlying LAD disease. Of course, his angiogram showed a subtotally occluded LAD, as is shown in these 2 slides. That brings us to a question that who are these patients who are at high risk of bleeding and why they're important? We know that why they're important now, but why they were previously ignored. Now we have a white paper defining high bleeding risk patients undergoing PCI. This was published in Circulation in July 2019. We have some major and minor risk factor criteria, and this is for the benefit of us identifying patients who are at risk of bleeding post-PCI so that we can take appropriate measures. And what are those? We have to reduce the duration of DAPT to 1 month or 3 months. And in order to do that, we have to be very precise in terms of carrying out our PCI. So there are major criteria and minor criteria, which I'm going to apply to my patient who has end-stage renal disease, is a major criteria. He has a history of GI bleed 6 months ago. He's anemic, and he has a planned surgery for renal transplantation. So antithrombotics, bleeding, and risk of MI and death combination, we see that bleeding remains one of the most common complications after PCI, with up to 6% of patients experiencing a major bleeding event. Clinically relevant bleeding occurs in up to 6% of patients. 4.8% patients are hospitalized post-PCI, which is very important. Most common source of bleeding is GI tract, and majority of the bleeding occurs within 30 days post-discharge. And post-discharge bleeding related hospitalization after PCI is associated with subsequent death or MI. And the highest risk of death or MI occurs in first 60 days after the bleeding related hospitalization. How do we know that? Well, we know that from the burn registry from between 2009 and 2016, when more than 12,000 patients underwent PCI. And what did we find in this registry? Almost 40% of the patients were identified as high bleeding risk and were older, more commonly female, and had more risk factors and comorbidities. And we now know that these HBR patients had increased risk of primary endpoint of BARC3 or 5 bleeding, and a composite endpoint that included cardiac death, target vessel MI, and TLR of 12.5% as opposed to 6.1%. So in majority of the trials, these patients were older, were in need of oral anticoagulants, had renal failure, anemia, have been in a hospital for bleeding, and had thrombocytopenia. This is a list of many, many trials now who use DAPT for only 1 month or 3 months. Important being, out of them is a very important trial called Onyx 1 and Onyx Global as well. What do the guidelines tell us? Well, the ESC focused update on DAPT tells us that if the patient is of HBR as identified from the risk factor criteria and is an elective patient, then 1 month DAPT has class 2B C indication, and a 3-month DAPT has class 2A B indication. If the patient is post ACS, then 6 months DAPT has class 2A/B indication. I can also look at my patient's risk from high precise DAPT score. If it's more than 25, then the patient comes into HBR criteria. So what do the guidelines tell me from the published data? Published data is Onyx 1 global study of more than 1,000 patients in each group of biofreedom versus resolute Onyx, which clearly showed that stent thrombosis is less than what it happened in biofreedom, and all other criteria was equivalent, including TLF, risk of death, TLR, and microinfarction in Onyx 1 as well was less as compared to biofreedom. And stent thrombosis was 1.3% as opposed to 2.1%. So 1 month post PCI, we looked at OCT in this resolute Onyx, and all the struts were completely covered by endothelium. With this, I opened up the LAD, used an OCT to have a look at it, identified the sites where I was going to implant the stent here, and proximally I was going to implant the stent here, but I didn't, and I had to extend the stent length due to presence of thin cap fibroatheroma of less than 65 microns on top of a large lipid pool, and then implanted the stent precisely with exact diameter, fully expanded, no edge dissections, and no malapposition, called precision angioplasty, because I was going to stop the patient's DAPT in 1 month in order for the patient to undergo renal transplantation. And that's what I achieved. So in summary, this young man had ACS with HBR on the basis of end-stage renal disease, history of GI bleed, anemia, and planned surgery. We utilized the knowledge from published trials of PCI and HBR patients to make decisions, and utilize imaging guidance to achieve optimal results to minimize ischemic events. Where did we get the knowledge from? We got the confidence from Onyx 1 global study of Onyx stent data. And the most important thing is this: FDA perspective on DAPT labeling. Short DAPT duration may impact the safety and effectiveness profile of an approved stent. What it really means that we can only use the short DAPT trial in association with a stent which has got the FDA approval, and that's Onyx in this case. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nikhil, for a wonderful talk about HBR in optimizing outcomes. And last lecture of this session is polymer-free stents by Dr. Parminder Singh.
Good evening, every one of you. And first of all, I'm very much thankful to Rajiv Gupta sir, Professor Deepak Maheshwari sir, for giving me opportunity to talk on this podium, where already the very eminent speakers they have talked. And I'm also thankful to sir that he has given me opportunity to visit the town of Jaipur. After my post-graduation, I left Jaipur in 2015 after completing my MD from SMS Medical College. So I will try to keep this talk very short because we are already running behind the time and there is a quiz session next. So the current challenges with this polymer-based drug-eluting stents, it is that they have something like a chronic inflammation associated with it. They have a persistent platelet activation effect, which lead to the restenosis rates, persistent fibrin deposition, activation of thromboxane A2, and delayed endothelialization. So that become a potential cause of stent thrombosis with this polymer-based, especially the durable polymer-based drug-eluting stents. So there are various data which are available and which consider this polymer to be an essential evil in a drug-eluting stents. And this polymer basically delay in arterial healing, and this ultimately leading to delayed endothelialization and restenosis rates as well as the stent thrombosis rates. So we have another alternative option of a Probacol, which is a safer solution as compared to a durable polymers. As compared to the durable polymers, the studies in the animals which showed the durable polymers, they are pro-inflammatory. In this excipient technology using Probacol, it is found to be safer even at a much higher doses. And human studies is available. There is a data which is published in 2017 in New England Journal of Medicine that probability studied up to a doses of 500 milligram in oral doses, and it is proven to be safe as well as efficacious. And yes, we have almost a 10-year of efficacy and non-inferiority data of use of this polymer-free stent technology. This is same which I already mentioned. So the drug release kinetics of Probacol as well as the rapamycin, it is almost same in these preclinical trials. So the stent, the earlier, which was concerns in earlier trials, especially when the sought-out 9 trial has come, there was some issues with the stent thrombosis, which were more on this polymer-free group. That is, now with the better use of this porous surfaces, especially the microporous surfaces, the drug release kinetics is controlled, and it is compared with any of a durable polymer. So most of the drugs, they are released in first 28 days, and it prevents the smooth muscle cell proliferation and the chances of stent thrombosis. Just to make this talk more convenient, we will be just discussing a simple case which we have done in our center. She was a 72-year-old female who presented to us with class 3 angina. She was a known case of a rheumatoid arthritis. She had a chronic liver disease, which was a NASH-related. She's old treated cases of pulmonary tuberculosis. She had a QS pattern in second, third AVF, ejection fraction of 46%. And when we did a coronary angiogram of this patient, it was a 100% CTO lesion in a right coronary artery, and it is a heavily calcified. As Dr. Nikhil has in a previous talk, he has discussed about HBR. She falls into the category of the HBR group. So the challenges was heavy calcium in the right coronary, revasculation strategy, tackling with the bleeding risk in this patient, and type of stent strategy. So after all the discussions, we went with the PCI of this right coronary, especially with an antegrade escalation technique. We did a AR2 guide for better support, used Fielder XTA along with a microcatheter, cross the lesion using Fielder XTA wire, and then to deal with the calcium and exchange it with this simple run-through workhorse wires. Then to deal with the calcium, see there is for the all residents who are sitting at the back, they can see there is a dog boning which shows a classical heavy calcification in right coronary. We used a lithotripsy balloon and almost delivered all the 80 pulses to this. And after that, we deployed 2.5 into 28 VVSR, which is a polymer-free stent in the distal right coronary, and in the proximal right coronary, 3 into 40, again a polymer-free sirolimus eluting stent that was used. And we did a post-dilatation with almost 2.75 and 12 non-compliant balloon, and in a proximal stent using 3.5 into 10 up to 20 atmospheres. So the results, they were good. And patient, this is the angiogram of the patient after the procedure, and now the patient, it also show the complete occlusion of the collaterals which were coming from the right left system after antegrade flow, which was achieved using the two drug-eluting stents. And this patient is under our follow-up for almost now 1.5 years, and there is no ACS, no need of any, can say, check angio or anything. The patient is doing fine. So as far as the total, the take-home thing is the polymer-free technology has now 10 years of long-term safety data. It is non-inferior to BMS in HBR patients, safe in diabetics as well as non-diabetics with a better drug release kinetics. And another important thing comes, sometimes even after doing adequate bed preparation, when we deploy a drug-eluting stent, there is some, you can say, under deployment, or you can say the stent is under. So in such cases, IVL can be used in a polymer-free stents, even in a freshly deployed stents, because in durable polymer, it is considered that this in lithotripsy things, they interfere with the polymer, and that may lead to stent thrombosis in coming time. So that is again one of the benefit of using a polymer-free stent technology in a freshly deployed stents. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So this will conclude the session, and thank you very much for your attention. We have seen a number of different variety of subjects presented in this session, including discussion of secondary prevention, stem cell transplantation, various topics about NOACs and other things. I think it was a potpourri of many different advances. Rajiv?
Thank you very much, and I thank the chair for the patient listening. So the memento time, please. Can I request Dr. Alban? Alban has left. Alban Sigamani is here. Dr. Prem Payas has already received. Dr. Claire, he is also left. Dr. Sohan Sharma, for the memento. Sohan is not here. Sanjay Mittal. Yeah. Sohan Sharma. Dr. Nikhil Parchode. And Parminder Singh. Yeah. And also to the chair, Dr. G.L. Sharma. G.L. Sharma. Dr. Palasar. Dr. Palasar. Dr. Milind Srivastav. And Dr. Kush Bhagat. Thank you for the job. Thank you very well done.
Thank you so much, our dear esteemed chairpersons and our faculties here. Now the time to last session, but it's very interesting session. And we had a quiz MCQ round in afternoon. And after so many participants, we have selected 8 finalists for the final quiz round. So I would like to invite Dr. Narendra Kumar Sharma, Dr. Navida Babbar, Dr. Lalit Kumar, Dr. Anant Kapadia, Dr. Akshay Shekhawat, Dr. Prachi, Dr. Shoaib Ahmed, and Dr. Arpit Gupta. So, so many residents from different medical colleges participated in the quiz, and 6 out of 8 are from SMS Jaipur. 1 is from Mahatma Gandhi Medical College Jaipur, and 1 is from SNMC Medical College Jodhpur. So I would like to invite these 8 participants for the quiz. We have divided these 8 participants into 4 teams, Team A, Team B, Team C, and Team D. So Team A consists Narendra Kumar Sharma and Navida Babbar. Team B, Lalit Kumar and Anant Kapadia. Team C, Akshay Shekhawat and Dr. Prachi. And Team D, Dr. Shoaib Ahmed and Dr. Arpit Gupta. 4 mic, please. And that quiz will be audio-visual, and we will explain the rules for the quiz. Please be seated. I also request our all audience, please come forward to active participation in this quiz, because there will be interesting questions for audience too, and there is also gifts for all audience. I would like to request two volunteers from our audience to have to judge the quiz and to mark the answers for our participants. Two volunteer, please. Please come forward. Meanwhile, we had a poster presentation in afternoon, and there were 13 poster presentation from our fellows, and the results have been received by our esteemed judges. So in the poster presentation, first prize goes to Dr. Navida Babbar. She's a third-year resident in SMS Medical College. Second prize goes to Dr. Parth Dharmesh Mashru. Is he here? Yeah, please clap for him. And third prize goes to Dr. Aditi Goyal. She here? Aditya Goyal, sorry. So we have decided the prizes for these first, second, third, and that will be given tomorrow at the closing ceremony.
अभी नहीं है ये सर बताएंगे उसके बाद
I request Dr. Son Sharma and Dr. Gautam to judge the session. Please come forward. ये mic इस पे
इसको कर दूं क्या? हाँ?
Hello.
कौन ऑपरेट करेगा?
ये तो बजे होंगे ना?
हाँ, तब आप मुझे बता दो।
So this quiz is prepared by me and Dr. Amit Gupta and Dr. Rajiv Sharma. So these are the rules of quiz. Total 8 rounds will be done, and each round have 4 questions. Questions would not be given to other team if any team doesn't answer. So 1, 2, 3, the correct answer is getting plus mark, and wrong answer will get 0 mark. In round 4 and 5, correct answer will be 2 marks, and the wrong answer will be -1. And in the buzzer rounds, there will be a 3 round of buzzer, round 6, 7, 8. Correct answer will be 3 marks, and wrong answer will be -2 marks.
answering every question, there would be only 30 seconds. Once we say timer start, we'll count the timer started.
So, besides me, there is a team A. Next to this team A, team B, team C, and team D. Okay? Judges, please. Team A, team B, team C, team D. So each questions you have to answer within 30 seconds, right?
Okay, then the first question from team A. And good luck for everyone. So this is the question: following interventions doesn't lower blood pressure. A diet that reduces calorie intake by 1000 calories per day. Second option, reduction of dietary sodium. Third is daily magnesium and calcium supplements. Fourth is reduction of ethanol consumption to less than 30 ml per day. Time starts now.
C.
Okay, the right answer. Congratulations. They get 1 mark. Should we proceed the second question? Team B ready? The Inter-Heart study studied out of these 4, which one was studied in Inter-Heart study? Multiple risk, option A is multiple risk factor for myocardial infarction. Option B, benefit of coronary interventions. Option C, mortality trends. Option D, prevalence of congenital heart disease. Your time starts now.
A.
Right answer. Team B gets 1 mark. Question 3 from Team C. Features of vulnerable plaque in coronary, all except option A, thin fibrous cap, B, large lipid core, C, abundant smooth muscle cells, D, numerous inflammatory cells. Time starts now.
So C.
Okay, right answer. Team C gets 1 mark. So from Team D, the question 4, most common dyslipidemia in diabetes. Option A, increase in triglyceride, decrease in HDL. Option B, increase LDL, normal cholesterol. Option C, increase lipoprotein A, increase chylomicrons. Option D, reduced ApoB1.
Option A.
Okay, the right answer. Team D gets 1 mark. So here we have the completed round 1. So all teams are with 1 mark. Round 2. Again team A. Correct statement for niacin. Acts primarily via upregulation of hepatic low density lipoprotein receptor. Option B, raises plasma high density lipoprotein cholesterol levels but has no effect on LDL. C, it reduces lipoprotein A also. D, niacin added to statin therapy reduces coronary event rates. Time starts now.
B.
Final?
B.
You have another 20 seconds. Okay, the answer is C actually. It reduces lipoprotein A also. Because niacin is beneficial in all terms. I mean, it decreases LDL, it decreases triglyceride, it increases LDL. It increases HDL also. So basically, it also decreases lipoprotein A. So answer is C. So there is 0 mark for this question, no negative marking till now. Question 6 for team B. Which is not a component of classical metabolic syndrome definition? Option A, hyperglycemia. B, elevated serum triglycerides. C, abdominal obesity. D, serum low density lipoprotein more than 140 milligram per deciliter. E, hypertension. Time starts now.
B.
B.
This is wrong answer. Basically, there is criteria of HDL, not LDL in classical metabolic syndrome definition. So it is answer D, and you get 0 mark for this. No negative marking in this round. So next question for team C, question number 7. Following is not a high risk for pregnancy during the delivery. So answer A option is mitral regurgitation, B severe aortic stenosis, C adult TOF, D Marfan syndrome with aortic root more than 40 millimeter diameter. Time starts now.
So C.
C, sure. High risk during delivery for mortality. Okay, time is over. The answer is A. Basically, in all those situations where severe pH, those are very high risk patients during pregnancy. So TOF, there is very high RV pressure itself. Adult TOF, Marfan syndrome in aortic root, there can be chances of aortic dissection.
Also, all regurgitating lesions tolerate well in pregnancy, while all stenotic lesions are very high risk.
All severe stenosis.
So you will get a 0 mark for that. Now team D.
Most common cause of tricuspid stenosis is A, RHD, B, carcinoid heart disease, C, infective endocarditis, D, toxins in India.
B.
B? Okay, actually, my Dr. Gaurav is saying there is no second option, so this is wrong answer. In India, it is RHD still.
So in India, the most common cause of valvular heart disease is RHD. So any valvular heart disease, RHD is the most common cause for any heart.
So 0 mark, there is no negative marking. So now round C, round 3. Again, question 1 from team A.
So the final score for each team is 1-1-1-1, right?
Who did first coronary angiography? Grossman, Henry Zimmerman, Andreas Grunzig, Mason Sons. Team A. Time starts now.
C.
Wrong answer.
D.
You said D?
D.
You said C. You said C. So C is the wrong answer. Actually, the right answer is Mason Jones, and C is for first primary angioplasty, right?
Actually, that was not primary angioplasty, that was angioplasty without stenting. Team B ready for the next question? Who did first right heart catheterization? Werner Frostman, Mason Sons, Grossman, Henry Zimmerman. Time starts now. A is right answer. 1 mark for team B. 0 mark. Team A 0 mark, team B 1 mark. Next question for team C. First successful CABG was done Mason Sons, Donald Ross, Rene Favaloro, Ballet and Harkin. Time starts now.
So D.
D. Actually, D is wrong answer. I think CTVS surgeons would be attending this quiz. So it is C, Rene Favaloro. In 1967, he did first coronary artery bypass grafting. So 0 mark for team C. Question 12, the next question for team D, get ready. First TAVI was done, transcatheter aortic valve implantation. A, Andreas Grunzig, Ellen Kribier, Carford, John Levis. Time starts now.
B.
Okay, the right answer. D, team D get 1 mark. So this is round 3 ending and scores are?
So the final score for team A is 1, team B is 2, team C is 1, and team D is 2. Judges, please update. So you must be thinking why we kept these historical questions. So in the each round, there must be a different themes for each rounds. First two was for preventive cardiology and rheumatic heart disease. Another is for the historical questions. Now, the next round is the next question for our esteemed audience. RV is identified by all except moderator band, apical attachment of tricuspid valve, origin of pulmonary artery from right ventricle, trabeculated apex. No, ab to ho gaya ji, but I would like to comment for that. You have to raise the hands only, then I would ask from the someone, okay? Those who raise the hand, please. So you will not get any gift for that. So the round 4, remember in this round 4, there will be 2 marks for each right answer and -1 for wrong answer, right? All teams? So this is a ECG round. ICU patients with altered sensorium, and this is the ECG. Team A, your time starts now.
C.
Okay, that's the right answer. So, how did you comment C? What did you see in this ECG? Yeah, right. That's an excellent answer. This is 2 marks. So, judges, please give 2 marks to team A. The next question for team B, get ready. Which of the following is least likely to cause this arrhythmia? Time starts now.
C.
Okay, that's the right answer. Basically, this is torsidus de pointus. So flecainide doesn't cause, quinidine causes this. Hypokalemia and hypocalcemia can do this. So 2 marks for team B. The next question for team C. This sort of ECG can be in these situations except time starts now. If you do not answer, there will be 0 mark. If you answer wrong, there will be -1. Where is the timer?
B.
Time up, time up.
I said B.
B? What do you see? Actually, answer is wrong, so there will be -1 mark. So, this is LBBB morphology ECG, I mean VT. So, ARVD is right-sided disease. So, any VT is arising from right ventricle would carry left bundle branch block pattern. So, if you see the D is idiopathic fascicular VT, which are from either left posterior fascicle or left anterior fascicle. So, those will carry RBBB morphology. So, that cannot happen in the D, idiopathic fascicular VT. All others are from right side, RVOT, VT in ARVD, and ischemic VT also can generated from the right side. Anywhere, I mean. But for the D, it is not possible. Agree? No confusion? Okay. -1 for team C. Next question for team D. Asymptomatic young female came up for a routine pre-employment checkup. What is the likely diagnosis by this ECG? Time starts now.
Dextrocardia.
Okay,
D.
that's the right answer. Dextrocardia with situs inversus. There is little confusion by T inversions in chest leads. So what can be the possibility of these T inversions? Answer is right. They are getting 2 marks. She is asymptomatic. In which scenario it is possible, asymptomatic T inversion in chest leads.
Young female, it's common in young females.
You should speak by handling the mic closely. Okay, this is basically juvenile kind of T inversion pattern. So there is no pathology, it is only that kind of thing, which can persist in young females. So next, the round is over, and what are the marks at the end of this round?
Team A have 3 marks, Team B 4 marks, Team C 0 marks, and Team D 4 marks. Is it correct?
If there is any confusion with teams, you can raise a question. Question for the marking. All teams are accepting this? Okay. So the next question for audience.
This is for audience. A 62-year-old previously healthy man is brought to emergency department with severe headache, dizziness, and blood pressure was 200 systolic. He has no chest pain or dyspnea. Which of the following action is appropriate? Aspirin and clopidogrel administration, antithrombotic therapy with heparin, anti-ischemic therapy with IV anti-Z and beta blockers, obtain a head CT, and urgent coronary angiography. Yes. D, obtain a head CT. It is a correct answer. So in audience, I would like to give a gift for you. We have a special gift. Please come forward. Your name? Dr. Jayant Sahu from SMS, resident.
So the next round, question from team A. It is again negative marking round, +2, -1. +2 for right answer, -1 for wrong answer, and 0 for if you do not attempt. Okay. Young female with severe chest pain and very high blood pressure in emergency room, which is true. Time starts now. Okay, you will not get any mark for this, still if you want to attempt. E? E is the right answer. So why didn't you attempt? Because of -1? Okay. 0. Actually, I think you are confused with the option D, probably. But E is the very clear option. Even if the image is not very clear, but I think E is the easiest option which we can attempt. So 0 marks from. Next question from team B. With the disorder shown in the echo image, which is the least commonly associated thing? Time starts now. You should diagnose the echo image, then attempt the question.
D.
Yeah, this is the right answer. So what is the anomaly? Abstains anomaly. So +2 marks for team B. Next question with team C. Identify the most likely X-ray of severe mitral stenosis. Time starts now. B? Okay, B. Do you think, I mean, this is kind of, I think you are seeing the straightening of the left heart border, but if you see the apex, it is not of RV type. In B, which is RV type of apex, and that is cardiomegaly also. I mean, though RV enlargement can lead to cardiomegaly, but it is extremely rare in MS.
Also, you can see PVH. There is a L enlargement, right? So, and there is no relatively cardiomegaly because of the RV enlargement only. So, the option A is correct.
You see, I mean, double border in, double shadow on the right side. LA is visible behind the right atrium. And those signs of pulmonary venous engorgement. Do you agree? Agree? B is actually kind of left side pathology. I mean left ventricular enlargement pathology, or maybe pericardial effusion. And C is again LV type of apex. D is, anybody can answer D? Which, what can be the D?
Yes, female, ladies first.
Eisenmenger? Eisenmenger, I would refrain by saying Eisenmenger. Why it is so? Because you see, there is plethora type of, I mean, pulmonary venous markings are up to, pH is seen definitely, agree?
So in Eisenmenger, there would be a least likely of cardiomegaly. So it is a large ASD with hyperkinetic pH.
I mean, it can be anything which is leading increased pulmonary circulation and leading to enlargement of right side heart and leading this, okay? So next question with team D. So negative marking, -1, yes.
C get -1.
Next question, team D, get ready please. Which of the following recommendations would be most appropriate for this Doppler image for a male patient with dyspnea on exertion and a systolic ejection murmur along the left parasternal area? Time starts now. What should not be done with this patient?
B.
B? Okay, that's the right answer. So this is basically dynamic LVOT obstruction. We should avoid volume depletion, we all know. So team D gets the 2 mark.
So the score for team A is 3, team B is 6, team C is -1, and team D is 6, right? So another B. Okay. So the next question for audience again. The next likely management of this case scenario: a patient of fever with acute MR managed with high doses of IV nitroglycerin, diuretics, and empirical antibiotics for infective endocarditis. After 3 days, cyanosis appeared. Her ABG showed pH 7.3, PO2 118, PCO2 34, and saturation is 82. So what should be the next likely management? Correct answer. So you will get a gift from us. Please come forward.
But you need to tell us the diagnosis also and why. Methylene blue is correct. Methemoglobinemia because of?
Your name? Doctor Bhartesh from Mahatma Gandhi Medical College. You will get a gift hamper from our society.
Congratulations. Do others are agree with this diagnosis? All are agree? Okay. Basically, and nitroglycerin can lead to methemoglobinemia, and the characteristic of methemoglobinemia in ABG is there is PO2 saturation mismatch. PO2 remains either normal or high because we are trying to give oxygen therapy, but saturation would be on the lower side. So next round, question from team A. This is buzzer round. Correct answer will get, oh sorry, I'm really sorry. This is open for all. This is buzzer round. And negative marking is little stricter than the earlier. Wrong answer will be marked as -2, and correct answer would be +3. So,
Sir, how many questions are there in this round?
3 rounds now.
How many questions in this round?
4 questions in 1 round. So total 12 questions for buzzer.
Please don't keep your hand on the buzzer.
It is green? It is green?
It is green, matlab ready.
Okay. All are green? So we are moving to the question, okay? You can even press the buzzer without, if I am not saying anything, just seeing the question, you can press the buzzer. It's open. Even just seeing the question, you can press the buzzer. But once you press the buzzer, it is -2 or +3. It will not be 0, okay? Okay, ready. Next question. Identify coronary anomaly. Okay, the right answer, they get the +3. Answer is, I think everybody is knowing now, this is anomalous origin of left circumflex artery or from the right sinus. Okay, agree? So one question from everyone, do you think this artery has to be imaged further for its course between the 2 great arteries? Suppose you have a mic, I mean, so others can also listen. I am asking, suppose we have a lesion in this coronary artery, this anomalous LCX, and we have to deal with that lesion. Should we image whether it is traveling between the 2 great arteries, aorta and pulmonary artery? Should we image?
Yes, sir. We need to see the course, whether it is going in, passing in front of anterior to RVOT.
Actually, it is true when for LCX, isolated LCX arising from right sinus, it is not seen the interarterial course. It is always behind the pulmonary artery, actually. I mean, there is no need because it's not seen at all. But reverse, if RCA arising from the right, from the left side, we have to image because it may be between the 2 great arteries. And if left main coronary artery is arising from the right side, then you have to image. It may be between 2 great arteries. But for isolated LCX from right side, it is not seen. There is no need of imaging by the CT scan to see the interarterial course. So you should know this. The next question, be ready. All are green? Okay. 33-year-old women with early systolic leak. Okay, that's the right answer. +3 to the team B. This is bicuspid aortic valve. Next question, be ready. All are green? Okay. Be ready. Need not to listen me. You can press the buzzer. What is the sign called? What is the likely pathology?
Brockenbrough-Brunwald phenomena.
In the pathology?
HOCM.
Okay. Actually, dynamic LVOT. Right answer, team B gets 3 marks. Okay, all are green? Okay, the next question. Pathophysiology in aortic valve Doppler tracing. Pathophysiologies. उन्होंने पहले दबा.
Aortic stenosis and aortic regurgitation.
Right answer, exactly. We were trying to see whether you see only aortic stenosis and along with AR or not. So this is the right answer. If you would have said aortic stenosis, it was a wrong answer. We have considered that as a wrong answer. So +3 to the team C. All are ready? The next question, I mean, this is now, the round is over. So this is the question for audience. Which is not a correct drug side effect match? Anybody from audience? Which is not a correct drug and side effect match? Please think again. Anybody else? Okay, green. D? A? The answer is, no, I am not able to provide this question to other one because already 2 options are excluded. So now it is very easy. It is option B. All diuretics lead to metabolic alkalosis except acetazolamide. So the C is little confusing. So the answer in the other way, whenever hyperkalemia, what do you give? For hyperkalemia treatment, what we provide? Beta agonist, that is salbutamol. So beta blockers can lead to hyperkalemia. Okay, it is written in books and it is, although it can be mild, but it is a possible side effect.
So the answer, the final score mark is team A 6, team B 12, team C 2, and team D 6. Is there any confusion to the teams? No? Right. So
the next round is again buzzer round. The same rules, +3, -2. And to the teams carrying the lower marks can gamble. This is my advice.
okay, so next question. All teams be ready. Identify all implants and procedures.
All.
Team B.
ICD and LVAD.
ICD and?
Ventricular assist, LV assist device.
Sorry?
LVADs.
LVAD.
Ventricular assist device.
And
ICD.
Okay.
ICD.
Okay,
AICD.
they have given
And?
answer.
And?
They have given answer.
Okay. You will get
OC,
correct.
ABG also.
So, most likely pathology.
There are 3 things. One more thing is there. We have mentioned identify all implants and procedure. Okay. So +3 marks, but now onwards we would consider the first answer. If you the first time whatever you say, we will consider that, not after correction. +3 marks for team B. Next question. Be ready. Identify implants and procedure. Team D, please answer.
Permanent pacemaker, CABG.
Pacemaker, it is CRT basically. The third lead is visible.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it visible? So what is this, CRT or CRTD? CRTD on right side? Actually, this is CRTP. So wrong answer, -2 for team D. Agreed? Now you can see the lead? Okay. So next question. Okay. Diagnosis of malfunction. Timer start. Start the timer.
Twiddler syndrome. Twiddler syndrome.
Twiddler? No, wrong
Fracture.
answer. No. First answer would be considered. This is -2. How did you say, I mean, Twiddler, why did you say? Okay, this is lead fracture. Next question, all are ready? -2 for team B. Match the modality with cath picks. Options are there. You have 15 seconds.
Sir, first FFR is the third image, C. IVUS is the second image, B. And OCT is option D.
OCT is A? Okay. This is wrong answer. Actually, you have attempted. Okay, this is -2. IVUS is the first one, A. Okay, next, the round is over. We can.
So the final score of team A is 6. Team B is 13. Team C is 0. And team D is 4. Okay, judges? So next, the final round. It is also buzzer round. All team, please be ready. All green? Okay. Sorry. This is for audience. True about enoxaparin. Anyone, please?
This is also buzzer round for audience. Dr. Raghavan.
B. Wrong answer.
B is wrong answer. Okay, Dr. Raghavendra.
What is the answer?
E is the right answer, Doctor.
E is the right answer. Dr. Kushmendra Parasar, sir, please.
Do all, agree with that it cannot be given intravenous? Can we give enoxaparin intravenous? Okay. Yes, we can give. And it binds with this factor, antithrombin. Enoxaparin binds with antithrombin directly, and then it inhibits the effect of factor 10A. So it binds with antithrombin.
So one gift for Parasar, sir. So the next question to our team, it is also buzzer round. Be ready. So next question comes to you. This one. Identify the.
Okay, answer. Time starts now. Please start the timer.
Sir, embolized VSD device.
Which device?
VSD closure device.
Okay, this is wrong answer. This is not VSD. That's why we kept the second video also. You can see there is a ASD. ASD was embolized.
So
you attempted well, actually.
So team C get -2. Next question. All ready? Identify the correct pathology. Team
Start
D.
the timer. Start the
Answer,
timer.
please.
ASD primer.
Wrong answer. Actually, it is partially correct. But we cannot give the marks for that. It is complete AV canal defect. Sorry?
So he has given a partial correct answer. So according to judges, if you want to give 1 mark for that. Okay.
No, it is minus
so,
2.
team D get -2. Next question.
Actually, there are 2 complete, this is cyanotic heart disease. You cannot say that this is primum and AV canal defect are the similar pathology. This is cyanotic, and ostium primum is not cyanotic heart disease. So there is completely 2 different segments. So it is extension of the same disease, but this is completely different segment. So please try to consider this, okay?
Next question.
Okay, please start the timer.
Timer, please. Identify the pathology. 20-year-old female with sudden onset dyspnea and palpitation.
Sir, atrial septal defect with left to right shunt. There is a step up in the right atrium from SVC.
Okay, this is wrong answer. We can forward it.
So, any other team can do answer? They didn't get the benefit of buzzer. Any other team would
If
like to
anybody
answer?
would attempt, get the full mark, and similarly, they will have a minus marking also. Anybody wants to attempt?
No? Okay. From the audience, please. Sorry? SNE. Dr. Sunil. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Right answer. So you can see there is a trick. There is a one glitch here. Aortic pressure. You can see there is a very low diastolic pressure. So there is a. Sorry? LA pressure 16. So
because of high flow,
it can occur.
Every
If
pressure
there
will increase.
But there will be no diastolic runoff. There will be a diastolic pressure will be normal. So it is a diastolic runoff, so high output state, right? So the answer, correct answer is rupture of sinus of Valsalva and right atrium. Dr. Rajveer, please come.
It is not AR actually. In that case, RA pressure wouldn't be so high.
So, last question.
This is last question.
This is the last question.
So it is my humble request for that team which is actually not winning at all. Please give timers to others if you do not know.
If you do not know, then please, Team C. Identify the pathology. 15-year-old boy with continuous murmur. Team
Please
D.
start timer. Timer, please.
Timer.
Patent ductus arteriosus. PDA. PDA.
Wrong answer.
-2.
Any other team would like to give the answer?
-2 the D. Anybody can attempt with similar rules.
The most probable answer, I would say, most probable answer for that.
So pulmonary AV fistula.
Yeah.
Correct answer. So after that final buzzer round, our score is Team A 6, Team B 13, Team C -4, and Team D 0. Is it true, sir? So the winner is Team B. Second prize goes to Team A, and third prize goes to Team D. 0 marks. Okay, now few questions for audience.
One question.
Few questions for audience.
Okay, what was the clue in this case? And what other, if there is no continuous murmur, what else can be in this case?
Sir,
This is
pulmonary-
for audience. If there is no continuous murmur, what else can be there? This is question from audience for the prize. What else can be with this cath data if there is no continuous murmur? Okay, please answer. Eisen mingerization. PA pressures are too low for that. Anybody else? RV pressures are too low for that. I mean, RVPA, there is no RVPA drop. How can it be? That is not cardiac condition. For what I am saying, that is not cardiac condition. I can give this clue. Okay, please answer. Yes. Any lung disease leading to hypoxia, because you can see there is decreased pressure, decreased saturation in left atrium, left ventricle aorta. So there is basically hypoxemia. Hypoxemia can be because of any lung disease or hypoventilation itself. So the differentiating point was continuous murmur. So you get another prize, I think.
कौन? पहले कौन सा मिला था आपको यार? डबल डबल नहीं दूंगा मैं, एक ही चीज. पहले वाला दिखाओ क्या मिला आपको. आपने खोल के भी देख लिया? अरे second prize. So we have only one gift left for our audience. So the next question will be asked by Dr. Amit.
So this is clinical scenario for audience only. A patient was requiring early surgery for pelvic bone unstable fracture. He required early surgery. We could not wait for a longer time. Developed extensive DVT in left common femoral vein. A cath procedure was planned to prevent thrombus migration. And this was the cath procedure we were attempting. Patient collapsed suddenly during this manipulation. He developed severe bradycardia with hypoxia followed by non-palpable carotid pulses, and we were not having any arterial access. And this was the ECG. So what was the catastrophe by ECG? And why it happened? You have to complete the answer. Why it happened? Okay, please answer. Why it happened? So why it happened during this manipulation only? You can come and answer. Why it happened during the procedure? Why did it happen? What are we trying to do in the video? We are not in artery, I have mentioned. We are in the vein. So what are we trying to do? Your answer is right, actually. So, I mean, I want to know why did this happen during this manipulation? Okay, this happened because our wire was going into the left side vein, and as I said, there was left common femoral venous thrombus. So this wire dislodged the thrombus. Dislodged the thrombus, the big thrombus. So right answer.
So the winner has been announced. So I would like to request our Vice President CSI, Dr. GL Sharma sir, to give the prize for our winners. And Dr. BM Goyal sir, please come to the dais and please give the prizes for the winners. And Dr. Dinesh Gautam Bose, please come on the dais. So our society is very generous. Our secretary and president have been very generous, and we have brought a very special gift for our all residents and fellows. So the first prize is for Team B. Team
Congratulations. Very well played.
एक और दो, दोनों दे दिए?
Sir, please give this second gift to the other person.
There are two candidates, so we bought each separate gift for each candidate. So second prize goes to Team A. They are also from SMS residents. Yeah. Second prize. Second prize to Dr. Navida and I forgot the name.
Congratulations, Team B.
And third prize for Team D, Dr. Arpit Gupta. Is it correct? Yes. Dr. Arpit Gupta is from MGH and Dr. Shoaib Ahmed from SNMC Jodhpur. They got the third prize. Thank you. And we will never forget our Team D for that. Also, we have put some consolation prizes for them. Please come forward, Team D. Team D. चले जाओ. Congratulations to all winners and all participants, all fellow residents who are sitting in the audience. They are very well done for everyone. Now the most awaited thing is